and let's get started. Let me turn this down so it's not all up in our meeting. It should be background music. The music should be very, very faint. If it's not, please do mention it to me and we change things. All right. So first and foremost, we are going to go and have a look at US 30. And we also look at EJ. Where do I want to start? We'll start here right now because my screen's open at US 30. Okay. Now, same stuff. Yesterday we had a really good session. We spoke about psychology. We spoke about, being able to understand and being able to trade this thing. And some people got a lot of value from that session. And as a coincidence, we believe in coincidence. Straight after that, the video that I played was a guy talking about psychology and etc. in regards to trading. Now, guys, like I said to you, I'm going to say it one more time. We'll touch on it again. There's a few more people in this session here today than it was yesterday. Is that you see this trading thing? You know how to trade. I'm going to put it on you. You know how to trade. Okay, you know the strategy. The strategy that I teach is the fundamentals of trading and any markets. It is market structure and price action. All right, supply and demand, understanding where these areas are and what we do in these areas. This is the fundamentals. This isn't some nuanced niche strategy that I've come up with, that if this happens at 1 o'clock and something else happens and the sky is blue with a slight, cloud, and it does this and that and a third, then you should do this. That's not what this is. This is, you can trade any market anytime. I like something that a guy said, I heard him say. This isn't a strategy like, the word strategy sounds a little bit like, there's something very specific that when this happens, we do this. This is whenever you look at the charts, you should understand what's going on. All right. So what I'm going to do is for the people that can engage, I'm going to go and flick through a lot of charts today, just random charts. I'm going to just go to some higher time frames, some medium time frames and lower time frames. And I want you to tell me, what it is that you would do, what it is that it looks like you'd want to do. All right. Because this is about, let me compare it to boxing. We've got Jason's boxing match on the weekend. I'm going to be there with a couple of them and them. Hopefully, whoever's got can get the time off or has got nothing doing can come down and support on the weekend. But you see, with the boxing thing, man can't turn and say, "What's your strategy?" Like on the basis that you've watched 2 videos and what you're going to do is you're going to do this. How are you going to do that if I get in the ring and I do something completely different to the videos that you watch? It's better if I teach you how to box. So that when, I start doing a madness and swinging big haymakers, you know how to deal with that. When I start trying to fight you at range, you know how to deal with that. When I'm coming at you like an actual animal in the first round, trying to dump the tank, you know how to cope with that. It's better I teach you that than I teach you so basically, this one strategy. And this is what we do with our trading. We understand the markets. We understand that the markets move in waves. We understand that we want to buy in a discount and sell in a premium. We understand that we take our time when we look at our market. Say, for example, we come to our US 30 market, this one here. We cannot just start trading because we happen to open our chart on a 6-minute chart. We can't just start, okay, yep, I'm going in, I'm going for the sell, I'm going for the buy. We understand that we have to look in the bigger picture and understand the larger Russian doll, our Russian doll theory. We also understand that we can't take a trade without understanding what we are willing to risk, what we are willing to lose. We understand that if we take a trade and we haven't quantified what we can lose, not what we may win, then we are gambling and we're better off putting on our best shoes, grabbing the misses, and going to the casino somewhere where at least we can have some drinks at the same time as we, gamble. We might even get a little background music. You might even see a brethren or meet a partner there. Okay. If we are not gambling, then what we are doing is we are taking trades based upon probability and us having an edge. The edge on the market comes from 2 prongs. It comes from technical analysis and fundamental analysis. These are our edges, all right? Fundamentals and technicals. Now, most people start with technicals because it's something that is tangible, something they can see and analyze on a daily basis, whereas fundamentals, there's a lot more complexities to it. But at minimum, we understand that we can go and get some scheduled, listen to my words, scheduled fundamental information from a website called myfxbook.com. The Forex Economic Calendar. This is not the only one, but this is the one that we choose to use because it's laid out in a nice format that we can see what time things are happening and what is considered as red folder. Can you see this? This is Wednesday, June the 5th, 2024. Red folder Euro news happening in 7 minutes, 12 minutes, 17 minutes, 22 minutes, and red folder GBP news. We can see this immediately. Now, what does that mean to us? What does it mean that there's these red folder news? Well, you should immediately be saying, well, that means that there's potentially going to be some volatility, which could either propel our trade in the right direction or propel our trade, make our trade schizophrenic, yeah, and potentially stop us out and act erratically. We have a choice then when we're in a trade, is to either put, safeguard our position by moving our stop, all right, or not get involved when the waters are choppy like this. What does that mean? That means that you're a surfer or you've got a lovely yacht that you want to take out, not just you and your boys, but you're taking out your grandma and your missus and the old woman from across the road. And you have been told that there's going to be storms and very choppy waters in 6 minutes. Now you can either turn around and say, Grandma, I'm taking you anyway, just hold on. Yeah, secure the wig, secure your wig and hold on. Yeah. Or you can say, I'll tell you what I'm going to do is I'm going to wait until this storm passes for the choppiness of the water, and then we'll set off on our journey. Alternatively, you have your boys and you're looking for thrills, and you're looking for spills, you're looking for a really action-packed holiday, and you're going to say, guys, we're going out in the storm, bro. Yeah, man, we're going to go out and hit some waves. Make the yacht jump over 2 things. And your boys are going to go, yeah, right on, yeah. Dude, you know what I mean? Let's go for it. Because that's what you're going for. This is the same comparison. Some people trade news because they're gnarly, yeah, and they want to go into get involved in lots of volatility. Some people don't trade news because they don't want, especially like as in getting into trades. And if I was already in the trade, that's different. Because in my opinion, news, especially on the shorter time frames, is just going to propel your trade to where it wants to go. I don't believe that this news here, even though don't know what it is, it's PMI, I know it's PMI. I don't believe PMI is going to affect my daily, if I was a swing trader, trade with my stop being somewhere down here and me trying to buy up into these levels. I'm probably not going to get stopped out by PMI. It's not going to move the market, a couple thousand pips and stop me. That's unlikely. But if I'm on a smaller time frame trying to get into a trade in the next 5 minutes, where my zone may be, where that entry may be, where that imbalance may be, then going to be closed, the volatility of this news may wipe that out. All right. Now, let me get back to what I was saying initially. Well, you guys know this strategy. My strategy is very, very simple. It's about supply and demand. It's about buying in a discount and selling in a premium and understanding via the larger time frame, what's happening in the larger time frame, and being able to scale down and understand what's happening in lower time frames and the lower time frames and the lower time frames. All right. So say, for example, this. When I open up a chart, this is my US30 chart, and I do a line like this. Have a look at this line. It's from here to here. This is just taking into consideration 2 data points. One was a crash and one was COVID. Now, let me tell you something for free. What happened in 2008 is more than likely not going to affect your trading today. I'm just letting you know for free. Me going and drawing a line from 2008 over here, up here, is probably not going to affect your trading. But I'll tell you what it is going to do. If I had never opened this chart before, and it's not really drawn great, but you can see it here. It's just going to give me a guide to understand what journey, what path, what trajectory this market is on. And I can see it's on a bullish trajectory, making higher highs and higher lows. Okay, cool. I'm allowed now to start getting a little bit tighter on what's going on. Have a look at this line here that I'm going to make a different color. Now, I know you guys have seen me do this a million times. The question is, do you do it? The question is, can you do it quickly? The question is, do you even need to do it and you can see it by your eye to understand certain things? The question is, when you do it, does it help you to make better decisions? Have a look. I've put this line in here. I'm going to put another one in here, like so. Why have I put this in like so? Because I'm just taking into consideration the highest point after this lowest point, which I've taken the data with, and I'm slapping a line in here. Meaning that maybe, not for certain, but maybe this market wants to get up to this other yellow line. Not just this white line. Maybe I can take into this consideration of have a look at this current energy here, and I could slap another parallel line in here, saying that this market is trading within this range. Maybe, all right. Maybe I could draw this line a little bit better, and I could draw some more. I'm gonna drop my time frame down here, and I can see this market here pushed up, like so. Let's zoom in and see what I'm talking about. I'm gonna make it a different color. I can see that this market was down here, pushed up like so to this highest point over here. Okay. And so it's trading within this blue range, but something happened. I'm on a 4-hour time frame, or I could go to my daily time frame to make it more significant. Something happened at that point where the market had a reaction and broke some structure. Where is structure? Structure is the swing highs and swing lows of any range. All right. So when you start seeing if I was to draw some lines like this, and you can see, because obviously markets are not perfect, they don't come out of a textbook. But if you can see higher highs and higher lows, that's a bullish market. Okay. So therefore, every one of those highs and every one of those swing lows are structure. And if we've seen that the market has broken structure, we have to pay attention. We have to ask ourselves, why did it break structure? So it broke structure here, boom, 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 which is an indication of what the market wants to do on a much bigger time frame here. I'm looking at the daily. All right. But then we've seen the market come down here, wick, closing some imbalance that we can see here. Look, everything we see, we are investigators. If we see this big wick over here, boom, 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 the first thing we should ask ourselves is, why did it do that? What could have been a reason of why it did that? Maybe it wanted to do that because it wanted to close up some of these imbalances that were sitting in here. Boom, 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 and maybe tap into some candlestick zones there. Maybe on a larger time frame, there's something else going on. Because remember, when it comes to time frame, just because you happen to be on a 4-hour time frame doesn't mean that that's the time frame that's doing all the action. Doesn't mean that. It just means that that's the time frame that you happen to look at it. Look, have a look at this. I was looking on the daily time frame. I made a little box here, but have a look. I now went to the 4-hour time frame. Look at this imbalance. Maybe the market was going for this imbalance. Can you see? Nowhere else there's that imbalance, but here there was a bit of imbalance. Let's have a look. The market came, pushed right in there. Look, closed that imbalance neatly. Let's even look right at the tip. Yeah, over here. And just go and look at it on a smaller time frame, because maybe it wasn't just the 4-hour that it was interested in. I'm looking, I don't know. I'm just looking, I'm looking for, just like if you was Columbo. Just like if you was Columbo, you'd go and you'd walk into the room. I said, if you can't remember who Columbo is, he's an investigator, or Sherlock Holmes, maybe that's a better example. You'd go into a room, you'd have a look around, you'd see the knife on the floor, you'd see a glass with some lipstick on it, you'd see a jacket, you'd see, a blood splatter on the walls, and you'd try to explain those things. Here's an imbalance here. Maybe it was going for the 1-hour imbalance. Look, this blue line is where it went to. Maybe it went for that 1-hour imbalance and decided to just tap into this candlestick zone over here. If I drop down my time frame in 15 minutes, we'll see a slightly bigger imbalance that would probably be right on the lips of where that candle went. But the whole point is, I've got to be able, as an investigator, as a detective, be able to create some sort of story and narrative of what's going on in the markets. Okay, let's zoom back out. Now, I saw this market, where are we? Come up to these levels and break structure here. Boom, 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 boom. Come in here and tap quite perfectly and close some imbalances down here. And then when it got down here, I saw it indicate, I saw it correct without breaking previous structure, and then continue in this direction on the 4-hour time frame. On the 1-hour time frame, don't get it twisted, there's an entry here. So on a smaller time frame, there's an entry here. On this 4-hour time frame, the entry is here based upon an indication, correction, and continuation. Yeah, but I could find an entry right down here. For those of you who wants to see me find that entry, ask me, and I'll go and I'll find it for you. Yeah, and I'll find it for you not based upon magic, based upon the exact same strategy that allowed me to enter here on the 4-hour time frame. Yeah, I could have, even on that 4-hour time frame, when that market indicated here, started to correct, I could have dropped. There is also an entry here. So every one of these places, 1, 2, 3, for argument's sake, there are entries. I'll tell you what I'm going to do for this example. I'm going to show you all of them. All right. So first and foremost is the first entry. The first entry is that the market pushed down into this imbalance that we saw. We identified these imbalances, these gray areas, and we was concerned about them when we saw the market running in that direction. We was like, okay, there's imbalances here. Maybe this just wants to tap into this imbalance. As and when we saw this market come down in here and tap into this imbalance, let me drop my time frame down to an hour. All right. And even further from the hour, we're going to drop our time frame down to a 15-minute. But when this market came down into here, in a 15-minute time frame, guys, there's an entry down here on a smaller time frame. I'm going to take that for free. But let's just stay here for now. This is the first one I said. On this hour time frame, if you really wanted to go there, and that's me at an hour, not even at 15 minutes or 5, I'm waiting for this market to break structure. That would be my indication. Yeah. Even if I was wicked and bad, this is a minor structure. But I'm waiting for it to break these structures, making an indication, closing above here. Maybe this candle, maybe this candle. Then I'm waiting for a correction. I don't know where this correction could go. This correction could go all the way back down in here. Do you understand what I'm saying? This correction could go all the way back down in here and do a madness. And then I'm waiting for a continuation. So let's imagine, for argument's sake, I took this as the indication, the correction, the continuation. And I said, you know what? I'm going to enter this trade here. Have a look. This is quite important, this one. When I entered this trade here and I'm going to place my stop below this last low as an aggressive entry, I've got to be concerned and understand and have awareness of what's below me. So I'm going to drop my time frame because I can see all of those green candles bunched up together. I'll have a look, or open my, increase my time frame. Sorry. Let me just get back to where I was. Where was we? Here, look. You see here, when I've on a smaller time frame on the hour, that was a close of a candle. But I have to take into consideration all of these green candles together. And these green candles together, look, I'm going to use this indicator here, which is a fair value gap indicator. It's going to show me all the imbalances. Are going to no, it's not going to show me, sorry, because they've been closed. It would have showed me if they hadn't been closed. So let's do it manually. I'm going to be like, rah, bro, even though I want to get in here, entry here, I'm seeing some concerns here. I'm going to make it a different color so you can differentiate between the other ones that I drew. I'm seeing some concerns here. I'm seeing some concerns here. Imbalances. Can you see that? There's no imbalance here. There's no imbalance here. There's no imbalances here. There's no imbalances here. But then when that candle closed on the 1 hour time frame, which I was saying this is an hour entry, that would have been about here, approximately. But when I look and I can see all of these green candles, all of these bullish action, I'm thinking to myself, all of those green candles added together on a larger time frame are going to create imbalance. Look at the yellow imbalance here. Look at the yellow imbalance here. Where did the market come back to? The imbalance. So if I was to take this trade here, I have to be aware and be like, bro, there's imbalances there I need to take into consideration. So on the hour time frame, at minimum, if I really want to stay in this trade, my stop's got to be outside of these imbalances plus my spread times 2. Or if I want to be safe, I place my stop below swing lows. So there you go. That's my aggressive entry. Even though the candle closed up here, I've got to take into consideration the concerns. If I don't take into consideration the concerns, yeah, I went into a little bit of blue. I went into a little bit of profit. But then the market came and closed the imbalance, the same concern that I was concerned about. All right, let's see me get an entry down here on a smaller time because an hour is still massive. Let's go to my 15 minute. I want to put the time in here so I don't have to keep scrolling. So this is the 22nd of April, 2024 at 6 o'clock. So I go in here. I go 22nd of April, 0600 hours, so that I don't have to keep rewinding it. Now watch this. So we looked on the hour. Let's go on our 15-minute time frame and have a look. So on our 15-minute time frame, have a look at the look. This market was here. So if I was to draw some lines in here, have a look at the lines. The lines would be like this. Why would they be like that? Because I'm touching the last high, this area here before this lowest point. And I don't like the fact that there's this mountain of red candles there. It's giving me too much of a gap. Let's drop to our 5-minute time frame, which somewhere I said to you, I don't mind you being at as your lowest time frame. Yeah, as a beginner, I don't mind you getting to your 5-minute time frame. Whoops, where is it? Sure, I put it in there. In here. How comes I'm not getting back to where I need to be? 22nd of April. Why can't I see where we are? I don't know why. All right, so look, have a look here. Now look at our strategy. Okay, this is better. This is something I said I have no problem with you guys being. If I was to draw a line from here now, the line would have to be like this. Somebody tell me why my line would have to be like that yellow one there. Based upon our strategy. Why would I draw this line like this? Somebody knows. Somebody knows why I drew this line like this. Come on, give me that energy, because I know.
Last high before low.
There you go. Good morning, my brother. This last high before this lowest point gives me my parameters of how I'm going to draw this first line. And the second line is just an absolute parallel line. I hit control, I hold control and drag it out on Windows. It makes an exact parallel line for the range. I don't really need this bottom line here. It's not important to me, but I'm going to put it in anyway. Okay, like that. So therefore, my strategy now, once I've seen it come and close the imbalance that I was concerned about, is I'm waiting for an indication, correction, and continuation above this high on a 5-minute time frame. That's what I'm waiting for. So when I'm seeing over here, these candles are a little bit choppy. I'm not gonna lie to you, they are a little bit choppy. But wherever I can see a clean closure, yeah, a clean closure, for argument's sake, even if you don't take this one, which is it's a bit messy. When I say it's messy, I just a little wicks that are close to it. But let's take this one over here. Let's take this one over here as a closure. The market went sideways a little bit, pushed down here. All right, closed below, and then came and closed back above. Look, for argument's sake, that's your entry. Aggressively would be there, would be your stop. Below this last low is your aggressive entry. Let's leave that one in there. Your safer entry would be below. It's so sketchy in this middle section here. Your safer entry probably be below this low here, but it's so close to the swing low, will probably be there. So you're talking about a difference here between, these two positions in here. All right. But for argument's sake, look, that would be your entry here. I'd be an aggressive entry trader taking the first one. Let's have a look and see what happens. What happens is it goes to space. Not based upon no new strategies, based upon the exact same strategy that gave us the entry above here. I could show you a 1-minute entry using the same strategy. Now, it's all dependent upon when you are at the charts, what you're looking at, and what your risk parameters are. Because this trade here, as a 5-minute entry, which I said you're perfectly fine within your rights to be down there as a new trader or someone learning this charts, goes to space. It not only goes to space, let me tell you something. I can see from my eyeball, just looking at this, it doesn't even give you a reason why you should get out of the trade. Until maybe if I want to be really, let me see. No, doesn't even give you a reason to get out of this trade, because I can see an indication here that breaks the structure. Because have a look, this would have been some structure over here. It does close down below here, but it doesn't correct and continue this direction. So why would you be out of the trade? Nowhere here does it correct and continue in the opposite direction. Why would you be out of the trade? So you're still in the trade all here. You're still in the trade all here. Look, even over here, if you want to say over here, this market pushed up here, made a little bit of structure underneath here. Look, the candle broke down here, closed. Did it correct and continue? Nope. You're still in the trade. You're still in the trade. Even here, have a look. The market pushes all the way down here. Very big push. Make you hold your wee-wee, all right? To this wick. Then it corrects over here. Then it starts to come down here. The question I'm asking, does it close below this level? Maybe, based upon I wonder, maybe just about. It's very, very tight. Maybe just about. That might have given you an excuse to get out. But it's so tight, maybe you didn't get out. On another broker, not Oanda, this didn't close below this wick. On your MT5, it didn't close below this wick. It wasn't a clear closure below here. And the market continued going. I'd say only about maybe when you're getting over here, maybe you get a closure here because this is breaking some structure over here. Broke this structure, retrace, close up. Maybe you would have got out of the trade here. All right, let's see in the best case scenario, because it is a best case scenario, because there was the other little area here. I'm going to put a little blue line in there or make it a different color, yellow line. Let's see what that looks like. Not based upon magic, not based upon a new strategy, based upon how I take to get in and out of the trade. That's a 1-to-7 trade. Phenomenal trade. That's a 1-to-7 trade before that hour entry has even been triggered. Before that hour entry that we spoke about over here is even being triggered, you caught a 1-to-7. And in that hour entry, you had to look. The reason, let me say, on a smaller time frame, why you wouldn't have even got into that entry. On a smaller time frame, you wouldn't even have got into that entry. You know why? Because you've seen it make this big bullish run. You would have drawn in some lines. Have a look at this line that you would have drawn in. You ready? This is even showing you why you wouldn't have got in. On a smaller time frame, you would have drawn your lines in like this, and you would have started to see that the market started to go sideways up in here. Price started to break outside of your trend and break structure bearishly. So why would you be trying to buy over here without taking into consideration the distance it might come and retrace? If you wanted to hit buy here, that's fine. like I've shown you on the hour time frame, you could have, but your stop has to be here because the market is now breaking structure and going bearish, making a retracement. Even if you wanted to go there, worst case scenario, have a look. You would have at least had to use your Fibonacci, pull that from that low to your highest point, 50%. You'd at least been like, right, this market's going to possibly get at least all the way down here. You're going to be thinking to yourself, that market could at least come all the way down to that 50%. And what it did, it actually came back to that 50% and they actually pushed a little bit further past it to the 618 area. Yeah, the point is you understand that that's possible because we say markets move in waves. This market's not going to keep going up and up and up and up and up and up forever. It's going to have a little breather and retrace. Let's go and look at another market. Boom, we hit the button. Euro AUD. All right, larger time frame. See what's going on straight away. It's not a market I trade, but if I was trading it, I'll do the exact same thing. Now let's get back to what I was saying yesterday. Based upon what I'm showing you, there's somebody on the call like right now. Like, oh gosh, I can see it. We draw our lines. Jay, yeah, we make the range. I can see what you're saying. Yeah, there's the indicator. They know this strategy. So the question is, why haven't you quit your job, moved to Jamaica or Africa or wherever it is you want to move to and been crushing the game? Because of your psychology. That's why. Because this trading thing is not just about understanding the strategy. Otherwise, everybody will be out here whipping Bugattis because they was on a Breakfast Club session. It's about your mind. Because your mind starts telling you to do the absolute opposite of what you know you're supposed to do. It's the same thing I'm talking about if you know better, you should do better. Well, that sounds good in theory, but we still go have a cheeky fizzy drink. We still got to have a cheeky cigarette if that's what you do. You still got to have a cheeky and do something you're not supposed to do or you know that ain't necessarily the best for you because you're only human. So essentially what this trading thing is fighting against your natural human tendencies. Let me show you one of them. Jay said to you, wait until the candle closes before you enter the trade. You just go, yeah, it looks like it's going up. You just hit the button. You just hit the button and I'll tell you what happens. That market comes down and stops you out. And you're like, oh my God, why didn't I wait for the candle to close? Just before you see the candle close, you see it just wicking the opposite direction. Oh my goodness. But you knew you were supposed to wait for the candle to close. But your psychology, your lack of patience, your greed kicks in. This is why right now I'm going to be doing a lot of work trying to rewire this psychology. Because I don't think the strategy is an issue. No one can't stand up to me and tell me my strategy don't work. I did 9-7 yesterday at the markets. 9-7, no losing trades. Yeah? I'm saying to you, like, that's not based upon some strategy that I'm not telling you about. That's not based upon the secret advanced strategy. If you guys just pay $59.95, I'll let you know exactly what it is I'm doing. That's based upon what I'm showing you here every single morning. So the difference is that my mind, and I'm telling you that you have a tremendous advantage on me because I had to learn through blood and pain. I'm saying to you, you can learn from my experience. You are going to have to learn from your own blood. I'll tell you that much. You are going to have to feel it. I'm just letting you know. You are going to have to feel it. But all you have to do is survive that process. What do I mean? I mean, all you have to do to be a successful businessman is to be able to keep surviving all of your failed businesses. Because if for whatever reason you completely whack yourself out on the third failure, when really you have to get to 9 failures for you to get to Amazon, well, you're not going to get to Amazon. When you're trading, if you decide to go and put your whole life savings and do a madness to the point where your missus goes, let me tell you something, rude boy, I don't want to see you ever open that laptop again because you just spunked our sons or daughters' university money trading. By that point in time, you've blown your opportunity. You're not going to survive. You're not going to live long enough to be able to get to the point where you're like, oh, wait a minute, I actually get this. Some of you are on this call right now. I'm telling you, you're near the top of the seesaw. You've seen some, you're no longer just losing trades. You're balancing out. You know, maybe you're not completing challenges like crazy, but you're getting there. And I'm telling you, that getting there isn't because you're getting the strategy more and more and more. Maybe you are a bit, Maybe you are taking into consideration some things, but it's this now. Now, just before you're gonna go and take that trade and make the lot size a 10, when really it should have been an 8, you make it a 7. Because you know the last time you made it a 10, that shit didn't go too well. Yeah? You know that when I said something to you yesterday, I said a strategy for you guys. I said, win a trade, and that trade is at least 1% of your account, whether that's a 100K account, 50K account, 2K. I want you to secure that money. I want you to secure it. Move your stop and secure that money. Afterwards, when you get more advanced with that, you're going to secure that money close to that 1%, but with structure in mind. Taking into consideration the structure, the last high, and any type of imbalance that you see the market might reach for before continue going in your direction. But I'm saying to you, regardless of that, you are going to learn from getting burnt. Yeah? You see my son, he knows not to do certain things because I will slap him. Or he knows not to do certain things because last time he did it, he fell down the stairs. Or he burnt his hand. Or he burnt his mouth. I said to him, blow the tea before you drink it. He wants to put his both lips in the cup like this. When he burnt his lips, now he knows. Prior to that, it was just noise. Daddy was just making noise. Yap, 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 yap. I was just talking. Now he knows the tea's hot. And it's the same thing that I'm telling you will happen with you, but I'm just saying to you, when it happens to you, do not think it's unique to you. Do not think, oh my gosh, this trading thing, I blew my account. It's not unique to you. It's how you cut your teeth. It's how you got your stripes. You had to feel the pain. See, certain people are going through things in their life right now, and they're like, oh, why can't this happen? Why can't that happen? But what you don't understand is it's part of your journey. You've had to go through those things for you to have learned something. Whether you're going to be passing that knowledge on to someone else, and whether that knowledge is going to be for you to do better, you had to go through it. You see me, I'm a businessman. And what do I mean by that? I mean, I've been doing business for myself since I was 18. That doesn't mean that right now I'm Jeff Bezos and all my businesses are where they're supposed to be, because they are not. But I've been fending for myself since I was a boy or since I was a young man. Yeah, and I do okay. But I know that I'm the tip of the spear. I'm not a well-hardened spear that my dad did business and my dad's dad did business and my great-great-grandfather was doing this, and they passed me down some knowledge and some information and they helped me do this. And when I was young, I was looking over my dad's shoulder and watching him do his accounts and how he can manage people. And I was sitting there. That never happened for me. So I'm tip of the spear. So I understand the pain that I've had to go through is so that my sons don't have to go through that pain. So that my sons can go to me, Dad, what is it that you do? Which they ask me all the time, what do you do? How do you get the money, Daddy? Like, what is, and I say, this is what I do, babe. I say, but Daddy, who do you work for, Daddy? And I have to explain to them that different things. No one explained that to me. Nobody probably explained that to you. So you are the tip of the spear, maybe in your whole generation, maybe in your whole last name. You're the first person to take an interest in finance and try and work out how you can make money from what's happening in the financial world. Maybe, I don't know, but it's very, very possible. Maybe you're the first person to decide to set up their own business or their own charity or their own whatever it may be. Maybe you're the first person who decided to go to school and get a higher education. Maybe that makes you the tip of the spear. You had no manual. You had no prior education, no prior teaching. The Jewish man goes to the synagogue from when he's a boy, teach them about money and the importance of money. It's ingrained in their education, in their teachings. He watches his dad, who don't work for nobody, do certain things, know how to navigate the system, know how to do this and do that. And he's seen it. So how can he make mistakes if he's seen the right way to go about doing things? So just understand you're the tip of the spear. So the pain that you may feel in trading, in business, and whatever it is you're doing in your life, embrace it. Sounds mad, right? Embrace it and learn from it. Be like, okay, well, that hurt. But I will say this saying, I say, but I'll go to hell so that my kids don't have to go hell, you know? I'll go there gladly. Sit down there with my bum toasty like that in hell if it means that my kids don't have to go. What does that mean? That means I will do the work. I will shovel shit. if it means that I can pass the energy on. So right now, when you're here every single morning, and you're learning and you're looking and you're thinking, and sometimes you don't want to come here in the morning, or sometimes you don't want to do your business, or sometimes you don't want to go to work or go to college or whatever it is you're doing. You have to slap yourself and remember, bro, this is bigger than me. I'm the first person to ever go to university. I'm the first person to ever, do this finance thing. I've got to get on this. If he can do it, I can do it. If she can do it, I can do it. That's got to be our mentality, because I'm telling you right now, for all the people that are on this call, I know what you guys look like. And I'm telling you, you need to look in the mirror and understand that we are at the bottom of this game that's being played. We're at the bottom. I'm sorry to hit you off with it in the morning. We are at the bottom. And the only thing that's going to help us stop being where we are is for man to pick up that piece of wood and start sharpening the end of it and become the tip of the spear. Start making some headway. Start saying, no, we ain't doing that again. No. I'm not going to be like, Uncle Murdy, who died and left his family with debts, or who died and left his family with nothing, or didn't teach his kids nothing. Or if your dad wasn't there for you, then you need to be a better dad. If your mum didn't do the things you wanted to do, when you pick up the mantle. This is where we're at right now, guys. This is why I'm so passionate about this. This is why I'm so passionate about business. So I'm so passionate about certain things. There's certain things that we know how to do, guys. I'm telling you, we know how to do well. And the other cultures admire us for those things. That's why we are the top of popular culture. Because they see certain things that we do and they're like, right, I can't catch the beat. Who's seen the meme of all the people trying to do? They look at Amapiano dance. You must have seen everyone on Instagram trying to catch that little Amapiano little shuffle. Them can't catch it. They wish they could catch it. The little dance move that I see everybody doing like that to the Amapiano. But in the grand scheme of this game, unless we own those things, something that Kanye West has been talking about, something that Dame Dash has been speaking about, I follow all these people. They're basically saying, listen, music's one of the biggest #1 exports of the United States of America, but we don't own it. This man over here that doesn't look like us owns it. So therefore, we can't pass nothing on to our youths. What did Tupac pass on to his youths? What did Biggie pass on to? What did these people pass on to? They didn't own nothing. Because they stayed in the comfort zone of what they can do. We can do music, yo. We can do dance. We can do certain things. But if we don't, show me, where is that West Indian shop franchise? Where is the McDonald's that makes patties and righteous food? Where are they? And I know what people are going to say. We've been held back. We've gone through slavery, blah, 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 and we've done certain things and we're still here. I hear that. I agree with that, in fact. But there's a lot of other cultures that went through things as well. And they decided to come together and galvanize and say, you know what? We need to sort some things out. And there are pockets of us, myself, yourself, different individuals that you've seen that are trying to think. But I'm just saying to you guys, the path is painful, yo, because you're tip of the spear. You must just keep on keeping on. And the first person that gets to where they're supposed to get to, you know what happens? I throw down the rope and I go, yo, Jivan. Come up.
And I go, you.
Yep. And Jivan comes up. And because Jivan can't bring everybody. This is the thing. Because when Jivan sends that rope to his brethren that weren't on nothing, when he was telling him to come and do something, he goes, he's just going to mess it up. I'm building this. I need a proper team.
What?
Navy SEALs. I want Navy SEALs only. So I send the rope to Jivan, and then afterwards I send the rope to Jordan, and then afterwards I send the rope to Sister Abana, and then I say, mechanic, there you go, because I know that you guys are made of the stuff and get it. How many times have you dealt with somebody just because you're trying to ting and then they come and they let you down? They don't do a professional job. They don't take themselves seriously. So what do you want me to do? Keep paying you to come and do a madness in my yard when I could pay the Polish man over here to go and do something? Well, I'm not. But what I can also do before that time is I can make sure that I surround myself with people that are serious people. No one can't look in my face and tell me I'm not a serious person. Nobody. Because if I'm on something, I'm on something. If I want to do something, I'm doing something. So therefore, I'm an asset to you because I'm your family, yo. Not by blood, by choice. Which I think is more powerful, yo. Because we've all got family that wouldn't be our family if we didn't share blood. Wouldn't be people that we wanted to share time with if we didn't share blood. But people
you can't choose them. You can't choose them.
Exactly. If you could choose, then they wouldn't be people that you'd spend time with. So people that you choose to spend time with, like every single morning. That's why you hear me. I'm grateful, yo. I'm not grateful for the fact that you man are putting money in my pocket and stuff, but I see the bigger picture. The bigger picture is like, I can phone Sister Abana, yo. I could ask her for a favor. And I know that me asking her for a favor, she may feel inclined. Maybe she might correct me, but she may feel inclined to do me the favor because she knows that I will do for her. Is this the Illuminati? Is this the Masons? Is this the same kind of principle? That I'm gonna do the mechanic's on the call right now. He's my mechanic. He's a man. If something's going on, I want to ask him about the whips. I'm gonna say, yo, bro, like, this is what it is. And he does me favors. But him doing me favors, he knows that I'm inclined to do him a favor. He'll come to my yard and be like, bro, I'm taking your lawnmower, bro. Take it, bro. I swear he's still got my drill. He'll take my drill. He'll do this. He'll say, bro, follow me down the road.
Hey, drill's gone, bro. It's gone. It's gone into the East, bro. It's gone into the East.
Yeah. Do you understand what I'm saying? But you know what that means? That means that I am always strong. I always have. Opposed to not being able to come together like we do every single morning, not understanding the size and the magnitude of the task ahead. The magnitude of the task ahead is you are trying to be tip of the spear in these financial markets and probably other areas of your life, whether that's business, whether that's whatever it may be. And you must stay the course because it's bigger than you. You think it's about you, but it's not about you. It's bigger than you. Because if your parents, no disrespect to them, or your grandparents thought like that, maybe they did think like that, to be fair, because they got you over from another country, they found housing, they secured the plane, you wasn't, you exist, you weren't born in a dustbin somewhere. So maybe they were thinking like that, but that was their task. But now the task is bigger, yo. Because I'm telling you, see, this world, I'm not gonna say the country, this world is gonna be it's just gonna be haves and have-nots, and you gotta decide. You got to decide if your last name are going to have or they're going to have not. And you're better off die trying than settle, thinking to yourself that somehow you're going to settle in the middle. You are not going to settle in the middle. Yeah? Remember I said this because I'm telling you, this conversation will age well. You are not going to settle in the middle. There will be no middle class. There will be people who have because they decided to activate, and people that are on a breadline. Maybe not you right now. Maybe not even your kids if they're old enough. But let me tell you something, a generation away. Can you see this thing getting better? Let me just ask you, let me put it out there. Can you see this country getting better? Can you see all of a sudden everything getting more, fairer, more equitable? Can you see them, okay, I tell you what, let's share out the bread. Let's start helping some people. It's not gonna happen. Look at the world, it's nuts. There's nuts stuff up. Look at Instagram. Look at so the world. You're just looking at stuff on a daily basis. Like, right, is this the world? Is this the world today? I don't know what's going to be like in a year or two. Unless we activate, guys. All right. So once again, like I said, I'm here. Euro AED. I'm having a look. Sorry, that's my rant. But my rant in my energy is all centered around this trading. It's all centered around us being present. It's all the same thing to me.
Mindset.
It's mindset. It's looking at this and saying, there's rules to this. This is a game. I'm waiting for this. I'm managing my risk. I'm taking risk. Why would you take risk on your money? Well, because you understand that money is a tool. And me leaving it in my bank account is not going to do anything. I'll get rich or die trying. I'm telling you, I'm either going to make 10 million this year or I might be underneath a bridge. I don't mind. Because I know what the task ahead is. I don't want to settle and not fulfill my potential. Because every single one of you have got potential in whatever space that is. And it is an injustice to yourself. I saw, what is the picture? You disappoint people that believe in you when you decide not to, I don't know, do your best today. Something like that. I can't remember what it was. Something like that. I'll find it and I'll put it up today on my status. But it's true. People rely on you, man. Do you get what I'm saying? And if they're not relying on you, they should do. A little bit of pressure makes diamonds, right? And you can't watch another man's story as well, because his story is, or her story is their story. It's not your story. You may have to go through and bear the cross and do madness and go pay and get cut up knees and elbows, and that might be your story. And all you got to do is keep on keeping on for you to get to the other side. I talked to some man like, bruv, it's mad right now. I'm like, bro, I hear you, bruv. but we're here. You understand what I'm saying? Like, let's keep going. Yeah. And I know for a lot of people, life is tough at the moment. For a lot of people. Yeah. But only you being here, only you deciding to do better is going to change that. No one's going to come and bring you no bread, no handouts. I'm just letting you know. Nobody's coming to save you. You got to save you. Yeah, sounds horrible. You got to save you. All right? Have a look at this market here. Euro AUD, we're trading down. You can see here in this structure market was kind of going sideways, mucking around. We had a bearish push breaking outside of this range. At the moment, in my opinion, we're in the middle of this little bit of a range. Okay? I'm not overly interested in this market because it could come down to this blue box and say, you know, I want to push back up to the top of this blue box, which I don't think it wants to do. Or it could decide it's in the middle. Yeah, don't care about it. Let's go to another pair, Euro GBP. All right. So I'm going to delete everything off this chart. Larger time frame. This larger time frame, once again, is me understanding what is Euro GBP doing, and do I want to get involved? All right. So from here, I can see this market was doing this, just connecting some dots. Like so. I'm going to put on this bigger range. This is the potential of this market that maybe it's doing this. But I can definitely see the market came down here, making some sort of push down here. Have a look. And definitely see that. Can you see it? You should be able to. Touch the bottom of the range in this discounted area. Look, and let me show you. Look at the joke. Let me show you the better joke. Let's imagine that I only took this and this data point. Okay? Because sometimes I think people overlook what I'm showing you. I took this data point, have a look here, and this data point, and I simply extended it. I can get to the settings. To the right. What I'll call winky dink, that when the market got down here, we had a massive reaction. So if we've seen that time and time and time again, why wouldn't we use that as part of our strategy to understand where these markets might be areas of solid demand? Well, we do. That's why you see me draw my lines, because when the market got down to here, if I had drawn that line based upon 2002 and 2006 on this much larger time frame, when the market got down here, I'd be thinking to myself, why? I'm interested in potentially buying this market because we're in a discounted area, and I would have been correct. I would have waited for the structure to have broken after I've seen this push down here. Okay, and I would have been able to get into that trade based upon the strategy that we teach every single day. But right now, this market, we can see pushes up, and we're in the middle of this potential bigger range. And within the middle of that range, we can identify some different things, because we understand the market only does a handful of things. It goes bullish, it goes bearish, and it goes sideways. At the moment, in my opinion, Euro GBP is in this whole sideways fraff energy. Once again, I wouldn't be in a rush, even though this is a much, much bigger picture. Okay, I'm not necessarily in a rush to get involved in this sideways fraff. Look at it. I don't want to get involved in that when there's a million other gal for me to go and choose from. I don't need to get involved with this one here, schizophrenic one. I'm gonna you know what? Cool, I hear you. Yeah, but I'm gonna chat to you, Richard. And I'm gonna move to another one. Here we are, Euro NZD, and we're looking at another pair, because we want to see something that is going to make sense for us. So I'm looking at this market here, for example, on a much larger time frame. You guys have got to be able to do this time and time and time again. We can see the market pushed up in here, and the market came down in here. The market is ultimately trading within this high point and this low point over here. That's the range it's trading here and here. Now within that range, of course, there's different price action. The market came down here. Why did I draw the line like that? Because it's the last high before this lowest point. Then the market started to push up like this. Yeah. So at the moment, we're kind of in this energy over here of this market. Of course, within that yellow range, we're getting more price action. The market's doing this. Doing this. Yeah. And this is me looking at it all the way out on a weekly time frame. Yeah. Is it in the best place for me to go and take a trade? No, but maybe I could still take a trade here. We can see them prices broken outside of the market at the moment. Ultimately, the price is trading within a range of this highest point. Well, it actually tells us just kind of broken outside of that range-ish. Yeah, kind of broke outside of there, a lot of fraff action happening over here. But this market is ultimately seems to be making some lower highs. Okay. and ever so slight lower lows. Maybe this market here is going to push all the way down to this yellow line. Yeah, but to be perfectly honest, once again, even if I drew some lines in here, I'm not over the moon about where we are in the bigger picture. Okay, we're trading down within here, and if someone bent my arm, I'd be trying to get involved in a sell from being high in this market after it breaks out of this blue box, which it will do, I believe, because it's already done it over here. Yeah, but am I in a hurry to get involved into this? Nope. Next pair. See that? I've gone through four pairs, and I'm not interested. That's what you're going to be able to do, just based upon you being able to look at market structure and price action, understand that you want to buy in a discount and sell in a premium. And if you can see that you're not there, keep it stepping. If you're only trading one pair and that one pair isn't where it's supposed to be, well, then you can't take no trades. That's it. Don't you hear certain man tell when I say, well, I haven't really traded because I only trade US 30 and at the moment it's consolidated. That's it. That's the end of their journey. When their alert goes off to where it goes to where it's supposed to go, they'll activate again and do something. It's that simple. Have a look at this. This market right now is trading within this range, here and here. When near the bottom of that range that the market came and tapped into, and on a bigger picture, we're actually breaking outside of this structure. Maybe GBP NZD looks a bit more appealing. Potentially, from a much bigger picture, this market might be trying to push up from the bottom of this range. Maybe. That's what my immediate reaction from looking at it. Let me go to my daily time frame and have a look. Okay, from my daily time frame, I can see that the market. Just going to give me some more screen. Just not. Okay, go to the weekly. You can see that the market is pushing up from here. Oops, what have I done? Oops, sorry. That the market, pick the right tool, is pushing up. Whoa, why does it keep doing that? Let me try again. Don't know what's happening. I think maybe I'm clicking. Actually, don't know why it's doing that, to be fair. Let me try again. I'm going from the other direction. All right, that's a bit better. Then the market is kind of doing this. All right, and if I want to get tighter on what's going on, I can take down from this wick, maybe. When I say wick, maybe, because sometimes that wick is just pure manipulation. Some news happens, something mad happened. Yeah, you got to look where the general energy is of the market. And the general energy of the market, in my opinion, looks about here. That wick, for all I know, was some madness happened in GBP. The Prime Minister decided to Mooney somebody, and everyone thought it was mad, and the market tanked for a second. I don't know. But right now, have a look. Price is broken outside of this little range here that was coming down. Broken structure indicated. Push down here, corrected without breaking this swing level, and we're down in the bottom of this discounted area that maybe, if I draw some more lines in looking something like this, maybe this market here might present me an opportunity, if I go drop my time frame down on a 4 hour now, that the market might want to turn around. Let me try. I'm zoomed in now, so I'm getting some more. I can make it a bit more accurate. Yeah. Like so. Maybe this market is pushing down here. Why? Maybe to close this imbalance that I can see over here. Remember, I'm an investigator. I'm Sherlock Holmes. All right. This imbalance that was in here. Have a look. Maybe that's the reason why this market's been pushing down into that area there, is to close up this imbalance. Yeah. I don't know how well I've drawn that, but maybe it wants to keep pushing that. Either way, I'm not going to hit the button until I get my confirmations. We know what my confirmations are. I need indication. I need correction. I need continuation. I need a change of character. All right. So right now, this market is doing this potentially in a bit of a range as well, because the range was like this. Have a look. Like I'm seeing that I can see all this stuff in light speed, and you have to be able to do the same thing by, being repetitive, repeating this, going and doing it over and over and over again. All right. Let me get rid of this. This doesn't need to be here. All right. So we see the market push down in here. That's cool. That's fine. This is a little push, maybe a liquidity grab, nam in here on a larger time frame. All right. If I go to my hour time frame, I'm watching this in here. Boom. I'm going to be wondering whether this market here is going to start breaking structure bullishly and give me an opportunity from this area of demand to start taking this on a big trade. I could try and sell it down into this area because I might be wrong. The market might decide it wants to kiss, or it might really push all the way down here, and I'm like, raw, I missed out on, you know, how many pips is that? Missed out on 85 pips. So I might say, you know what, maybe it's a good fit, but personally, I'd wait. Personally, I'd wait to see this market do something and see if it's going to break this structure or if it's going to completely melt through this whole imbalance and keep going. If it does, I'll be looking for this to keep selling it. I don't have a problem with selling it after the market's been selling off because it just means that's the direction it's going. But I need confirmations. And at the moment, if I hit the button for a sell right now, it might start going, oh yeah, Jay, look, here's some profits, here's some profits. Okay, we're done with that now. We're done with that now. Based upon what I thought it might do anyway. So I might as well just wait. All right, so I'm going to wait, pop an alert in here. So this, out of what I've seen so far, I'm interested. Pop an alert in here when it starts crossing down, if it gets deep into this imbalance. Pop another alert over here. If it decides, you know what, we've had enough of that and starts trying to break some smaller structure here on our, that's our structure right there. 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 If I drop my time frame down to my 15 minutes, again, that's still swing structure in here. But it's a nice little level for me to get an alert, because if it does come and break here, it will not only be breaking our structure, it would also have broken out of this yellow channel, which is meaning it's something else as well. It means that it's changing the trend. The trend was in this yellow channel, yeah, and now it's, if it starts coming up here, it means it's doing something else. And then my alert's gonna ring, and I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm waiting for my indication, my correction, my continuation, and I'll be getting in that trade, either placing my stop all the way below these swing lows, wherever they decide to stop, or getting in very aggressive because I'm feeling wicked and bad on my last low. Am I making sense? Has that made sense to everybody of how I lost somebody in my haste?
Nah, makes sense.
Yeah, and we've looked for a few different pairs, and this is the one I've chosen. Not to say it's you know, a trade of a lifetime, but this is the one that looks slightly interesting to me. When you go to the fruit and veg shop, you don't just pick up the first you know, melon that you see. You spin a couple of them around and have a look at them, see which one looks the best, which one looks the sweetest, which one ain't got no bruises, or no holes, or no dents. It's the same with our markets. We're in a market. We're in the same market that you'll go and you'll pick up your fruit and veg and have a look to see whether it's good or not. You think I'm just going to pick up the first apple that's got pure worm marks and holes and everything in it and buy that one because it's the one at the top? Why would I do that? When I can look through all of these different markets and these different fruits and pick the ones that look delicious. It's the same. It's just absolute. And I don't trade GBP NZD, but I'm just saying it's the same. So right now, even from this perspective here, on an hour and 15-minute time frame, I'm waiting for a break of this level on a smaller time. If I want to go down to my 5-minute time frame, which I'm looking, I don't necessarily yeah, the 5-minute looks okay as well, because in all of this move down here and all of this energy down here, I haven't seen the market really, I was going to say really indicate, correct, and continue. Maybe there's something going on here, but maybe not because of all this wick. But I'd say, look, from a 15-minute time frame, I'm waiting for this. I'm waiting for this little drawing that I've done in here. I don't know, it might keep pushing down. If it does keep pushing down, maybe I'll be waiting for this further down here. Who knows? Yeah, but for now, this is what I'm waiting for. I've got my alerts in here. In fact, I'm going to move this alert up a little piece. I'm moving it up a little piece just to below this wick. I'm good. This is potential food that I've got there that I could eat today. If I hear my alert ring. If I can't remember what this trade is, you know what I do? I go to my alert. I double click into my alert and I remind myself, you know, GBP, NZD, you know, buy from, you know, the bottom of, you know, area of, you know, from discounted area. And then I can go in here and get really deep about it. You know, has market indicated, corrected, and continued, you know, breaking 15-minute structure or higher. You know, I can go and I can write a whole essay in there for me if I can't remember what the trades are. All right. But here we are. Boom. And maybe, God willing, today I'm going to put a message in the group saying GBP NZD going to space. Maybe. Maybe not. Maybe this decides to just go down here and say, Jay, we don't care what you're talking about. We want to keep going down here. We want to do something else. Maybe. I ain't got a crystal ball. I'm just looking at it based upon my strategy and what I understand about the markets and saying to myself that this, out of the ones that I've seen, looks interesting because we're in an area of demand. that maybe, let me zoom back out, this market wants to tap into this area and start pushing out. Worst case scenario, maybe wants to get back to the top of this yellow range. I'm going to be really excited when I see it break this yellow range and do this. That's going to be real excitement for me to get in that trade from a much bigger perspective. But that might not happen today or this week for all I know. And then I'm going to be really excited when the market keeps pushing up and breaks this structure. And then I'm going to be really excited when the market starts pushing up and comes up to this structure. And then I'll be more excited when it indicates corrects and continues over that structure and keeps pushing up in here. And I'm telling you guys, raw, that trade that we spoke about on Wednesday today?
Yeah, I think it's Wednesday today. Yeah.
You get what I'm saying, you gotta check. I'm gonna be turning around and saying to you, yeah, boom, that trade that we spoke about on Wednesday is, it ran for 1,000 pips. Maybe. I don't know GBP NZD, how it moves. I don't know if it likes to make big retracements or whatever, maybe. I don't know. But maybe. And that's how I want you guys to go through these pairs, be playful with it, man. You're learning. This is your thing. Nah, don't like that one. Why don't you like that one? Be able to explain to somebody why you don't like it. Bro, I don't like it because really it's a bearish market. I want to be selling it. We're in the middle of the range. I'm not on it. Oh yeah, but it might do. Yeah, it might, bro. But I can look at a different fruit, a shinier fruit, a fruit with less, scratches on it. So let me at least look at all the fruits, and then I can say, well, out of all of them I've looked at, yeah, maybe I do want to go with this one. It's not too bad. But how am I going to just go and pick the first one at the top that's got all worms and holes and scratches all over it on the basis of what? That made no sense. Yeah, so it's the same energy, guys. It's the same energy, and that's how you're going to become a better trader, being discerning like this, understanding that it's not it's a marathon, it's not a sprint. I understand it's all in here. All in here. The rules are set. Are you playing by the rules, or are you doing some other stuff? Did you watch some other YouTube video of the guy saying, guys, watch how this happens, and when this happens, every single time, we can do this. Okay then, so is that guy a trillionaire? Is all his followers, his whoever subscribers, are they all trillionaires? Because if it's so matter of fact that this strategy works and the other ones don't, or it's ICC, every single person that does ICC is supposed to be all flying around in spaceships. That's not the case. You get a handful of people that are in the public eye that mention ICC, and I'm going to tell you why. Because he did something that was very, very clever. He released his whole strategy on YouTube, and there's loads of it for free, and was doing the YouTube thing, and was doing the social media for a long time. So let's imagine that instead of the people that I have on this call right now, I had 400,000 people who understood my strategy, who watched my videos, watched my education. A percentage of those people, let's go 0.1%, are going to achieve some success. Because I was one of the people out there that back in the day, I gave my education for free. That's what the ICC man did. And then he just tried to wrap it around with some sort of labrish that he knows this is happening and he knows that it's happening. Come off it, bro. Just be honest. Just look at it. Look at this thing realistically. Look at how many other traders that you see trade from institutional places that are not selling courses, that are not on YouTube, that are not out here telling around and saying to you that they trade ICC. They're not, or they trade, this is the only way that they can trade. No. Yes, of course, IC is correct with things, of course, because there is only one God, bro. So you can call him what you want or call her what you want. There's only one God. That's a fact. Or there's only, like all of these stories, all you see out here, maybe there are multiple gods. Let me even go deeper than that. Maybe there are multiple gods, but we all agree that there's a God. I think that's given. What you call him and what he happened to do on his little story, or she happened to do on their little story, it may differ depending on who wrote it and who rewrote it. Yeah? So yes, every single strategy is going to have some truth. You have to decide and understand, bro, I can't jump from Kung Fu to boxing before I mastered Kung Fu, because maybe it was that last chapter in Kung Fu would have been what I needed to start winning my matches. Maybe that last chapter in boxing would have been what I needed to stop getting punched straight in the mouth. You don't know. How do you know? You're not in a position to make a judgment. So stay the course, keep doing what you need to do, and get this correct. How do you get this correct? Repetition. How do you get this correct? Stick to the rules. How do you get this correct? Keep turning up. How do you get this correct? Challenge yourself sometimes. Take a funded account. You don't have to be 100K or 200K or whatever you can't afford, because you need to survive. How do you get this correct? Ask questions. How do you get this correct? Be open about your shortcomings. Jay, this keeps happening to me. That's because you're not waiting for the candle to close, bro. Try waiting for the candle to close. Try taking your 1% every single day and being happy with that. Try not losing more than a couple percent a day. Like, these are things you've got to work on, just like anything else, guys. Not like this is some unique thing, just like anything else that you might be doing. Because I know definitely you guys didn't just start saying your alphabet straight away when you was a child. You said A, and then maybe you got to B, maybe you did A, B, C, D. And afterwards, you maybe got to halfway through your alphabet, but you kept forgetting a couple letters. And then afterwards, you could do your alphabet fluently. This is the same. Guys, good morning, good morning, good morning. And God bless. Have an amazing day. I'm going to put something on that's going to hopefully help empower and charge your day, whatever it is you do. Like I said, we talk about trading in the morning because it's something that we all kind of are interested in. But understand, I know that more than likely, what we're about and what everybody wants to achieve is success. Most people want the same thing, to be able to provide for themselves and provide for their family. Yeah, and we're starting here. But the reality is that everybody wants the similar thing. So use the energy, use the teachings, use the network, use the energy to propel whatever it is you're doing in the right direction today. I'm going to play a video about the #1 prop trader, came out 2 days ago on the Forex Beginners podcast. And the title is, yo.
Sorry to disturb you. Before you start the video, I know you're just talking about networking, a bit off topic here.
Let's go.
I just sent you a few things at my clothing brand. I heard you say something. You said Pressure Makes Diamonds, but my brand is actually called Pressure Builds Diamonds.
Jeez, saying nothing. Sounds cold. So tell me about it. Tell the people.
Obviously, I'm saying when you're talking about networking, anyone that's got any links for like manufacturing clothing or anyone that's into like graphic design, there's there's opportunities there to get behind some cool designs.
My brother's got my blood brother, who I just come from holiday with, has a printing business, like an embroidery business where they can embroider certain things. And I can always put it out to him in regards to it if you need work doing, need embroidery done, or some samples.
That sounds like a separate convo. A man would have to work out unit cost for right now. I don't know if
so maybe samples. So maybe he'll do a sample for you for a cost or wherever it may be, I'm sure, or wherever it may be. But also, I know that there's people in the family that do e-commerce and are most interested
in marketing and that.
What we'll do also from a marketing perspective is we'll watch some videos on the marketing stuff, because I genuinely believe that marketing is probably the #1 skill that people should learn in business, is marketing.
Isn't e-commerce like marketing your product? Like, isn't e-commerce like that online selling?
Is doing online business, is e-commerce.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah.
But if you have an online business and you have your shop selling your t-shirts, well, if nobody don't know about it because you haven't marketed it, who gives a damn?
Exactly.
So marketing and learning how to market using social media, understanding Google, understanding offline marketing, understanding how you can partner with other businesses, understanding, what your metrics are, how many do you need to sell, how much, all these type of things like this.
All of that.
Yeah, all these type of things are important to learn and understand. Understanding that, do you even want to do a clothing brand like that? Do you want to approach an influencer? How much is it going to cost these type of things are things that you need to consider, if you're creating a clothing brand, because ultimately it's not easy, especially clothing, especially when you have multiple sizes.
It's going to go hand in hand with music, innit? I don't know if you know I make music. I sent you something there still. What?
Okay, send it to me, bro. And like I said to you, share it with the family.
Yeah, I'll send it in the family as well, man. I'll drop the link, man. Everyone run that up.
Send it to me, and send me the other information as well, and we put it together and we put it out there, and we will support. But definitely from that perspective, I love that, because but what I would definitely say is like, educate yourself as much as you can do, and then try to employ or make relationships with people who are experts in these areas. So what do I
Yeah,
mean by that? I mean, get your own education in regards to marketing,
yeah,
but you're going to come to a point where you're like, well, I actually myself don't want to do the marketing or can't do the marketing. Can I make some sort of relationships with people who are actually experts in these fields? Something that I wish that I learned earlier in my
yeah.
businesses, instead of trying to do everything myself. Because normally you can find yourself doing everything mediocre or
And it
spreading
spreads you
yourself
thin.
thinly. Do you understand what I'm
Yeah,
saying? Yeah.
yeah,
Whereas you could turn around and say, you know what? Say for argument's sake, Jordan does marketing, for example. You could turn around and say, listen, Jordan, here's my brand. It's a strong brand. And if he believes in it, you can say, look, I'm gonna give you this. You're gonna have ownership in my brand if you can
yeah.
come on board and take care of the marketing. Because let me tell you something, 100% of nothing is absolutely nothing.
Hundred
So
percent.
man, so especially within our culture, we're very, we want it all. We don't want to let nobody have part of the cake. But I'm telling you, 100% of nothing is absolutely nothing. And when you look at the big boys that are really doing things, they will turn around and say to you that they
They
own two
break
percent,
bread
or they say we own 2%. They own 3%. They've got 4% share in here. They've got 10% share in here. Like, right, you got 10% share in here. Yeah, but 10% of
for life.
£1 billion or is good money. Yeah. So maybe it might be a strategy for you to, yes, do get your education up so at least you know. Let me show you an easy way. Let me show you. Let me want to go there. Let me show you some things you can do immediately. Do
Yeah,
you
I'm
use
here, man. I'm locked
do
in.
you use ChatGPT?
I don't, I've never used it.
Okay, so you're gonna fix that today.
All right.
Yeah, today you're gonna go and you're gonna open a ChatGPT account, which is
Yeah.
free. All right, they've made it free. They've released a new one recently. Actually, let me go to my actual account. They've released a new iteration of ChatGPT, which is GPT-4. Okay. 40, sorry, 40, or what they call it, yeah. And you're gonna come in here and you're gonna write in here and you're gonna talk to it and ask it the questions that needs to make you successful. So you're gonna say, like, what do I need to consider to launch a successful
Clothing brand
clothing brand, centered around music
and our
and
culture. I don't know.
urban, I hate it, urban
Culture.
culture. For argument's sake, you're going to hit that and it's going to talk to you. And all the points that it pulls out to you, you're going to go and use it as your blueprint to find out about all of those things. You're going to find out
Yeah.
about brand identity. You're going to find out about market research. You're going to find out about design and product development, brand collaboration. If all the things I was just saying to you, yeah? I
Yeah.
like,
Yeah.
yeah?
Yeah.
Marketing and promotion, yeah?
Yeah.
Find out about different sales channels, e-commerce, physical retail. You're going to go through this, use this as a blueprint. You're going to save it in Word and you're going to start building up your own Bible of how your brand's going to be successful. Because let me tell you something, it's not good enough for you to print up some t-shirts. Yeah, you have to be bigger than that. Yeah, because you have to understand that every other wanker, mind my French, is out there
Yeah.
printing out t-shirts and saying, do you want to buy my t-shirt? Okay, cool. What's going to give you the edge on them? What's going to give you the edge on them is that you've considered these things. Yeah. And
Yeah.
you've taken it seriously to say, I know about my brand identity. This is why my brand is called what it's called. This is our
Yeah.
mission and our vision. This is
Yeah.
the target audience. So this is the reason why I'm not selling it to my brethren. This is the reason why I'm actually selling it to all the footballers at
Yeah.
Power League on Saturday, because I identified that these are my target audience. These are my competitors who are also selling to Power League people. But the reason why we're better than them is because I've done my analysis on them, and this is why we're going to be better. This is why my designs are going to be unique. This is the kind of
Yeah.
materials that I'm going to use because I've tested out a few of these cotton t-shirts and they're fraff. So I've ordered
Yeah.
some samples from Alibaba and we're going to be going for this type of material, which is a bit more of a synthetic-y or maybe a bit more natural material, promoting natural energy flow and whatnot. Who knows? But I'm saying to you, when you consider all these things, you're immediately going to
Upgrading
separate
the brand.
yourself. Yeah, you're going to separate yourself from a man who's just turned around and said, I'm going to press some t-shirts.
True.
Everyone can press some t-shirts. Yeah. So yeah, I mean, this is a start, and it's not something that is difficult to do. In a couple of minutes, we've already, identified these type of things. And once again, don't get twisted. You can turn around and say brand identity and go, can you break down further, brand identity and give examples
of how to create brand identity.
of how to create, brand identity.
Yeah.
Use the tools that are
Just
available
go
to
down the
yourself.
rabbit hole.
Go down the rabbit hole, bro. If you really want to make the thing success, look, certainly it's going in.
Yeah.
Name and logo, it's going in.
Yeah.
Design and logo, it's going in. Tagline, yeah. It's got like, have you got your brand and logo? Have you got your tagline? Have you got your color palette? You understand what I'm saying? Then when you say color palette, you're gonna go in there and say, can you offer, websites? Can you suggest websites, tools or apps that can assist with my color palette? If I spelled that right. No, I haven't. Doesn't look like I have.
Yeah, no, 1L, I think. It's 1L, yeah.
Yeah, and you're going to hit enter. Sure.
Brand, voice, and
Here's some
tone.
popular websites. You can go and look in these websites and go and see if you can flip you up a decent color palette.
Shit, and they give you like the places to go and do it, yeah?
I'm saying to you, you have to take yourself as seriously as you want to be taken, bro. And I'm saying to you, the tools are available to you.
Yeah.
You see it?
Yeah.
So by the end of the week, you could be turning around saying, I've got a little document now, bro, that's giving me my own clarity, because I actually thought I'm going to be selling to other musicians or other general public.
Influencers.
Yeah, but now I'm going to be selling to other people. Like, and that's going to charge you and energize you. And more importantly, when somebody else comes to you and says, yeah, I'm interested in this brand, you're going to say, bro, the same knowledge I've just passed to you, you're going to say to them, do you ever use ChatGPT? They can say, no. You can say, go there and do this. And they're going to thank you for that. They're going to think to yourself that you're on some next level genius stuff. And they're going to thank you for even mentioning them to them brand collaborations and influences, because they haven't even they haven't even heard of this.
And mission statements and all of that.
Come on, bro. You understand what I'm saying?
Right. You're right. That's definitely something I'm going to do today still.
Just got to take yourself as serious as you see. The same way we wake up every single morning and try and take this trading thing seriously, you got to take yourself that serious in regards to whatever you want to do, because you know what it is? There's somebody else out there that wants your space, bro. They want your brand. They want to do a brand, and your brand's occupying their space. The only difference between you and them is they're taking this very serious, bro. Because that's the world we live in, bro. It's a competitive world. No one ain't trying to give you none. So that's the energy you got to come with all the time. And if our people and us as being tip of the spear take ourselves this seriously, if when I went to the West Indian shop, rude boy, that she greeted me the way she needed to greet me, and she gave me the food was on time and it was a bit more energy and rare-tete and blah, 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 straight away, I'm like, okay, I want to recommend that. I want to recommend that place even more because it's a villager, but I definitely want to recommend the place because they've taken into consideration these things.
Service.
I'm just saying, just generally, like, we got to take ourselves right. If we're trying to win this thing, we've got to be doing it properly. We can't be half-heartedly, I'd like to make a clothing brand. Okay, cool. Because that when you go and you talk to somebody who's on job, they're going to say, okay, show me your financial plan. And you're going to be like, sorry?
I don't have one. Yeah.
I don't have one. And then immediately, you know what you are?
The conversation's finished. You didn't even start.
Bro, you're just another Negroid, bro. Just chat, bro.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. So, but when somebody turns around and says, oh, I'm a trader, my first energy is, okay, cool, man. What's your strategy? I don't judge, but I try and see where they're at with things. And when they say some people say some mad stuff to me, I just go like, nah, you're just talking to me. You're just saying words because it sounds good. But if I hear man turn and say, yeah, boom, I do this and I check and I've been doing my back testing, I'm like, okay, sick, bro. Like, we should do a session together. That's normally my energy. But a lot of people will just talk for talk's sake. Yeah, I'm a trader. Is it? So what do you do? But I just buy it, bruv, and just buy the thing, bruv. I got a trading 212 account. I just buy it and hold it, bruv. I made some money. I turned 1,000 into free. At that point in time, I'm just like, bro, you're just talking, bro. It just sounds good. You're not a trader. Because you haven't invested the time. It's like me turning around saying I'm a doctor. Man bumping to me in the street, I say I'm a doctor. They go, is it really? Where did I study? They go, I don't really do the studying thing, bro. If somebody's sick, you get what I'm saying? I can just, you know what I'm saying? Like, at that point in time, you're gonna let me cut you open, bro. You're gonna let me do some operation. If I just tell you, I just do my thing. You get what I'm saying? When man's got a little pain, I can just. It's the same principle.
I hear you. It's just about taking everything serious, isn't it?
Taking everything serious because we have the resources, guys. We have the tools. This isn't like back in the day where you didn't have access to information. You do have access to information. That's why I said when I first started the session, some things are, it's on you now because you know better. So you can do better. I've just told you about this thing, bro. This isn't the first time I said ChatGPT to you. But I've just told you right now, you're saying that you're launching a brand and you want to do certain things, bro.
Yeah.
You can do better. Their hair is how you do better. And go down the rabbit hole, like you said, and make it another task, schedule it into your day. Maybe after you do your breakfast club, you're going to spend an hour on your brand because you take it serious.
Yeah, that's what needs to happen, man. What size are you? Large?
Yeah, large. You get me?
Yeah, I'm gonna get you something, man. I will bring you something.
Large or extra large, depending if you're coming with those them Zara sizes. You get me?
Nah, this comes up bigger, so it would be, if you're an extra large, it would be a large for you.
No problem. Large sounds good, bro. And I will wear it with pride, bro. And I will rep it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah?
I'm gonna do that. Yeah.
Love and blessings. I love that. That's made my day, bro. I'm happy about that.
Progression, man. Progression.
I'm happy about that, bro. I like to see the smile on your face as well because you're younger than me and you're on stuff. And it's just like, if you're on stuff from now, you start taking yourself that serious in a year, 2, 3, 5 years. I'm telling you, that 5 years will skip by in no time. Where are you going to be being a serious guy that is taking yourself that serious, bro? You could be that next Nike or that next brand where I'm like, bro, I had a conversation with my guy 5 years ago and he just ran with it.
Yeah. It's good sometimes to get some different insight, you know what I'm saying? So it is appreciated, it's valued still.
Yeah, man. Anytime, bro. If I can help, I will help, bro. Sometimes I do spread myself a little thin, but if whatever I can offer, bro, I will.
Gotta let you know, man. You get me? It's appreciated. Any knowledge.
Yeah, man. Love, bro. I appreciate you being here as well, guys. Like I said to you, you don't have to be here. And
it's a team. Right now, you're the pioneer, man. You done said it already. You gotta be the leadership, the new gen.
Yeah, new gen, bro. We're gonna new gen, bro. You get what I'm saying? But just understand, you see all them man that was walking with Bill Gates, bro. All them man that was walking with Bill Gates when he had some mad ideas about computers, bro. They're all multi-millionaires now, and their whole family and generation has changed. So you being here and you being around and you being present, it's all part of the energy, bro. Like we need a village. You get what I'm saying?
I know everyone's on the same, you know what I'm saying, tip. Like we're all trying to move forward. So yeah, I know eventually we're all just gonna be linking up, just Lambos and shit. Like, yo, man, unity, B.
And yeah, man, and even if it's not Lambos, it's like I said to you, it's here first because you're gonna pass that energy on. Like if you learn this, for example, we're showing man on the screen here, and your son or your brother or your cousin, like think about the help that you're gonna be able to offer them when they stop you at the christening and say, yeah, I'm doing my own clothing brand. You're gonna say, if you need help with that, holler. And when they holler, you're gonna come with real value, bro. You're not gonna come with lavish.
True.
Do you get what I'm saying? You're gonna be coming with value because you did the work.
That's it.
A lot of people are so scared of doing the work. Yeah.
True. Yeah.
Guys, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, man.
Have a great day. Like I said, let me see that brand, bro. Let me see what's going on. I'd love to hear what anybody's got going on, bro. I'm going to be revealing more things that I got going on, etc., and what I really get up to. But right now, I'm more interested in what you guys are into. And like I said to you, I want more stuff in the group. Like I said, Jason's got his boxing match that's happening this weekend. If you can make it, you can make it. I want more stuff going in there that's relevant. I don't want that group to be quiet. I want people to feel comfortable to be able to interact and get value from it. Yeah. So for sure, I'm putting that in the group. But at the same time, we want to put our best foot forward. You know, understand what I'm saying? Like you don't necessarily want to just be out here telling people about this, that, and the third if you're not ready to engage with those people. Do you understand what I'm saying? Sometimes you have to pick your time. Your timing it means stuff. You understand what I'm saying? Certain time. You want man to be able to take you serious. Unless you're asking them, guys, I'm going to do a little poll. What do you think? What's the best color for my logo? And that's that. Yeah. And then, yeah, by all means, we use the resource of having the family there, bro. Yeah?
That's it.
Good morning. Like, so I'm going to play something here. I was going to play it says FTMO prop trader sets the record straight about Forex, or we can listen to Dr. Umar about casual sex in black culture. Casual sex in black culture, or we can talk about FTMO prop trader sets the
FTMO.
No problem. Guys, good morning. God bless. Have a great day.
Wash.
Going on, ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to a beautiful, amazing episode. Look, I'm speaking this already before we even get started. This is going to be a fantastic episode. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Burned in the building. Burned came all the way from Dubai. Burned is the all-time number one on the FTMO leaderboard as a funded trader, prop firm trader. He's funded right now $2 million. real liquid capital, no simulated funds. This trader right here is on a podcast world tour, and he's letting us know, anybody that's interested in trading, he's giving us a realistic perspective of what this journey is like. He's going to share with us today his journey, how he got to where he is today. And this brother has a little edge to him too. So maybe we can ask him some questions that'll get him fired up and give us some viral clips. Ladies and gentlemen, we got Bernd in the building.
Oh man,
what's
Calvin,
up, bro?
Thank you so much for the invite, man.
It's
I'm
an honor to
so
have
happy.
you.
No, I'm so thrilled to be here. Like, it's really crazy. Yeah.
Yes.
No.
Listen, I'm so happy you're here. Welcome to Miami again.
Yeah.
I'm sorry it rained today as well. That messed up your beach day.
Yeah. First day, and it rains already, right? I'm not lucky.
Yes, but we're here, man. You have so much that you have done on this trading journey. You have so much that you've experienced, so much knowledge, so much expertise. But for my audience, they are at the beginning stages right now. Maybe they saw something on YouTube, or maybe they heard a friend say, hey, I'm day trading, I'm in the Forex, or I'm in the stocks, or I'm into something else, futures or something like that, right? And they're interested, right? They're like, man, I would love to grow my money. I would love to be able to get into markets and see a percentage on my money grow. For you, Bernd, when you first started trading or got introduced to this, what was the reason behind it? Like, what was your fuel for wanting to do this?
So my why was basically I hated the corporate job, my corporate job, right? I hated the corporate world. So because I started trading 12 years ago. So I'm 40 years old, so I'm most probably more like someone who is a little bit on the older side when it comes to your audience as well, right? It feels like nowadays all traders are in their 20s, right? So I'm 40 years old and I'm trading since 12 years, 10 years full time. But before trading, I had just a normal corporate job, right? And I was doing that for roughly 5 years. And like during a period, like when I was 3 years or so in the corporate world, I realized that the corporate world is really just not for me, right? Again, I say that every time. I don't want to demonize the corporate world. Everybody is different, but for me personally as an individual, I felt locked in, you know, running in that rat race every single day, that 9 to 5 grind. Actually, for me, it was like not 9 to 5, it was like 9 to 9 at least, you know, more than 8 hours a day. And, you know, like the corporate world is also very political in a way. You know, you have to, you cannot always say what you think, right? You have to say what your supervisor wants to hear in a way, right? And you also not get paid by your performance in a way, I felt like. I mean, that's why at some point of time, I realized, hey, the corporate world is not for me. I don't like it. It was really painful. You know, if I, you know, woke up in the morning or went to bed at night, I felt like, or thinking, can I do this for the rest of my life, day in and day out? And I clearly realized, no, because it doesn't have a purpose for me. And also, I cannot build a legacy. And these 2 points are like, now when I started trading, became more and more prominent and really became like the pillars of why I'm doing what I'm doing, building a legacy and finding a purpose in my life. And yeah, in a nutshell, basically trading, you know, is like provided me like these 2 pillars at the end of the day, purpose and legacy. But yeah, corporate world was just not for me. That was my pain. And I think, like, I firmly believe that everybody trades for a reason, right? Everybody gets into trading because they feel some kind of pain, whatever the pain looks like for them, right? Could be money pain, could be corporate life pain, could be fulfillment pain in a way. It's just pain. People start trading because they have pain, right? And my pain was the corporate world. I wanted to do something else for my life. So yeah.
Yeah. So there are some people watching right now. They feel that pain.
They feel that pain.
They are tired of feeling that pain. It's real for them. What separates the people that continue to just do the usual, continue to just, oh, I'm tired of this, but I show up every day and I keep doing it? What separates that person and you? What you made a decision that I'm going to do something about this? Like, what did it take for you to say, I'm done with this?
I think in one word, courage. It takes courage, right? You know, to make a change in your life, it takes courage, because everybody, as you just said, is just speaking about the change, but really put the change into action. This takes courage, because nobody's rooting for you. During that particular time when you start of learning how to trade, right? And going through that roller coaster ride. We've all been there, right? Admittingly, nobody's rooting for you. And there are a lot of times where you might doubt when you're like having, especially in the very beginning, like a losing streaks, right? And like loser after loser after loser. Like you might think, is this really the way to go forward, right? Because trading, especially I think in the beginning, is also painful.
Very painful.
Right? Because it costs money, right?
Yes.
Right? And when it comes to the financial market, for some reason, we only learn when we feel that pain, when we lose money, right? That's the only time when we really learn, you know? So trading, especially in the beginning, is also painful. So it takes really courage to go through that kind of phase, and perseverance as well, like big time, right? It's just, you have to continue, cannot just stop, right? And I think a lot of people that start trading, they start trading for the, they have the wrong notion about, you know, how quickly they can be successful and how quickly they can make, like, they think like, hey, in 1 year, I'm going to be a millionaire with trading. Like, yes, all these stereotypical thoughts that people have, because that's what they see on social media, right? All the Lambos, all the expensive watches, all the penthouses, right? That's what people see. That's what the people want. And they think they can achieve this like in no time, right?
Yeah.
But this is like a hard grind as well, but yeah.
It really is a hard grind. So you're experiencing this pain. I gotta, like, this corporate thing is not for me, okay? Where are you in life at that time? Are you single? Are you married? Are you a father at that time?
Yeah, actually, I just got married.
Okay.
I just got married. My daughter was not yet on the way.
Okay. So you just got
She's
married?
now, yeah, my daughter is 9 now. I'm full-time trading since 10 years.
So what's that conversation like when you come to your wife? You just got married and you're like, baby, I hate this job.
So
like,
I
what's
think
that conversation like?
Yeah, I think it's really important that, you know, your better half or like your inner circle is very supportive in what you're doing, right? That's an important pillar of your success. If your inner circle is not supportive, right? If your environment is not supportive, you cannot make it, right? And this gives you obviously more courage to go through these phases that are not easy, right? These struggling phases. So you need that support system. And I'm so happy that I had my wife, who was always, regardless, he's like, you're a grown-up man. I love you for what, regardless of what you're doing, right? You're just not making decisions. You're just not making ad hoc decisions. Everything is well thought through. So I just believe in you. Whatever you want to do, I support you. And I think this is really important. And I think during that particular time when I was like going through that, or when I started trading, when I made a decision, hey, I want to make this maybe at some point as my full-time career, I also removed a lot of friends from my inner circle who I thought are friends, but were not really supportive, not really believing in me. And I think that's still what I realized. Actually, it's quite interesting with my students, that I was always outspoken. I was always super proud in, like, when I started that trading journey, that I learning how to trade, I was very outspoken. I was super proud. Hey, I'm learning this new profession that is notoriously difficult, that hardly anybody can master, hardly anybody is successful in the long run, but I'm showcasing everyone that it's possible. I was super proud on that, you know, that I'm going to go through that. But I see now a lot of, especially also students that I have, is like, they are more like introvert in a way. I don't tell anybody. I keep this as a secret because I don't want people to know what I'm doing, because it maybe has still this shady reputation, and I only want to tell people once I'm successful. I think that's also like a burden in a way, and I think I firmly believe that you should, whatever you do, you should stand behind that and say, like, I'm gonna do that regardless of what you guys are saying. I believe in that, and you know, I think that's part of also why I became successful in that business, right?
Whatever that means,
whatever
right?
that means, right? I don't like the word successful, to be honest, because it's so subjective, right? But yeah, it made me what I am today, because I was like always like, hey, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna be successful. I'm gonna show you that it's possible.
I love that. Where does that confidence come from, man?
I don't know.
Stand on it, like to just say,
I don't know.
This is what I'm doing, because I'm one of those people that I'm just kind of like, when I run into people that kind of grew up with me and they maybe see me interviewing somebody like you and they're like, man, I saw you talking about trading with that millionaire, you know, that great trader. Like, tell me something about trading. Why didn't you tell me you were trading? And I'm kind of like, well, I'm still learning. You know, I've had successes, but I'm not where I want to be yet. And I think for us, like, that's the thing, because we want to present ourselves as we have the finished product. We have reached success. We've reached that status symbol, right? Of whatever success is. Like you say, whatever that means.
Whatever
right?
that means. Yeah.
And so, like,
Assalamualaikum, आज हम बात करेंगे
what gives you the authority to, as you're going through the process, to verbally say, like, this is what I'm doing. I'm gonna figure it out. I'm gonna do it. Because I think a lot of us are just afraid to be a failure in front of the people that matter most to us.
We're just, I mean, I don't know. I really don't know. It's a good question.
Yeah.
It's maybe in my DNA in a way, like, but I think like we are all human beings. We're all vulnerable, right? It's like we are not perfect, right? And like trading, it's like you're basically an entrepreneur, right? You're starting a new business. It's like a startup, and this might fail, like any other startup, right? Any other entrepreneur who started like I don't know how many businesses until they found success. It's the same thing. Like I don't see a problem in that, in saying, hey, I'm starting that like business startup. I'm trying my best. If it doesn't succeed, then it is what it is. I don't have to be ashamed of that, right? So
yeah. So is there ever a time, you have students, you just mentioned that, right? Is there ever a time where you tell somebody, yeah, you need to quit? Or is there ever a time where you have to, okay, let's not use the word quit, but let's just say you have to reprogram or reroute your journey?
yes, no, I even like, it's funny because I even made a podcast with one of my students that actually I told him that it might be better to quit because he was just, even after years, not able to follow the easiest rules, right? Somebody who's not able to follow rules, and this might be so like, sounds so simplistic. Everybody can follow rules. No, I realize not everybody can follow rules. Not everybody can be disciplined. It's not for everyone. This is really important, right? Somebody who might think they can, eventually, when they start trading, they might realize, hey, I cannot be disciplined. I just cannot follow rules, right? I'm making the same mistakes over and over again. And it's not about the strategy, it's about me applying the strategy and following that, game plan, so to speak, right? That checklist. And this was like, and I made a podcast with this student. I said, like, at some point of time, maybe you stop trading because trading is not for you, because I can see that you cannot follow rules, right? He is now, became now eventually one of the best traders that we have, and is also one of our mentors, like.
That's amazing.
So people can change, and I didn't believe that people can change, right? In this way, like but it takes some people then longer than, other people who kind of are able to or know how to be disciplined in a way, right? Yeah, I mean, it happens, right? And you have to kind of also, I would say, as a coach, as a mentor, as an instructor, however you want to call it, you have to tell people when you feel like, hey, it seems like you are not able to follow rules, so maybe you rather stop. It's part of our job, 100%.
That's good.
It's part of our obligation, right? I mean,
One question that I get asked all the time, and I'm going to answer it right now so you don't have to go in the comment section and ask it again. Calvin, how are you trading in the market? How are you participating in the foreign exchange market? Well, there's three ways that I'm using. One way has been traditionally using Forex prop firms. Now, I got funded with my first prop firm account back in 2021. That was actually my second year of trading. I was still learning, just developed my new scalping strategy, and I was able to get funded with the prop firm $100,000 in simulated prop firm capital. Simulated meaning it's a demo account. However, you get paid on any profits that you make using those simulated/demo accounts. Now, if that's something that you're interested in, check out Blue Guardian. Blue Guardian has this amazing tool called the Guardian Protector. And what the Guardian Protector does is it allows you to set limits in the market, even if you don't set a stop loss. Even before you even take a trade, you can set limits in the market. Log on to your account, go in your back office, set these limits. They can be dollar amount limits or they can be percentage limits, so that once you hit those limits in your trades, it's going to automatically take you out, and it gives you the opportunity to live to trade another day. Also, when it comes to trading my personal account, I utilize a offshore broker and a US regulated broker. Now, the bulk of my money is in the US regulated broker, but I do put a couple $100s in a offshore broker, a non-US regulated broker, and the broker that I use is 24K Markets. What I like about 24K Markets so far is the quick withdrawals. I was able to take a withdrawal last week and the deposit hit my account in like 45 minutes. Also, being able to utilize the platform Trade Locker with 24K Markets allows me to trade from my cell phone as well as my computer or tablet. And literally I can drag and drop my take profit, drag and drop my stop loss. Very, very easy to use and to manage risk as well. And before we get back to the interview, please remember trading involves extreme risk. So number one, make sure you're never investing money that you need to live your life, money that you're depending on to survive. Number two, make sure you have a trading plan. Make sure you have tested your strategy. You have the data. Number three, make sure you're practicing discipline, patience, and number four, let the money come to you. Don't run behind trades. Let the setups come to you. Let's get back to the interview. Yeah. So trading is unique. Okay.
Absolutely.
So if I was going to teach you how to play basketball, right? I would say, okay, Burned, you get the ball, you hold one side of the ball with your right hand, you aim the other side of the ball with your left hand, and you push, right? And you aim it toward the goal. It's a skill, right? With trading, you have the skill component, but like you mentioned, then you have an emotional and psychological component as well. Would you say that because you've taught traders, you've explained things to traders, when you're teaching them, are you teaching them exactly how you see the market? Or are you giving them a framework and then working on helping them develop emotional control and a certain mindset on how to view the markets? Like, can you explain how you're teaching?
Yeah, the second point is valid that you just mentioned, giving them a framework. But coming back quickly to your basketball analogy, right? I mean, yes, you can teach me how to play basketball, but I can never be an NBA player. Why? I don't have the talent. I'm not tall enough, right? So there might be, so with sports, for instance, there's some component that is called, I would say, talent, right? That plays into that if you're going to be really good or just average. In trading, there's no such component, right? That you're missing, right? There's no such thing as a talented trader. That's right? Some people say that actually. I heard that like, you're talented in trading. No, this doesn't exist, right? Trading is pure skill. Everybody has like the same starting point, literally, right? Like a doctor, an engineer, a pilot, like some random, worker, like everybody starts at level 0, right? And there's no talent that keeps somebody pushing somebody more to like forward in a way, right? Yeah. So having said that, what I like to do is, because trading is still like it, so I like to give a framework, as you said, right? Because trading is still like very a personal thing, right? Like we are all like different in a way, characteristic wise, and some people are like feel like more risk adverse, some people are more aggressive in a way, right? And I feel also like as a trader, you get to know yourself on a different level, in a different way, that before you don't know that this personality exists, because all of a sudden every day you have money at risk in a way, right? And this is like make something with you 100%, right? And the more money you have at risk, the more money you have at risk, the different you behave differently.
Correct.
So I like to give people, because of that, because everyone is different in a way, I like to give people like a framework where they can move around and then develop their own rules within that framework. And for example, right, very, very, very simple example, when it comes to time frames, right? For me, I like to do like I like to trade weekly income, which for me is like, what does weekly income mean? It's like most likely swing trading, right? So I like to execute on a daily time frame. So, but somebody who might be more like what I would then refer to daily income, which is then more like day trading, but day trading doesn't mean that you have to execute every single day and you go down to a 15-minute time frame. No, it means like maybe you navigate between a 60-minute time frame and a 240-minute time frame, right? Like it's a 1 hour, 4 hour chart, maybe 5-6 hour chart, and you navigate in these time frames. Somebody who wants to trade more frequently, who is like trying to build up capital who doesn't have yet, a big pile of money to like just get a few percent here and there, and then can make a very good return on investment, right? So yeah, that's part of the framework. It's like, hey, timeframes. What time frame do you see yourself in? Is it like more like the weekly income side, the daily income side? What kind of personality are you? How much time you have? Yeah. How much time you have? I always tell people, like, look at your day-to-day life, look at your day-to-day routine. How much time do you have to incorporate trading? And if you're like a father and having kids and you have a full-time job and social obligations, and maybe you want to you have some hobbies, you want to go to the gym and you barely have time, well, then trading might be, day trading, right? These lower time frames might be not for you because you cannot incorporate that in your day-to-day life. So then you have to go for more like that swing trading approach. It's really about also, you as a person, how does your day-to-day routine looks like? It's very important, actually.
That's really important.
Yeah.
Personally, for me, on my journey, I've followed so many different strategies, subscribed to so many different educational courses, platforms. And I think the one mistake that I've made is you're not putting your current life into the equation. You're only thinking about the fantasy of what you want to achieve. So whatever you're introduced to, you're like, I'm gonna make this work. But you're not looking at, hey, realistically, what is my schedule? How am I living my life?
Exactly.
What are my current responsibilities,
100%.
right? That is so good. Now, what is one of the most like questions that just make you outraged? What's one question that makes your head just turn into a torpedo?
Oh, I don't know. There's so many. It's so many, actually. One question that pops up.
That a beginner may ask. That just makes you like, you got the wrong mindset here.
It's always money. It's definitely always money related.
Okay.
Like, how much money can you make with your strategy? Or how much money can you make as a trader? Like, usually it's just the money related question because they are coming from a wrong why, right? They're coming from a wrong reason why they want to get into trading. For them, it's all about, if they ask the money question, for them, it's like, I need to make money quickly. Usually, right? I don't want to like generalize everything, but usually they're coming from a point of struggling with money, and that's why they want to go into trading, and that's why they're asking, how much money can I make, and how quick, or even like also a question that really freaks me out is how long does it take, right? How long does it take to become like you, or how long does it take to become profitable, right? Like that how long question is so individual as well. Like, you as a professional you cannot answer that question, right? It's just impossible. And everybody who answers that question is a scam, right? Because it might take you a year, it might take you 2 years. You might never gonna be successful, right? It's like really there's so many variables in that equation that you cannot control, and everybody's different. So like, yeah, these are questions that are usually money related, or how long does it take? Because these questions come from a rushing mindset, right? They want to rush it. They need it yesterday. They need it now. They need a lot of. So that's usually then the people that fail anyway, right?
Yeah. So let's have a conversation about assets and the different assets that you trade. Right?
Let's get technical.
Yes, let's get technical now. So, like, give us your framework on how you view the markets. We kind of talked about that before, right? So you have some traders, which is predominantly how I have pretty much learned how to trade and have traded up until this point, is where, I'll pick maybe, 3 to 5 different Forex pairs. And those are the pairs that I'm predominantly focused on and looking at. What's your approach? Tell us how you view it.
Yeah, in a nutshell, right? We could like fill an entire podcast about that topic.
Come on, lay it on me, brother. Listen, we got the views.
We got the view. We have the time.
Relaxing,
Okay.
right? No, if you want us to get you a bottle, we can get you a bottle.
I'm not drinking, you know that, right? I'm living on the healthy side. No, I firmly believe in multi-asset trading, right? What does it mean, multi-asset trading, right? Trading all asset classes. So there's 3 asset classes out there. There's Forex, futures, and stocks, right? I started my career with stocks trading, went then pretty quickly into futures, and only recently, like 3-4 years ago, into Forex, right? But Forex in a way that I trade and also CFDs, right? That's like, that's what I consider the Forex market, because all these CFDs, all these derivatives, you trade under the umbrella of Forex through Forex brokers, right? So, and I think part of my edge that I have that other people don't have is that I have that multi-asset view, right? Because I use also the power of cross-asset correlations. I know how certain markets behave with each other, right? How they correlate each other. And the funny part is that a lot of people who just say, I trade Forex, right? I don't want to offend anybody, but hardly any Forex, like purely Forex trader, I believe has an edge, right? Because what I mean with Forex is like that they are trading then also all these CFDs, right? And I said that in a previous podcast where when I came into on social media, right? And this was just recently, basically, right? And people like asking me what I'm trading. Are you trading the US 30, right? That's the best example. Like, are you trading the US 30? And I'm like, what the heck is the US 30, right? Like, what is the US 30? And I had to look up, what is the US 30? That's the Dow Jones. But actually, it's the YM futures, right? And US 30 is not a market, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry to break it down for you. That's a derivative. That's like an artificial product created by your broker. It's just derived from at YM futures. And sometimes these charts look completely different, right? Because it's derived from the futures, not completely different, but there is some price gaps, 100%, right? If you put these charts next to each other, the underlying asset at YM and then the US 30, right? Or even at GC, which is gold, and the derivative XAU USD, and we could continue on and on and on because everything in the Forex is just derived from the futures market. There are some price gaps. The chart looks sometimes different, right? And I firmly believe if you don't have the edge in the futures market, because that's what moves price, that's what drives price, because it's like the underlying asset, then you have not an entire edge. You cannot have an entire edge in the CFD market. It's impossible. If you don't know how the futures moves and you don't know how to analyze futures, but you're trading all these CFDs, you cannot have an edge in the market. Not a consistent edge. Again, like, hey, but I'm making money. Well, everybody can make money with any strategy. It's not about making money, right? I always say that, make that example. I can now close my eyes and just say, bet, buy, sell, buy, sell. Eventually I'm gonna make money, but am I gonna consistently make money month over month over month, year over year over year? I doubt that, right? Okay. Then you have these losing streaks. And that's why you need like a full edge to eventually be consistent over a long period of time. The name of the game is consistency, right? It's not about getting one payout of 80K, right? And then giving it all back eventually over the long run, right? It's like that long-term consistency. That's the name of the game. And you can only reach that consistency. That's what everyone is struggling with, right? How to reach that secret word of consistency, right? Because it's so far away from a lot of people. They think they figure it out. They make money for a little bit of time, but then what's happening? They have these losing streaks, right? And then they have these losing streaks. Yeah. That's real, right? Because they are not consistent, because it's still like random in a way, right? So, and I think part of my consistency, part of my edge is that I grew up differently. My trading journey is a little bit different compared to others, where I started like trading my whole life, the real underlying asset, the futures. So my teaching point is for everyone who is watching that I encourage everyone to look into futures and learn how to trade futures properly. And then they can still go into Forex CFD market, but they have to understand the futures.
Okay, you just gave me a lot of things that I want to dig into, Bernd. Okay, so on the record, you're saying that you have never met a trader that primarily trades the foreign exchange market that is consistently profitable. Talk to me. Come on. Talk to me.
I would let's say somebody who trades only FX, which I mean like now the entire umbrella, like CFDs.
Correct.
I think let me put it differently. I think it's just very, very hard to find consistency. Look, again, there's always the one.
Correct.
Right? There's always the one. And people might, and funnily, when I say sometimes, we can get into this later. When I say sometimes like ICT is a scam, right?
Yeah.
When I say sometimes ICT is a scam. But then people like in the comment section, but I know this and that person. They always speak in third person. You know, they say, but I know someone.
They never
right?
call out a name.
They call out a name.
Okay.
But they speak in third person. They don't speak about themselves. They don't say, but hey, I'm successful. They say like, I know somebody who is successful, right? It's like always like in third person. That's what I find funny. But what about you? Like, you know somebody, great, it's good for you. But what about you? It's about you, right? But giving that example is, now I lost my train of thought. How did we get there? There's always the one, right? You have 1 million Forex traders. Just statistically, it's just normal that you have like some outliers there. It's not like 100% is not gonna make it. But what are the statistics, right? Look at all the Forex brokers. Look at all the prop firms, right? 80 to 90% fail consistently, right? 80 to, or even more. Look at the prop firm statistics are horrible, right? Less than 1% of all prop traders get to the first payout. That's a prop firm statistic. Yeah. Less than 1%. It's like even like 0.5, 0.4, 0.3% get to the first payout. Everybody fails in that challenge, verification, funded, but then they lose money again and they start from the scratch, right? Why is that? Right? Why is that? People should question, why do so many people fail? Right? Because everybody's doing the same shit, right? That's how it is, right? And of course, there are always outliers. Yeah. There's always the few that make it. And congratulations to them. But that's not the norm. Right? Like it's not the norm.
So in futures, because the market it's like a regulated market.
It's a regulated market.
What I see is what you see. You know,
exactly.
So you can be with Tradeovate and I can be with I don't know, what's another broker? Ninja Trader.
Yes.
And you know, the price that you see is the same price I see, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So is that the main reason we are able to see more consistency with futures? Is that why you recommend starting with futures and mastering that market first?
That's a reason, right? Okay. Because it's fully regulated. There's no such thing as slippage or spreads in a way.
Making markets.
Or swaps, right? Like there's no such thing, right? It's fully regulated. And also, we're getting into this for sure also in a bit that, you know, the fundamental tools that you can use are always derived from the futures, right? Like the best example is the Commitment of Traders report, right? The CUT report, right? From the CFTC, released every week. So these are what I would say fundamentals, because for me, everything which is not derived from price, I would consider fundamentals, right? And this is all like futures data. So the fundamental data that I use is all derived from the futures market, right? Because it's fully regulated. It's fully regulated. You know who are the participants. They have to submit their data, their volume, their orders on a weekly basis. So it's all like, it's black and white, right? That's definitely a reason why I would say yes. Getting into futures is understanding why a market moves, and you see this in the futures, right? Okay. Because you can tell retailers are always wrong. You can tell that in the future if you look at the futures data and the data that I'm looking at, and maybe you have. Did you watch? Because I'm doing a $2.1 million challenge documentary right now, right, across 6 prop firms, and I'm doing this transparently on YouTube, calling every trade before I take it, so people can take it as well, or see my process at least, or just see how I'm going through that big challenge of $2.1 million. And now I'm placing the trades and why I'm placing these trades. I'm not sure if you watched my first episode where I called that USD Swiss franc trade that I analyzed on the Swiss franc futures, and I showed them that's why price is going to rally, because retailers are always wrong, and retailers were super bearish. So that's why they were like extremely bearish compared to their previous behavior. And when this happens, you know, like this is just one example. And then when you know that price is going to do the opposite, right? So, and that's why I was so bullish on that trade, so bearish on USD Swiss franc, because it's the inverse pair in the Forex market. And that's why I took this trade in part of my challenge documentary, right? So having said that, yeah, it's the futures that you need to analyze to understand why the market moves. You have to understand the futures, the fundamental data behind the futures, and then you can still trade, right? Prop firms, CFDs, derivatives, you name it. But if you don't understand why this price moves, then you're just trying to draw trend lines on the chart, man, and you're never going to be consistent. Are you going to make money sometimes? We talked about this, right? You're going to make money sometimes, but it's not about making money sometimes, right? It's about being consistent, right? And the market is not moving because you draw a trend line and price breaks the trend line and then you just place an order, right? It's just, the market doesn't move because of that. The market moves because of their fundamental values behind that market in the futures market. But yeah, you need to understand that. It's just, yeah, you need to understand the fundamentals behind, that's your foundation. And then you can, again, I'm using still technicals to time the market, but this is just because I know fundamentally, I know, right?
Yeah. The air quotes.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, I know, right? You never know, right? In a market, you never know, but with a high level of accuracy, right? I know that price is going to move in a certain direction eventually, right? It has to move in a certain direction. Am I still going to be wrong sometimes with market timing because it's just technicals and we time it for like risk to reward proposition purpose, right? We want to always have a good risk to reward on our trades. Otherwise, I just buy, don't put a stop loss, have a huge zone and I don't even get a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio, and then I can never be successful in trading. But we trade because of risk. We want to use technicals. This is where that's where we place our entry, stop loss, and targets, right? To get like a proper risk to reward proposition in our trades. A 1-to-2, a 1-to-3, a 1-to-4, right? This is how we survive as traders. This is where we use technicals. But yes, if you don't understand whether it's like fundamentally the market is fundamentally bullish, fundamentally bearish, or neutral, where you would not have an edge in the market, then you would just anyway stay away. But you have to know fundamentally whether you're bullish or bearish.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to attempt to just kind of break down everything you just said.
Yes.
You guide me on if I'm getting it or if I'm not getting it.
Yes.
All right. So you recommend and prefer traders start with the futures market because it's regulated. The data is what it is.
The data is what it is.
It's not manipulated.
100%.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
It's black and white.
Black and white.
So if you study the fundamental data around the futures market, like you said, this is what companies have to submit in.
Yes.
Here's long, here's who's short.
Exactly.
It is what it is.
It is what it is.
That's what it is, right?
Yeah.
So if you master that market, because all the Forex market are just derivatives
100%
of the futures market.
Yes.
If you know what the data is saying on the future side, like you said, you can now look at pairs that are synced in with a futures market. Like you said, you did the opposite of
the Swiss franc.
And you took it the opposite way because you knew the real data.
Exactly.
I'm getting what you're saying now.
You summarized it very nicely.
But I'm getting what you're saying.
Yes.
You have to know, like you said, you got to know what's happening behind the story.
100%.
You know what I mean? Like you just can't look at the action but not know the story, so to speak.
Yes.
I like this, bro.
Yeah. No, that's
I like this.
I couldn't have summarized it better. Yes.
Stop.
I mean, no.
Come on, stop pulling my plug.
No. It's really. No. Really, yes. That's.
This is good.
That's how you have to tackle the markets, right?
But you're teaching me right now because I was going to ask you. I see the market from a pure technical standpoint. That's a big mistake.
Yeah, it's not a. Yeah, I mean, you have to start somewhere, right?
Yeah, that's true.
And technicals where people usually start. I also started off just supply and demand, technicals, right? And then at some point of time, once I was like familiar with technicals, I incorporated fundamentals, right? So but I firmly believe that incorporating the best of both worlds, which is fundamentals drive price, technicals don't drive price, right? Price can never, that's why price can never drive price. right? Fundamentals drive price. You have to understand why a market might be bullish or bearish. But again, fundamentals are lacking in market timing because a market can be bullish, but it only starts moving up like in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, you don't know, right? That's why you use technicals then to time the market, where you can then also, where you place your set, entry, stop loss target, where you then can also get like a proper risk to reward proposition on a trade, right? And I firmly believe my biggest edge are that I know how to analyze futures and I know how to read these fundamentals, and I combine technicals with fundamentals. That's my biggest edge.
How long did it take you? Because listen, I'm gonna be honest with you. I read one book, all right, one book. Shout out to a friend of both of ours, Abdullah Rashid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so he
Bless him, bless him.
Shout out to Abdullah.
Shout out to
my
Abdullah.
bro.
I love you, man.
Yeah, man. So he came here twice and we linked up both times and we were
cool.
able to share some stuff. So he shared an intro to fundamental analysis book with me, and he was like, yo, you know, this is a great foundation, read it. Listen, I read the book, it was a great book, but I couldn't process it. It was a lot, you know what I mean? For you, like if you could just summarize it, how are you understanding like fundamentals? Like, are you reading from websites? Are you reading actual reports? How long does that take? Like, yeah, like just kind of summarize that for us.
Well, again, I use fundamentals that are available for me in the futures market,
Okay.
which is basically the COT data,
Okay.
right? Which is seasonal data, right? Seasonal behavior on a market, which is market cycles on the US equity indices. And I look at interest rates valuation models on the equity indices. So whether we are undervalued or overvalued versus the interest rates, right? So versus the basically, again, I use the treasury bonds, again, a futures market that is basically that. So the treasury bonds in the futures, so you're in the futures, you have the 2-year, 5-year, 10-year treasury notes, you have the 30-year treasury bonds. And I use the 30-year treasury bonds because they represent basically the interest rates, you know, interest rates increasing, when interest rates increase or when they fall. This is basically represented, showing in the 30-year treasury bonds in the futures market. And I use that basically to make my valuation, whether I'm undervalued or overvalued versus the interest rates. Meaning if I'm undervalued, the stock market, including the equity indices, are very likely to rise. If I'm overvalued, the prices are very, very likely to fall, right? So I'm using all these data points basically to get like fundamentally biased, right? Interest rates, seasonal data, market cycles like the presidential election cycles, and the COT data primarily to get fundamentally biased. And that's it, right? You don't have to read like, you don't have to become an economist to understand fundamentals. It's basically data that is available for you in these markets.
And then from viewing that data, you make a hypothesis on who you think is the strongest. Like, is this a bear market or is this going to be a bull market?
Yeah, not necessarily bull or bear market, but if it's like bullish during a particular time, or if it's bearish during a particular time, or if I'm just like neutral and I don't know whether it's going to be bullish or bearish, because it's also important, right? Because your goal as a trader is like find opportunities during the week on these markets and then having an edge on these markets. It's really important, right? I mean, we don't have edge you cannot have an edge every single week. Like, it doesn't work that way, right? You have an edge during particular weeks on particular markets, and then you have to take opportunity. You have to basically then place a trade.
Yeah.
If this makes sense, right?
Yeah.
You cannot have an edge, you cannot have an edge every day.
Let's talk about that, right?
Yeah.
So what about traders that are in signal groups? What about traders that are taking signal groups? Signal groups, like they're in communities that are calling out trades every day, and they're being sold, hey, like you can make this amount, or I'm sending out 10 trades per week, and we got, 80% of them are hit and take profit. What is your stance on that?
Yeah, it's all nonsense. It's just pure nonsense, right? Again, the statistics shows us that in the futures market, it shows us retailers are always wrong. Then plus the statistics of broker firms, prop firms, right? I mean, all this talk about, hey, I have 80-90% win rate on like day trading, and it's just like pure lies, right? Pure lies. Like everybody who says that is a scam. I'm sorry to say that, right? Like, how else to summarize it, right? It's just, that's not how trading works, right? If it works that way, then, you know, other people would be the top of the leaderboard in FTMO, and other people would be like having payouts after payouts, and, you know, like, but it doesn't work that way, right? So I'm sorry to break it to people, right?
Yeah, let's
people,
talk about
but people
it.
don't want to believe that, right? They just want to believe in the fairy tale of every day I can make money every single day, right? Who is making money every day in trading, right? Show me one person.
The broker.
The broker, yeah. The people who provide the platform, exactly, right? But not us traders.
Yeah. So
Show
let's
me one
talk about
person.
it.
Just show me one person who makes money every day, right? Day trading, right? It's just nonsense.
He's on a roll, guys. I can't even get my next question out. He's
No,
on a roll.
I mean,
love it.
look, I'm just like, I'm speaking the truth here. Like, okay, let's call it my truth. Other people, oh, it's not the truth, but it's definitely my truth. And I've so many years of experience. But show me one person who can make money every day and day trading and has like this 80% win rate and makes millions of dollars, right? That's a fairy tale, ladies and gentlemen, right? Trading can provide freedom, absolutely, but in a different way, and it's just not that easy.
This is a really good conversation. I'm loving this, bro. So you talked about FTMO being on the leaderboard. For those that don't know, what is FTMO? And how many times have you been on their leaderboard? Now, their leaderboard means that you were number one out of the traders doing a certain period of time.
Yes.
Okay. So share that with
Yeah, so FTMO is a prop firm, right?
Okay.
Prop trading. So you can through prop firms you can get funded, right? They provide you capital and you can trade this capital, right? Whether it's 5K or 200K, 400K, right? It's up to the prop firm, and you can do challenges on these prop firms. I think people know that, right? But FTMO is the biggest prop firm in the world, right? And I'm their all-time record holder, 120 leaderboard appearances, but only in 1.5 years, right?
Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah, I think that's an accomplishment, right? And I'm super proud of that accomplishment, and achieved that not with day trading, not with scalping, right? With my what people would call higher time frame trading approach. But again, why is this considered high? Why is a daily chart but only in the by the way, again, only in the social media space, that's considered higher time frame, right? Like everyone, even when we had the conversation before the camera was rolling, you also mentioned all the time higher time frame, and I always thinking, why is this considered higher time frame? Because everybody on social media is trading on a 1 minute and a 5 minute chart, or what?
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, exactly. That's why
that's exactly what it is.
You know what? For me, higher time frame is monthly chart. That's for me higher time frame. Yeah. So it's always coming from a different perspective. For me, higher time frame is a monthly chart. Daily chart is not a higher time frame.
That's your entry time frame.
Yeah, that's my entry time frame. Yes. So for me, this is my lower time frame, right?
Yeah, that's your lower time frame.
That's why people they are kind of stuck in their social media perspective, right? They're stuck in their in the way how they see the market. But to be successful, maybe some people have to start taking another route.
Yeah, that's
Right.
really good. But that's why you're here, Bern, because as we discussed a little bit earlier, in all honesty, if it wasn't for social media traders and the, make 100K in a day and,
Yes.
Quit your job in 3 months.
Yes.
I would not have seen this as an opportunity for me to grow money. But it's people like you that are listen, guys, yes, you can be extremely successful in trading, right?
You can.
But this is the realistic view of how you need to look at this.
It takes freaking time.
Yes.
And and that's why I might act a little bit emotional here, because I really feel it as an obligation to tell people how it is. Because again, what we see in the social media space, all the Lambos and all the expensive watches, all the bling bling, that's not the real life, right? And all these people, I can guarantee you, who are making these flashy lifestyles are either scams, right? Or they didn't make that money with pure trading.
Okay.
However they made the money, right? It's written on a different piece of paper, but they didn't make all that money with trading.
So
and definitely not trading with a 1 minute time frame.
What do you have to say about traders that make a lot of money from other things
Yeah.
and show like a lifestyle as if they made that money from trading? Because me personally, like in my business, I make good money.
Yeah.
Like it's not like I'm not rich, I'm not a millionaire, but I make good money. But I never talk about or show the things that I do because has nothing to do with trading. You know, that's just me working hard and doing what I do,
Yes,
right?
yes.
Do you think to a like certain point that can be kind of scammy and manipulative? Like when you earn money from something else that's not trading, but you post the things you do that's paid from what you do outside of trading on your trading platform to induce traders to buy from you or subscribe to what you're doing?
That's more like an ethical question, I would say. That's an ethical question. If you're still like a consistent trader, like it all boils down like, are you making money with are you making money consistently with trading? Yes or no? Whatever lifestyle you show, I really don't care. But it boils down to one thing. Are you consistently profitable in the market? And I really don't care how much money you make. It's all about consistency, right? If you're consistent in the market, eventually over time, you will scale up. You might be just not at a point yet where you're like scaling to millions, but you're scaling at 6 figures, but not yet to 7 figures, but you're consistent. But if you're showing a lifestyle where you like have multiple businesses and, you know, like diversifying and you can afford X, Y, Z, or you have a lot of family money happens as well, right? That you have, maybe you come from a rich family, right? That you have just money, right? And you're showing that on social media, then this is just an ethical question. If you want to go down that route and if you think this is good for your brand and do whatever you want, but if you're consistent, then it's fine. But the problem is that I would say most of them who are showing that lifestyle is just not consistent, right? They're just not consistent.
What I like about you, and I've mentioned this to you multiple times, is that you give hope. Like the reason you're here, like the reason that we did our virtual, and then when you reached out and you were like, Calvin, I would love to visit you. And I'm like, definitely, I dropped everything. I'm like, absolutely, I'm a planet burn. The reason I wanted you to sit with me and I want to have this access to you is because you're doing something that we all really want, right? Which is to see somebody talking about it, explaining it, breaking it down, but living it, actually doing it in real time. So when you talk about doing the live, you know, showing how you're going through these 6 firms and you're managing the capital and you're calling out the trade, you're letting everybody know this is what what my ed says should happen, right? And then it plays out. That's what we need. Like for my audience, I am my audience. For the traders that are either just starting or are developing, they're on the journey, finding edge, fine tuning. We love to see that. And that's why you're here. Like, that's why I wanted you here, because I want to give you flowers because what you're doing, really, like it's needed. Like you just educated me right here, right now. You educated me on why understanding the futures market is important. When I go online, all I see is you need to be trading futures. You don't need to be trading Forex. But what does that mean to me? You know, why do I need to be trading futures? Can you explain? Can you articulate that to me, right? What you just did here today for me is you really giving me something to sit back and be like, yo, this is true. Because the technical is only giving me one side of the story.
Exactly.
I need to know what's going on. You know what I mean? Like I need to know both sides of the story.
Picture. You need to know
I need to know the
picture.
full picture. That's perfect. So
and
I just want to say that first. Like, thank you.
No, my God.
And I love this passion. And the reason I'm like asking these questions is because I want people to see like it's hard, right?
It's hard. It's freaking trading is freaking hard.
Yeah.
And it takes trading is hard and it takes time.
Yes.
And there's no overnight success.
Yes.
And there's definitely not overnight millionaire trader. And you know, there's always again the one person who has like a lucky shot. But I can also guarantee you that this person never learned proper risk management and eventually will give it away right? If this person never learned like proper consistency and never knew and used proper money and risk management. It all takes time. It's just, and that's why people, they don't have time. They don't want to take their time. They need it now. And it's usually like going down that rabbit hole is usually a big recipe for failure, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, no, that's why I'm so passionate about it, because I really, when I saw the social media space, and when I see now the social media space, what is going on and what has been, and what kind of dreams are being sold on social media, it's mind-boggling to me, right? And that's why I love being a trader. I'm passionate being a trader. I'm proud being a trader, but I hate that business, what it stands for, the reputation of the business. I really hate it. And I'm fully aware that I cannot change it by myself, but I just, I really like now with my audience and me growing on social media to set a new standard as well. And I really like, again, in the very beginning, we talked about, legacy, right? And we talked about legacy. So for me, this is like building a legacy, building a name, and obviously also about purpose. Yeah. I see a purpose in that, I wake up every single day, that's why on that World Podcast Tour, right? It's like so amazing meeting all these people. Like, I mean, I told you as well, like how thrilled I am meeting you, right?
Yeah,
so
I'm blessed.
So that's why I like meeting all these great people, like traders, right? Who also want to make a change, who are sick and tired of what's going on in that market, like in that business, especially on social media. And I think our duty as traders, as real traders, right? Some of us, the duty is like uncover the ugly truth, right? And tell people that you can be successful in trading, but it takes time, it's painful, and there's no such thing as overnight success, and definitely not on a 1-minute shot.
I love these jabs. I love the jabs that you throw in every now and again.
I do Muay Thai as well, right? So nowadays, I'm so,
So obviously, you don't focus on money. You don't focus on how much I made, right?
Yeah.
Like, how do you judge or rate your consistency if you're not focusing on money?
KPIs, right?
Okay, talk to me about that. Let's go.
KPIs, so key performance indicators, short KPIs, right? So there are 2 KPIs that I look at. Actually, 2 KPIs that I look at. It's like risk to reward propositions, risk to reward versus win-loss ratio, right? Okay. So what I preach to everyone on every channel, to all my students, is that your end goal has to be like, your goal with your KPIs has to be like, on average, a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio on average, in conjunction with at least a 40% win rate. You don't need 50%. You don't need like to win every second trade, right? 40% is more than enough. But if you have that on average 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, then eventually you're gonna make money. So now on top, you have to have a fixed dollar risk approach. Why do you have a fixed dollar risk approach? Because I cannot be random. And this is also like where people like, this is good.
A lot of people say the fixed dollar model is broken. So this is good. Talk to me, Vern.
This is bull.
Come on. Talk to me.
I tell you, like, now you take 10 trades, just 10 trades, right? Okay. If you don't have a fixed dollar risk approach, then this entire risk to reward and win-loss ratio doesn't make any sense. These KPIs don't have any value.
So
right?
don't do the percentage, do a fixed dollar amount.
Well, you can't, like with prop firms, you have to do percentage because of...
We're talking personal capital.
Personal capital. Do a fixed dollar risk approach, right? Because again, if you take 10 trades, you take the first take $100 risk, second trade, maybe also $100. All of a sudden you do like 200, then you take like 300, and then you maybe do 150, and you're like fully random. Now this risk to reward proposition doesn't make any sense anymore, because you can have a 1 to 2 winner with that $100 risk trade and you make $200, but you have a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio. But then when you took like $200 risk and you have a loser, then you wipe out all your profits. So that's why you need that fixed dollar risk approach to take always the same dollar risk. And then these 2 KPIs, 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio on average versus win-loss ratio, 40%, then you will be profitable regardless. And then the money is just a result of being consistent with these two KPIs. And if you see the consistency coming up, then you can that's what I call milestone planning. Then you can scale up your business, meaning then you can take a higher fixed dollar risk approach, higher, like $200 or $300, whatever it is. This is what I call giving myself a raise. This is how I go back to the corporate world when I say, like, how do you give yourself a raise in trading? Well, it cannot be random. It cannot be how I feel. It cannot be like, oh, I want to buy this thing and that's why I'm giving myself a raise. No, because then you're acting random. You have to have these milestones where you say, like, okay, 20 trades, right? Or like, let's say 3 months. I take like $1,000 risk per trade, or let's say $100 risk per trade. And let's see if in this 3-month period, if I can achieve on average a 1 to 2 with a 40% win rate. Because then money is just there, right? It's just like flashing green, and money is just the end result of being consistent. If you can achieve that, then what else you can do then? Then you can give yourself a raise. You scale up the business, right? Milestone 2. Then you say, okay, instead of $100, I take $200 risk. And then you do the same exercise. I do that since the very beginning, like going through all these stages, milestones, right? I started off $250, right? Now with my prop firm, I'm taking $40,000 risk per trade, right? From $250 to but in 10 years time.
Looking at those KPIs.
Looking only at these, nothing else. It's not rocket science. It's only these two KPIs plus, the fixed dollar risk approach. And then you set yourself these milestones. Let me try milestone 1 for 3 month period. Let's see if you can pull off these KPIs. If not, then you are not consistent yet. You go back.
You pull that risk down.
Exactly.
Yeah. I love it.
And you tweak your strategy maybe as well, right? It's actually so simple, but people overcomplicate the whole process.
Why? Because we want it right now.
Yeah, we want it right now.
I want to be in the condo with the water right now.
I know, but it doesn't work that way, right?
It doesn't work that way, yeah.
It doesn't work that way. You have to do again, very important, maybe, as the ending nears, you have to get used to these bigger numbers slowly, right? Because trading $100 is not the same than trading $1,000. And not trading $1,000 is not the same trading $10,000. It does something to us. Again, the emotional component that we also mentioned throughout the podcast is there, is valid, right? And money makes something with us. And I can guarantee you, if you're like at the $100 risk per trade and you're consistent, you will not consistent with the $1,000 or $10,000 risk per trade, because emotionally you're just not able to execute with the same confidence with these high risk numbers. It's just also natural. We are human beings. We cannot switch off the emotions completely. That's why we need objective rules.
So good. So is there a reason why your KPI is at like the 2-to-1 versus like 3-to-1 or higher? Like, is that just a little bit?
No, that's the minimum. It's just for me that's the minimum KPI.
Okay.
You can, if you're like good, you can,
you can scale up.
You can scale up.
Yeah.
You can even say, hey, I don't need a 1 to 2. You can even be okay with a 1.1 to 1.5, a little bit less than 2, but you have a higher win rate. For me, that's the case because I barely trade, right? Because I trade higher time frames. So I execute 1, maximum 2 trades a week max, right? So I sometimes have 4 trades a month, right? So of course I have a high win rate, therefore I don't need a super high risk to reward ratio. So you, throughout your career, as you evolve as a trader, you can play with these KPIs based on your strategy, but that 40% and 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio is like the bare minimum, basically. Like that's the foundation. If you cannot even achieve that, well, you have to work on your strategy, work on your craft, and get more trading exposure in.
I like that. But even if you're hitting that, you're making money.
That's right. That's the bare minimum. Then you're making money regardless. Then it's just about, we discussed as well, just scaling up your business. And then really important for the audience, this is a big misconception as well. A big misconception. More trades doesn't give you more money. People think they have to trade more to make more money. That's pure nonsense, right? It's just, You stick to the same game plan, you take the same amount of trades, and the only thing that makes you more money is more capital.
Come on, man.
I mean, it's so much going on in that business, so many misconceptions. This drives me crazy, right?
Oh my goodness.
But it's only happening in the social media bubble.
Yeah.
No.
Let's talk about your businesses.
Yes.
Yeah. So what do you do outside of trading? Like what other business ventures are you in?
So since 2019, I run a licensed investment consultancy that is approved and regulated by the United Arab Emirates government, right? And we use this to provide trading education. Now we have I think over 20 employees, between 20 and 25 employees. We have like 7 mentors. We have a huge team behind that. We have our own ecosystem. Also really important I always like to state that, because sometimes like when people ask, how much is your course? I'm not offering a freaking course, right? Because people think like, hey, you know, what they think is like that one person, you know, has like a 3-hour pre-recorded course offering like a Telegram channel and, you know, like selling that course on a fucking OneDrive, right? Like that's how the business works, right?
Yeah.
That's how the business works. Like,
I feel bad because I have a growth group of traders where we're growing together. We're encouraging each other. We meet like once a week. And we have a Telegram group.
No,
so when you said that,
that's not what I mean. Like people, Telegram is nice to meet up and like, but it's like what people perceive when somebody's offering something is like, hey, he's offering something like a monthly subscription through a Telegram group and like selling like a pre-recorded 3-hour course, you know, that's what people think, right? But that's why I always like to stress we are a licensed investment consultancy that is regulated by the government, and we have a whole ecosystem and a whole app developed that took like years to develop. And we have a whole team behind that. So like we are a proper company, right? A regulated company. So I'm just saying that because again, what I like to do is like differentiate myself from others, right?
Yeah. So how are you guys consulting or teaching traders? Like what's your framework for taking a trader from point A to point Z?
Well, that's we have obviously course material, right? But just in a nutshell, so everything starts with the strategy, and then we teach all assets as well. You know, futures, stocks, and forex, and apply this strategy, what we call the blueprint, on these assets, right? But a course is only good for kind of delivering knowledge. Through a course, you cannot deliver skill, right? This is just knowledge. But then we have daily live trading sessions, daily practical application sessions, like every day, like 4 or 5 hours of daily practical application sessions, daily live trading sessions with all the mentors, where they basically, when you watch that, it's basically like you are sitting next to them, you know, and seeing them trade, seeing them analyzing the markets, using the tools that we use, etc. This is then how you slowly develop skill, right? People say practice makes perfect.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's not true. It's not true, because you can practice wrong and you play wrong for 20 years. That's why I hate when people say, I have 20 years of experience, I have 15 years of experience, right? This could be 20 years of nonsense, playing wrong, right? If you don't have like guided, what makes perfect is guided practice, the daily guided practice by a professional. And this is what we're providing in our ecosystem, right? And the courses are only there basically to get the knowledge, to get the base. But then you need like the guided practice on a daily base to kind of, you know, develop skill through time.
Yeah.
Through time. Not overnight, not in 3 months, not in 6 months. This takes time.
Yeah. How long did it take you to get to a point where you were actually full-time trading, where you were supporting your family, your lifestyle from trading?
So,
and I want to put this out here. Your journey
is different.
It's Bernd's journey, right? Everybody's journey is going to be different.
I just wanted to say my journey is my journey. It's like a very individual journey. And that's why I always say I don't want people to take me as a benchmark, because I learned differently. I didn't learn from social media. I learned from former floor traders from Chicago Mercantile Exchange and New York Stock Exchange, like old school guys who used to trade on the floor, like real floor, old school floor traders. So my process, I felt like, because I never in my life had social media exposure. It was different. The environment was just different 12 years ago, right? It's maybe my luck that I started 12 years ago and not now. And I just fully understand that people who start now are like overwhelmed with a vast amount of information that is out there and they just don't know where to start. I fully understand that. For me, that's why the process was rather easy, but I quit my job after a year. But again, was I as good as I'm today? Was I making as much money as today? Of course not. I was even making a little bit less money than in my corporate job, but I was still able. I had good savings, and I only encourage people to quit their job if they don't have to live from paycheck to paycheck.
There you go.
Because otherwise, I mean, you cannot be relaxed. Again, like going from having multiple incomes, like for me, like a corporate income and a trading income, I didn't depend on my trading income. Once you start depending on trading income as well, this is a different ball game.
You can't grow.
Yeah, you can, exactly.
Because you're taking all the time.
Yeah, you have to take, exactly. You have to take all the time, and you're living again from paycheck to paycheck, and you might take profits earlier, like prematurely, because, hey, I need that money from like to pay rent, to pay food, to like
that's it.
Mortgage, whatever it is, right?
And like earlier when I told you, like the amount that I put into my account, that was a safe amount that I said, hey, Calvin, I can put this amount in this account and never take it out.
That's super important.
I can just focus on growing it and not need it. And like
even if you lose it, it will not change your lifestyle.
There we go.
This is important.
And I think that's what a lot of times traders that are still growing, they put, okay, this is my savings, but I want to take a chance. So they put it in there instead of saying, hey, listen, realistically, what's the most you can put in there to build upon that you can afford to lose? And if you start making money on it, you are not in a rush to take it out quick.
But that's again, the casino mentality, you know, like the slot machine mentality, like hoping for the lucky shot. And that lucky shot solves all my problems that I have, that I piled up throughout the years of where I'm alive, right? And this is just the wrong why. That's the wrong why. And people with that why will never be successful in trading, right?
And that's why you're here, man, to open up our eyes.
I mean, yeah.
Thank you, man.
No, thank you
This
for
is
having
so
me,
good.
man.
Of
Thank you for giving me the audience to speak.
Of
right?
course.
The platform. You're giving me the platform to speak. So I really appreciate
But
that.
why not?
Yeah.
Why not? Like you're doing it, you're leading by example. Why not? This platform is always here for you, man.
Perfect, man. Really appreciate that.
This is really good. So anyway, before we get out of here,
yes,
just any closing remarks. Like if there's anything that we kind of didn't talk about, and there's like a few different angles we could have, continued to go.
Yeah, we could have. Yeah.
But yeah, man, like I just want to give you the floor. Like just give us something that you really feel traders need to know to be successful, man. You've given us a lot.
Yeah. I think we touched on that, but I think in a summary, I think people should stop focusing on money when it comes to trading and focusing on a process. Because building skill, like any kind of skill, doctor, lawyer, pilot, is a process. There's always a process behind it, right?
Yeah.
From A to Z. If you don't follow the process, if you're just money-centered, then you will never be successful. So enjoy the process, understand it will take time, and then eventually you will get there. But stop being money-centered. It took me a while also to understand, by the way, right? It's also a process to get away from the money. But when I got away from the money, everything kind of became so much easier, because then you just follow the process, because again, we talked about the KPIs. We talked about milestone planning. We talked about dollar risk approach, right? All of that, if that is sync, money is just a result of you following the process properly. And then you can scale up through basically capital. That's trading, ladies and gentlemen, and nothing else. There's no this is really objective.
Yeah. It's really good, man. Ladies and gentlemen, Burns.
Man, that was a discussion, man.
This is really good. Hey, Burns, before we get out of here, man, teach me how to say your last name.
Skorupinsky. Skorupinsky.
Skorupinsky? No.
I was actually, the other day, I don't know if you've seen it, on national TV in Kenya.
I saw that. He butchered it, bro.
Man, I've never. me the first time being on national TV, so proud, and then the guy butchered my name that I've never seen before in my entire life. I was like, what the
So
heck
if
is
you
happening?
notice, like,
It's fine.
I
Who cares?
just burned.
Burned
I'm
is
just
fine.
burned.
Burned is fine.
You know what I mean? Like, I'm not even gonna butcher it or anything like that. I'm just burned.
All good,
all
man.
right?
Calvin, man,
Listen,
thank you so much.
Man, thank
Oh,
you.
man, thank
you
you.
are such a light and you're such a gem. Thank you so much.
Thank you for
man.
having me. I really
And
appreciate it.
This has been phenomenal, man.
Yes.
This has been phenomenal.
I
for
hope
me.
the audience will like it as well.
Oh yeah. Listen, you are speaking. Listen, I am my audience. You know what I mean? So if you've blessed me, you have blessed them. You really have.
I hope. Yeah.
And I thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, it's your boy Calvin here. Burned is in the building. Listen, I hope this episode, I want you to replay it. I want you to just let it sink in. And I just want you to find yourself on your journey. Where are you on your path? Are you running after the money still? Have you tried to do that time and time again and it's left you with nothing? You know what I mean? Maybe this is the time to really take heed to what's being said. Guys, I'm on this journey too. I'm taking heed to what was said today. And how can you take some of this information and just make yourself just 1% better tomorrow on this trading journey? Understand, ladies and gentlemen, that if this is truly what you want to do, it's a lifelong thing, right? It's not, okay, like, let me see how much I can make today, and then let's just see what happens, right? If you want to do this for real, it's a lifelong endeavor. All right. So it's your boy Calvin here for It To Begin a Podcast. We hope you enjoyed this episode with Burned. As I always say, I look forward to running into you at the bank one day, but you cannot meet me there. You got to beat me there. When I pull up, you should already be walking out with a duffel bag on your shoulder, big smile on your face. That's our funny way of saying, I believe we all are going to be successful. And most important, as Burned said, let's be consistent. All right. God bless you guys. Take care. Peace.
It's easy to understand what the currency of Africa will be backed by. It's the easiest currency in the world to back. Very good. And for me, the Freedom Coin is a gold coin. And people used to ask me, so what are you going to do, crypto and this and that? I said, crypto in America is crypto. My crypto in Africa is not the American crypto. So my crypto in Africa is that you have paper. I'm giving you gold. And that gold, anytime you can flip it to the paper. But if you don't flip it to the paper, your value is going up. So I was doing that to shred every goddamn currency on the continent, you know? And that was my way to respond to the Western world and the Asian world. That, you know, this guy is not just intelligent, he's a conqueror. Because I'm not telling you that stop spending your currency is not valuable. I don't have time for that. I bring you the easiest solution for you to see what value is. And you exchange everything and shred all the currencies, and then you start to have one currency. And we can now talk. That, for me, that's unity. Because the only thing that will make us come together to do this is how we can trade with each other. What can we give each other? And what can we take in return? Okay? That will not make us need someone to give us something that we think we need. That's the first thing, to create United States of Africa. The first thing you need to do.
I appreciate my pops for teaching me how to be a guy.
From a boy to a man, and ultimately back into the natural state of being into a God.
As guys, we're supposed to always move with that higher self. But I had to be able to execute it. Having knowledge is not power, the execution of knowledge is power. Knowledge makes a man unfit to be a slave. Because the only real knowledge you can get is knowledge of self.
The highest level is ownership. The highest level is power. The highest level is sovereignty. The highest level is higher consciousness. The highest level is when we own our own culture.
Excellence at a very high level. Not eye level. A high level.
It's time for a high level conversation.
We're here for another high level conversation. 19 keys, and this is a high level conversation. Tap in with the guy.
Peace, family. I'm 19 Keys. Welcome back to another high-level conversation. Today, we are here at a special benchmark in time. It is a representation of two entities colliding like stars to create a new universe. And in this collision, we're able to witness an observation that has not been seen before or has not been captured before. And the reasons that it has not been captured before are the same reasons that plague us as a diaspora. And today is about the unification and the reconnection of those energies bringing back together. You're going to hear high-level observations from a man who has been able to captivate the hearts and the mind of his own people as a humanitarian, as a leader of wisdom, as a man of wealth and power, a man who obtained the title of philanthropist, which is someone who serves the people and someone who gives, a man who has reached into his own mind and he has found a beast to be able to conquer in this world that is a jungle, a man who does not make excuses, who does not utilize, the limitations that the world often place upon men when they give them boxes to check and tell them what they can and cannot be. It is a man who is a strategist. He knows to think his way through anything, and anything that opposes him either gets crushed out of the way or gets stepped on to become a ladder towards the success. Great strategists throughout the world create campaigns and philosophies to live by, and they stick by those philosophies. But men of vision are not just men that seek to destroy at all. They are men that seek to build, architecting from their thoughts and then showing the world what is inside them in representation from the immaterial to the material. And when human beings have the ability to be in their rare conquest of self, then they can showcase that out to the world. These individuals are often unrepresented or even unappreciated, but sometimes you have the rareness for people to smell the sweet flowers of their success through the gratitude of the people that they serve and that they help. Today, this person that I've had the opportunity to spend a few days with here in Africa, learning more about Ghana, learning more about his visions, learning more about his philanthropy, and also learning about the spirit of revolutionary that speaks and that is deep within this brother's soul, as he has the ability to speak truth and power from a perspective of someone who has gained and reached a position that most will never be able to ever see. This is a billionaire. This is a man who has a very unique palette of taste and style, right? Everything that you can think of from those people that you are impressed by, this man hones in on those things, and he has those same assets, but that is not what makes this man valuable. What makes him valuable is the inspiration that you can see from the success of the things that he's done. He is known around the world, and now he's going to be known to your world. I'm speaking on none other than one of the most powerful and influential men in Africa, the Prince of Africa, Freedom.
Thank you.
My brother, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
First of all, I'd like to thank you for this opportunity. I've come this far in life, not only by humility, by other obstacles in life that people have underestimated. And for me, this is a great opportunity to have put me on your platform so my message can be heard.
Yes, sir.
The people who have realized that you have a gift. So right now, I feel like you're sharing your gift with me, and I want to say thank you.
Likewise. So let's just jump right into it. We here in your beautiful space in your office, and I was able to meet some of your staff and your team. And since I've been out here, I've been introduced to some of the things that you've built and things that you are building. And I've seen the esteem that the people hold you in, which is very high regard. We go to the city and we go visit the slave dungeon or castle, and the people are screaming, freedom, freedom, freedom. First, I want to know, how did you get the love of the people?
Well, a lot of people are searching for love. Even in the Bible, it says that a man loves a woman does not love a man. Because I didn't hear anything like that in the Bible, that the woman loving their husband. They say the woman respects their husband, but the man loves. So it's out of that love that comes a creation. It's out of love that comes competition. It's out of love that a nation is built. It's out of love that a lot of things happen. But at the same time, the same love has tricked some of us, because we give love for the wrong reasons. Some people are giving love for looks. Some people are giving love for beauty. Some people are giving love because of money. I decided to give love to humanity, you know, because they're the only species I came to meet here that I can resonate and I can relate to. So they make me realize that I have a world. As much as people want to change the world, I feel like people change my world for me because I resonate with them. So, you know, I started to give away a lot since I was young. And the more I kept doing it, and the more I was relating to people, the more I was down to earth to come down to their level, you know, the more my name kept ringing bells in the hood and in the ghettos and in the political industries and different types of places, you know. So that's what love is. It's got wings.
Yeah.
You know, it makes you fly into territories where people kind of acknowledge your presence, and when you're gone, your absence is felt. It's a powerful tool that we use. Today, I think if I get a chance, I'll talk about a lot of elements in life and obstacles, that these elements fight obstacles, you know, to make you overcome challenges, you know, and these are the codes of life that, you know, is more important than money or materials or lifestyle.
Yeah.
You know, you need these inner intuitions and instincts to be able to activate the strongest parts of you.
Right. You know, you're one of the things that you do, right, as a multidisciplinary individual, is you're a real estate developer. Real estate developers are interesting people, especially when you do it at a high level, because you have to find value and create value in many different ways, right? And one of them is through your vision, right? And you have a vision for something, and then you see the opportunity in bringing that vision, and then you find ways to exploit that vision even more, right? Give an example, you build a building, right? Building a building, you know, people don't think about the effect that that has around the local economy and the opportunities that come along with that. Then only it's not the occupation of the building that you'll make money from, or possibly selling that building, or increasing the value around, or increasing tourism, right? But it also, we talked about earlier, add space on that building, right? Now you're creating and you're owning the skylines, right? First I want to know from a two-part position, right? From a very practical level, you know, for you and connection to your character, what does that mean to be a real estate developer? And when it comes to your vision, and then two, regard that in a spiritual way at the same time.
Well, so first of all, I like to break down words properly, because I think that's what they taught us in school. You know, they taught us A, B, C, D, and 1, 2, 3, 4. And as we're growing, the numbers and the days are turning around us, the clock and everything. So your mind have to read so fast about what these words means. You know, what is the meaning of relationship? And everybody is going into a relationship. Yes, they get with the relation, but they find a problem with the ship later, because, you know, they've got in on some ship with a captain that could drop them anywhere. And so is real estate. It's simply telling you, how can you build a real estate? You know, by using the spaces that God has given us to manage. So I was getting different inspiration when I began to do this business, and I accidentally entered real estate industry. But what I do is, whatever industry you put me in there, I'll dominate the place. And that's my mission. You put me to build a country, I will make sure my dominance will impact society. You put me to work in a hotel, I'll make sure I build 6 of them by serving in a hotel. So I had the opportunity to change the world with real estate. And the first thing I looked at was the deficits of this country that I belong to. And that was 1.7 million. And I said to myself, I can't even build 10% of this.
You said 1.7 million in deficit?
It's homeless people. So I said, wow, what a great opportunity. I can't even close 10% of it, but guess what I can do? I can change the skylines, and I can spark a revolution in this sector. And so I entered not from the real estate perspective. I entered into the real estate by having a plan to dominate and to develop the 4 sectors that sort of conspires to become the real estate. So one is commercial, one is residential, the other one is industrial, and the last one is national. So national is a museum, it's a market, it's anything to do with the national development. It's for the people. Anything to do with industrial development is for building the country itself, creating employment, having the power for distribution channel, you being able to export from your country, you being able to feed your country with agriculture, agro processing, cocoa, everything, and sending it outside. That's industrialization. Absorbing power from the sun, building the power plants, and creating plants. So these were the days of Rockefeller. I learned this from the Rockefellers and the J.P. Morgans, the Thomas Edisons. These were the men that built America. So I took the real estate perspective from the industrial mindset, and I decided to chase that part. And then, of course, I started with residential. But my residential part of the real estate was based on one principle, and that's maximization. How do I maximize the space to get more? So the first building I built was 2 buildings on one plot, and I was supposed to build one. So when I sold the one that was finished, the other one was uncompleted, and I moved in. And then when I was finishing that, whilst I was living in, I started another 2. And so that's how I was moving, maximizing the land until the day that one day I realized that I had 8 different awards from 8 different countries, and everybody loved the maximization I did, which is number 1, being able to put 108 apartments on 1.5 plots. So that was the residential sector, and it was quite interesting with real estate. Commercial, I had to turn the residential into commercial by moving into like hotel apartments. So it was the same apartments, but I kind of advanced it, upgraded it to suit humanitarian needs, where you work, live, and play. But it was like a hotel room, and all the hotel services were there. I became a big competition for the hotel because that's what I wanted to be. I wanted to be a competition for Airbnb and a hotel because they were the 2 standing giants for accommodation. And they were taking a stake of almost 63% of human values in terms of accommodation, and that was shortlets accommodation, so that industry was big, and I was looking at the numbers from that perspective. So that's just the history of my real estate career. I just wanted to summarize everything, but of course we'll go deeper into it if we go into Petronia and all the other things with Marriott, the W's, the Hiltons, the number 1s, the Quales, the Bel Air Crest. I started connecting these things like portfolios, and for me, I would advise any kid out there that to put your money where your mouth is. It's not about putting the grills in your teeth or diamonds in your neck or putting a big watch on that you don't even wear it to tell the time. It's about having some landmarks and leaving some footprints on the earth that God has given us to manage.
So we're going to get back to the real estate in a second.
Yeah.
I want to first start from foundation, right? Let's talk about Ghana. Let's talk about Africa. Let's talk about the diaspora.
The Prince of Africa, power, money. The real estate is good and everything, but it's the later stage we can wrap up.
But it's important for people to know, because in this conversation, we're going to go through different nuances.
Of course.
Right? But from the spiritual aspect, like for me, coming into Africa, I recognize a different type of wealth, right? I've been to your city of Kumasi, right? But we stand in Accra, and it's known to be one of the most peaceful countries in the world, right? There's a level of wealth that the people have that they may not know, right? Because they can't see the stress and anxiety that exists everywhere in the world, right? So in America, the average American is stressed. They have anxiety, and even the rich are depressed, right? But when I look at the people out here, there's a level of joy and peace that exists in their hearts.
It's the beauty of life, 19. And I'll tell you what. When God makes you so handsome or so pretty, you either don't know how to cook or you either don't know how to do certain things. But you will be something that everybody wants to be. You never get it all. It's broken in pieces. I like America because America has a system that sustains humanity. Just humanity has gotten all they ever wanted, so they don't appreciate. Now, Africa is a problem. Now, we've been to places that, people have to survive $1. Survive on $1 a day, okay? But then they have peace and they have freedom. So you see, there's always something missing.
Yeah.
What makes it beautiful is if you're about to build the link. If you can build the link, that fills the gap. That's when you can acknowledge yourself as one of the doers and the sayers of this world, which is my forte. My best two qualities is investment and development. And when I talk about investment and development, it's not just financial or it's not just buildings. Development can come from technology, can come from humanity, can come from real estate, can come from so many other things in this world. But your mind have to be tacked on development. You want to develop a nation. And I always say to people, until Africa decides to develop their nation, they can never build their continent. You need to develop the nation first before you have the human resources, the power of human capitalization to build your country, to build your continent. No, it's the human resources that would go for the ethical resources. It's them that will create the skill sets out of a mindset and then let it flow.
Yeah. So what, not to cut your wisdom, but what can Ghana, because you said that, America is a country that provides resources for all its people, and something similar to that. So what do you see as far as the way America does things, and say the Western world, and what Ghana can learn from it as far as developing its nation? Because there's two parts of it. It's Western influence and ideas from a moral standpoint, I think should stay out of Ghana. But Western systems, sometimes when it comes to developing a nation, right, I think those where, you can take that knowledge and then that becomes the resource that Ghana needs.
Well, I think Africa should stop trading their resources for governmental power or democratic resources. You don't need defense in your country when you're not going to war. Okay? You need security when you have resources. The resources can buy you a lot. The resources can actually bridge the gap between you and the Westerners. So I think we Africans and the leaders of Africans should stop selling their country to the Westerners because they will buy it. That's what they have built their countries from. They build their countries from gold. They build their countries from cocoa. They build their countries from a lot of the resources that they've been taking from here. But in return, they never told us that, look, put the plant, put this, put that, put the power, and then you become as rich as ours. So you could cut the starvation and you can cut all the issues. They will never tell you. You know why? Because even God doesn't want us to know how he created us. So if somebody is taking something from you that makes them, don't expect them to tell you the secrets. They're not going to tell you. What I expect from Africans to do is that what can we exchange with the world to give us the value that they have created in the economic prosperity? What can we give to other parts of the world to give us the expertise who have built their infrastructure to create a sustainable economy for humanity to live right? These things were lacking in Africa. And if you think your resources are that important to the world, please lift your embargo or put on your embargo and sanctions and do a proper trading. Trading is not just a matter of money and a product. Trading can be a matter of skill set, of expertise, of infrastructure, planning, engineering, or this or that, in exchange for that. Now, I believe in one thing. I believe in hiring people. And I'd like to hire the people who are intelligent. Now, you can check from all the resources of some of the greatest successful people in this world, and you will see that the people that they hired were some of the best people that put them where they are today. And when you dare go wrong and hire the wrong person, even if you're an artist, you start to decline. And that wrong person can convince you to hire them, or they can convince you to let you be around them.
That could have been their skill, was to convince me, but not the skill of actually doing a good job.
Exactly. And I think that's what Africans are doing. Well, how do I see this as an opportunity? I see this as a big opportunity. Oh gosh, like my ancestors,
right,
messed up. But I'm here to learn from the mistakes of the greatest people in this world.
Right. I think that, it definitely goes into a mindset thing. That's a challenging thing that we have. I tell people this is the greatest time in the world to be alive because of the opportunities that exist. We got the internet, we got AI, right? So it's like even a person that doesn't have a degree, right, can go on the internet and find whatever information that they want if they have the curiosity and the willfulness to do so, right? Most people out here got 3G internet infrastructure, but it don't matter if you give you 5G, if you don't have the willfulness, the curiosity, the mindset to go research and develop yourself, to take an idea and say, okay, what is that I don't know? Well, I'm gonna be on the internet. Question is not even about, what you have, it's about what you do with what you have, right? And so most places with Black people in America, I think don't take advantage enough of their opportunities, right? Because if I say you now live in 2023 when our ancestors did not have the resources, but they had rights and demand, meaning that they wanted something, they had the willfulness to go out there and fight for it, they were trying to develop, they would be activists, they would be killers for it, they would be revolutionaries. But now we are a generation that have more resources than any other time, but we don't have any demands for our resources for ourselves. And so they trick us in a trick bag of being in this spiritual civil war with each other, right? And this is what we don't talk about enough. This spiritual civil war that we go through is, where did you from? Or calling you Black or African or Moor or Israelite or all of these different things, or that's not the true history and this narrative. And there's this conscious spiritual wars that's always happening. And the person you get pulled down from the most is somebody who looks like you, which is the very person that you're trying to help. And so when you come over here to Ghana, you feel everything that in America that is going on is, and I'm speaking from a conscious political standpoint, it's all false. None of it matters. All of that is meant to constantly bombard my mind to distract me from what really is real, which is building and developing and envisioning and being at peace and allowing your imagination to conquer the world. Because I believe in conquering, not from just a sense of we want to plague and destroy, but conquering in the sense that we want to control our own world.
Yes.
You get to have a world where you come to Africa and I can see statues of Black men that were great, hero tales. We don't have that at all. Everything that I have, it represents somebody else's world. Now, what I do have that represents my world is the emblems of self. I have knowledge of self. And then we build out everything to represent us. So we don't have excuses that's supposed to stand in front of us. We study history, we sat Kofa, we look back to move forward, right? Not to get stuck in the past. Right. And that to me is the spirit of and the skills that we have today, because I believe everything we went through was to prepare us for what's next.
What's this? Yes, and I agree with you 100%. But first of all, let's address some things about our society.
Okay.
Being Black simply means to me sometimes, and that's just my opinion, that we lack something. Because when you look at the color Black, it's doomed. It's just dark. So there is something that is hidden in the Blackness. That we're not finding, okay? And if you put a drop of Parazone or something, it can go red or it can become white, And then when you see darkness, you can't see anything, you're looking for light. And then the minute you see the stars, that's when they shine in the darkness. So the question is, who are we and what is our society? Truly, we have some kind of identity crisis because we have segregated and separated ourselves on different lands with different tags of what kind of humans we are. And we dwell now on our nationality instead of our mentality. So we got to choose one. The mentality is a powerful thing when you're here to pass time.
Explain the difference between, in your concept, the nationality and the mentality.
So the nationality is when someone is so proud that they come from Brooklyn, but they forgot that Brooklyn is a part of a region, and a region that belongs to the world, and a world that plays a part in the universe. So you see, you've sort of restricted yourself with a short foresight. That is nationality. Mentality is when you think around the globe, is when you think around the universe, is when you think around all races, and you understand what people can give you in this world. That's when you know it's not about Brooklyn. It's about the world. And that's how I think. I believe in people activating, the strength in their mental power, and not to let it be undermined by their national power, you know, or their communal power.
Right.
You know, a lot of Black people are caught up in these thoughts, and it's painful.
And there's the cosmic power, which is why I always wear my crown. I let the young, in America, we spread a nigga mentality, right? The greatest nationality of the culture is a nigga mentality, right? Because those are the values. But when we tell you that you're God, it represents that you can own your own world. You set your own terms. And many people don't understand what that means. I'm saying I'm like my father. I have the ability to control reality, right? You a man that very much understands the ability to control his reality and don't believe in the blockades, right?
Yes, and just to, well, I wouldn't say point of correction, but just to make it more transparent to you, I believe in humanity. I don't just believe in color. I believe in humanity. You know, because I don't like to be judgmental. I like to be someone that has the power to justify. Because that's the only thing that will tell you what the end looks like. You know, so for me, whatever game that a Black man or a white man sees that they're playing, it's a lesson for me in this world that can make me create my vision and build up my revolutionary consciousness to be able to create a change. And that change has to be redemptive. It has to be reformative. You know, it has to be a value added to society. I have to be remembered when I'm not here. And my absence should be felt because I'm not here. And these are the souls that resonate with me. The likes of Malcolm X, the likes of King Solomon, the likes of David, you know, Haile Selassie, Marcus Garvey. You know, we believe in things that, you know, we feel like it's meant to be said, but the billion cannot say it because they don't have the courage. You know, we believe in things that it's meant to be done, but the billion thinks it can't be done, so they're getting in the way of those who are doing it. You know, we believe in these kind of things. And when many spirits resonates with you, it's because you have learned from their greatest mistakes. So now wherever their spirit is, energy, the universe is turning to a force behind you. I feel like that's the new person that I'm becoming. And in life, I must say that it's not about who you are. Truly, it's about who you're becoming. Because every day, there's an opportunity for a man to change to the worse, to good, or to better. You know, so I'm changing. But I'm changing because I'm a man enough, I'm courageous enough to confront my own color. That, no, if it's not right, I'm not with it.
Yeah. I mean, but I believe that is the ultimate challenge. That's something that resonates with us, because most of the time when we're speaking, we actually never mostly speaking to the white man. We're speaking to restore faith within self from those who have lost it. We're speaking to the blind, deaf, and dumb who can't see, even though all they have to do is use vision, right? And oftentimes in America, we talked about this a little bit off camera. I'm a very much of a person that teaches self-sufficiency, right? I'm very much of a person, just like Elijah Muhammad, just like Malcolm X and many others, do for self, right? I'm very much a person that's saying that white man not standing in your living room forcing you to be lazy when there's a word of opportunity. So no, I do not believe in the past, you know, fixation, right? When there's the present power that one can take, which gives you the power over what comes next, which is the future. So what we do is educating the mind. But in that education, people think that slavery is Black history, but it's not. It's not my history. That's the slave master history. My history is rebellion and freedom. My history is invention. When I went to Africa, to Northern Africa, and went to go visit Egypt, I didn't want to go. When I was a child, I wanted to. The reason I wanted to go is because I looked over there and I seen those big, beautiful pyramids, and I was in awe of those people. But then at some point in time, as I got older and I took a step back, and I said, wait a minute. The amount of things that we've invented in America as a people makes us brilliant. We are inventors, and our culture is not hip hop. Our mass culture that we export is freedom fighting. That's the Black American culture that people always get mixed up. Like, no, what we've exported around the world is consciousness, is scholarship. But they try to say that hip hop is your culture. No, that's our entertainment.
Absolutely.
Our culture is the real values that we spread across the world, teaching you who you are to stand up and be yourself, right? So we don't come from a place of excuses. We come from a place of self-sufficiency. And so when you say about humanity, 100%, I believe in the good of people because a person color can fool you, right? Because you think that you should be connected to a person because they look like you rather than think like you and have the same heart as you or mission as you or vision as you. And then that's where you can get lost because that person may be nowhere near your tribe.
The people that have the same color as you could be the same people that hate you the most. Now, when you are in a sea and you're swimming and you're looking for a land to land on, and you find a land, and you look in the land, you're about to jump, but you realize that it was full of crocodiles. What would you do? You probably jump back in the sea. You know why? Because where you're swimming and the evil or the fish that you know in that sea is better than the crocodile you're about to find on a different land that you don't know. They might eat you faster. The point I'm trying to make here is that if we judge ourselves based on who looks like us and who acts like us, then we have defined ourselves within a portion and a part of this world. It restricts our mind, our brain cells, our heart, our spirit, and our soul to experiment this world. We have to experiment the world.
That I agree.
I think that that's how come the white man found us. I think that curiosity made Adam taste the apple, and that's why we're here today. Because then sex came in the equation, and we started to find ourselves in the spirit connected with the flesh. Now we have to put clothes on the flesh, and we have to try and religiously protect the soul. And a lot of people are losing it because they're not the truth. So it's a beautiful world, more so than the people. Now we cannot let the world be mean to us as much as we're being mean to ourselves. We have to understand that we came to meet these things, the nature, the water, the sun, the this and that. And that's the value that is giving us what makes us who we're becoming. Now I'm going to give you this analysis, and this is one of my syllabus that will come out one day. And I think a lot of people would love that. And a lot of people will follow that. Here's what happened. The sun is a very energetic, powerful environment for nature. But the day and the night came together and they decided to fight to see who is more important. And so I started to study these two things and see how best that they are. And guess what I found out? I found out that it defined the color of the world. And I'm going to explain it to you. So there is one human that gets up early in the morning, 5 a.m. to 5:30. He either walks for 30 minutes or run. Then he has a shower, puts on a white or blue shirt, a suit and a tie. Then he works throughout the year, 9 to 5. He only needs 1 month holiday. But he can do it for the next 50 years non-stop. Very calculated with time. That man is a white man. Then at night, which is the darkness, there is that man that he can never wake up at 6 a.m. continuously for the next 40 years or 50 years and do what the white man does. He's more powerful at night. He performs at night. He records at night. He sleeps, but he also have a lot of sex, production, babies, this, that. He's more active at night. And guess who that is? The black man. So there's two colors in this world that the whole world is fighting over and being racial about. It's basically the same scenario that the God has never changed for us since we came to this earth. Every day there is a day, and every night there is a night. But guess what? The day did. The daytime went to find the nighttime and said, here, I'll be your thinker. I'll be your worker. I'll be your manager. I'll be your promoter. I'll be your boss. The nighttime slept on the daytime. He never went to find him and hire him and said, here, you be my energy. You be my strength. You be my tie rocker so you can work for me. Now look at the world. Exactly this analysis I'm giving you is what is happening. The white man always go and find the people out there. The talents, he goes and finds them. He scouts them. Then he manages them. Then he wears the tie, then he works his whole life. But he gets paid and build a conglomerate that the nighttime black will forever be seven. He signs a contract, he records the album, now he signs a contract for playing the basketball that was put together by the white guy. And he signs a 15 million contract. And whenever they don't want you again, shh. But you see, God didn't create the world like that. He said that I'm the God. This is the evil. He has power. I have power. He does his thing, I do my thing. I can choose to close him down, but I need him. What are we doing? What are we doing? Because the stars, they come out of their darkness, you know, because the gold is formed when everything goes to sleep. You know, a lot of things happen when it's in the dark.
I believe this to be true.
People focus a lot on nutrition, body-wise. You know, I'm going to feed this particular system of the body. I'm going to feed that system. Very rarely do people speak about the mind. Very rarely do people speak about the brain. The brain needs the most energy, right? The brain is needed to process. The brain is needed to, you know, compartmentalize. The brain is needed for so many things, you know, but we don't know what brain food looks like. You know, we know that the body's electrical, and what I understand about gold is not only is it super conductive, but it's non-corrosive and it's a noble element. So they say that if I am what I eat, I want to be noble. You know what I'm saying? I want to be of the highest degree, and I also want to focus on mental health. I want to focus on gut health. I want to focus on energy. I want to focus on youth. I want to focus on, you know, accessing pineal activity, hormonal balance. Everything that gold represents is what I want to see more of. So what better thing to do but align myself with this particular product and get it out to as many people as I can by singing the praise of gold, which is something that our people have been doing for over 10,000 years.
I think what you said in the equation that got me thinking was the time part. What we do with our time, because time is a dimension in which any man has the ability to control. And you're talking about two wheels during a cycle of solar rotation and lunar rotation.
Absolutely.
And the power in the war becomes is who will control time during this rotation. And the moves that you make during that time is what makes it your time. Because it's not your time until you make the right moves. You can be making moves your whole life. You can be busy your whole life. You can be fighting for freedom. You can be fighting for things until you got the right strategy, until you learn the right knowledge, until you are in connection with the right people. It's not your time yet. The timekeepers of this world keep time by what? Paper, right? They created a metaphysical system that controls time, right? And until there's another system in place, you have to go through the systems that have been, right? So it's no longer the ability to say I'm the strongest. So, hey, this is my time. This is my space. It doesn't matter. Strength is no longer qualified by brute power. It's qualified by intellect, right? And superior knowledge doesn't submit to inferior knowledge.
But I wanted to chip in what you said. Time does not belong to anyone. We shred it every day. The only thing that you can beat in this world is time. You have to beat time, because you can't cheat life. It'll catch up with you. But you got to beat time. A lot of people are not beating time. They think they have forever to do what they're thinking of. No, the future started yesterday. We're already late. So whatever revolution of conscience that is pricking on our minds means that we're late.
You know what? I like that because I was going to challenge it, but I like it. I like it. No, because I like it because it's a mentality of urgency and of renewed dynamism of now, right? And the power of now is very powerful. And when we talk about time, regardless of the concepts, white, black, history, future, past, present, the importance is, you know, time domination, and especially when it comes to power, is such a foreign idea to us, right? Because when, to me, that idea of beating time is saying that your limitations is not what you can do within a day, right? It's not, you don't have a second, you don't have a minute, right? You don't have an hour, right? What right now, you can do something that it may take another man 1,000 years. So a man's time is as powerful as he is.
Look, time is the only thing that defines life. Life is a gift, and it's a gift that people are going to pay a price for. The price is death. The only thing that sustains this too is time. So that's what's in between it. And how are you going to use it? A lot of people are trying to own up to their life. You don't own your life. Please give up, surrender to life. Let life be in charge. And take over the time. Because that's what you really have. You're not God to dictate your life or to tell the world that this is what I'm going to do with it. But you can prove a point to the world with the time. And when I say time, I also mean timing. You know, I bought a lot of watches in my lifetime, but never to tell the time. I only bought them because I wanted people to know what time it is. And that's their problem. Okay? Well, I'm on timing. I guess 2023, and Africa needs one of the greatest leaders. So I went in. By 2018, I was already thinking for 2023. So I stepped in and took the crown. And I said, I'm the Prince of Africa. And everybody said, there is no such thing in this world. Africa is not a country, but in my head, in my mind, for you it's not. For me, it is. It's the time that I'm using. Because right now, it feels like Africa needs a prince and Africa needs a king. And the lives of some of these conglomerates and organizations, the UN, the AUs with Asians and all of these countries behind them, who are they talking to? They're talking to countries with small-time leaders who are divided into constituencies. Okay, I'm talking about one continental prince claiming the moment of time. And how did I get that? See, the spirit put the crown on my head, and the universe became a force of me because I decided to do so in my time, the very time of the moment. I picked it, I chose it. You know, I'm sure that Jesus Christ chose to be Jesus Christ only from 30 years old. And he did everything in 3 years because the timing was right. He couldn't do it at the time that he was a carpenter's son. You know, he had to do it at the time that he became a son of a man. You know, so when you pick your time right, you become powerful.
Yes, sir.
You know, revolutions occur by timing. Okay? Redemption. Anything in this world is the timing. And there's a time for everything. But this same time can go around in circles. And it's going to feed us with billions of years. Okay? We are just passing time. And ours is just 70 years. Now, when you really break down the 70 years, this is why I respect time so much. A lot of people think 70 years is long. It's not long at all. You only have, 1,000-something days really active in this whole time. You know, your first 5 years, you know nothing. You do nothing. Your last 5 years, you know everything, but you can't do anything. That's 1 decade gone. Okay? Then you slip 2 decades away. So out of the 7 decades, you only have 4. And you want to use 4 years to build the world, to have a wife, to have children, to build business, to become a billionaire? Come on, the time is not enough. So you got to play games with it. And I know that some people are probably listening to me now because you've granted me the opportunity to be on your platform. But this is what I want to tell people, that, they should stop being stupid and dependent on life. They should let life be in charge. Life brought them here. What they have is time, and they need to play the role with it. And it's time for Black people to understand that they also have to be part of the chain of command.
Explain that.
Okay. So we have, the G20s, we have the the Americans, we have the British, we have, you know, the all different clans. But we happen to be in these places. When they want to address us, they say Black British. They say Black American. They don't say you are American. They're still telling you that you're an alien. So where is your society? How can you represent the world and say that this is my community, this is my society, this is where I belong to, like the Jewish have? The Jewish are not even in their country. They are everywhere in the world. But no one can go and stand in front of someone and say Jewish American, Jewish British, or Jewish this. They just call them the Jewish. Okay? I'm sorry about some people might use the word Jewish differently, and I'm not saying this as a racial insult, but I'm trying to let people understand how to own a space in the land that belongs to you in the universe, and how to add value to a race that resonates around you of the universe. It's very important. These are the things that we can do with our time. What are we claiming? Because somebody else is claiming us and tagging us. He's saying you're Black British. Somebody's saying you're Black American. He's not saying you're American. He's tagged you. Okay? But black is black. And white is white. There's no problem with any of us. But it's just that one is doing more. One is building more. One is developing more. So it's become like one is superior. And then the one that is doing less development and less this, that is inferior. Then it's affecting our children. It's affecting our people. And then our time on this earth is not utilized right. Because we're already born into a world that we're affected in the mind. We're letting our capacity undermine our ability just because of the nation that we belong to, just because of the nationality that we have accepted upon ourselves. Your mentality has to be stronger. It has to be stronger than anything. Your soul has to be powerful, and your heart has to be strong, and your mind has to beat. It's the exercise. You need it. Let these things work in your body. Now, people don't understand that, you know, there's the human organs that needs to be activated. You know, people have been living on this earth for so long, and they've never activated their soul or their heart or their wisdom. They don't even know how to absorb it. You know, they don't know where to find the wisdom. And how the hell are you going to build the wealth? And yet they want to be a rich person. They want to be this. They want to be that. That is a wish. You cannot put a wish or a choice over decisions. Decisions bring you a wish and a choice. When you take the great decision with time, you'll be able to have a choice. Because yes, you took a great decision and you become a greater person. You want 100 wives like King Solomon, you can have them. But first, you're not just going to jump up and have the 100 wives without taking the right decision and without timing yourself to be able to reach that target, that goal. You know, that whole thing ahead of you. Now, I'm here to let people understand that I'm the perfect example of humanity, that I can prove to the world that possible is impossible. Because the word impossible is saying that, yes, I am possible, only if you can find me. And you have to be able to take yourself into that world. And before you do that, you need to activate it. Like I'm saying, time is a powerful thing. It's so respectful that people are not respecting it. And the only reason why men get broken heart is not because they were so much in love. It's because they lost the time. You spend 4 years with a woman, and then the woman leaves you for another man. Your heart is broken, your soul is broken because you lost the 4 years. You could have been a lawyer. Right. You could have been a rich man. You could have been anything. Time is it's of a heavy substance. You know?
I believe that. And what you said was key, especially when you talk about the mind. What we often try to just give to our people is an understanding. That understanding is who you are and where you are. Not from a geographical standpoint, from a time point. Because you talked about timing, our people have always clocked cosmological events, right? We've always built monuments in connection to the stars so we can know where we're at and what age that we are in. Because it is man time and there's the universe time. And if you can get timing right, then you can be aligned and everything that you do will flow. So when you know when is your time, then that's when you can execute. And we are in the time of executors. We are in the time of master builders. We're in the time where if you have light, you can't just have light. You can't just say, I have knowledge and I'm a good person, but not have good works.
You have knowledge and you don't have courage to back it. You will never see power. If you have wisdom and you don't use your mindset to create a skill set, you'll never build wealth with it. You know, if you have understanding and you don't understand what is beneath where you're standing, you will never know what you're thinking. You know, a lot of people are not seeing these things. It's activations. It's activations. And I like the fact that you're talking about timing, about this world. Like, you know, timing. Our leaders don't know the timing.
They don't. But and if they do, they're too fearful to act upon the time, and the time is now.
So the courage is not there, and the knowledge is not there. What do you think gave us these things? It's the omnipotent creator, the one behind the universe.
But they make someone else their God. And when their God gives them access, then their God said, I would take away access if you try to use your time.
You're very stupid to come and follow something like this and start to worship it. You're stupid. When you see the whole earth with the sea that you can't read the end of it, a sun and a day, and nights and a star and the moon, and clouds. When you see all of this creation, please respect nature. I think people, you know, are trying to look for wisdom and they want to be wise. But you know what? Let's define the definition of being wise. It simply means you simply need to understand what it takes to be stupid so you don't repeat stupidity. If you have a nation or you belong to a nation, then you keep repeating stupidity. Please, you've activated your foolishness. The brain is gone. The wisdom is gone. The heart is weak. The soul is dead. And we have a lot of people like this in our society. But how do we build the new faces? The new young ones that are coming, we have to give them the opportunity to be able to claim back our heritage value. I didn't start the new Africa movement as freedom for nothing. You think I need fame? No. Fame is when people know you. And when people know you, too many people know you, there could be half of them that are wanting your downfall. I needed grace. Popularity is when people like you. I've become popular because I do what I like, and that's my freedom. My freedom of fashion, my freedom of thinking the way I think and doing things the way I believe it. And then I get to find myself that I'm not a president. I'm not a leader that is under someone's constitution or under someone's regulation. You know, I'm a leader that have found myself with people who are even beneath my level, but I can relate to them. I can go to them. You know, the world is mine this way. I feel good in this world. My time is being used right. You know, I can't wait for people to see what this historic moment is about. Because like I said, I'll surrender my life to life. You know, life is in charge of me. But I am the ultimate power over time in my time. Because I'm using it, you know, to capitalize on the moment. I'm building a movement out of the moment. It's not even written. I'm building it. The movement is being built out of a moment. So every moment, something is added on. And I'm learning every day. And the lessons of the greatest people in this world is the mistakes that I've learned from. And it's building me. It's building me, and I'm building my world, and I'm moving with it. And I think our society is lacking that. But you know what? People are not saying it. The lacks of our own leaders who came to this world and was talking about, oh, the black man is this, and the white man is this, and then always found a way to put a blame on someone why we become what we become. Okay, that's the past. You can't dwell on that. You can learn from that. Experience is what provides you or leads you to wisdom. But you can't dwell on that.
But it was their timing. Because if that was never set in precedence, the spirit that we have today to take the time that we're in now would not be in existence. So the opportunities that we have today is often from, you know, the connection that we have from the work that was done before us. The problem is when you take something that was the right thing to do at the right time at another time and you bring that into today's time, right? You have to upgrade every existing system. You have to upgrade every existing movement so that it is in connection to the now. What do we need to do now with our technology, with our movement? What is the campaign of our education? How are we supposed to create trade? How are we supposed to educate the diaspora? How we're supposed to build? You have skills, you have knowledge, you have resources. I have skills, knowledge, and resources. I knew an understanding of having knowledge of self and self-awareness and consciousness growing up, how I must move in the world without excuses, right? That if I want to build a platform, I can't go to somebody else, right, that is not conducive to what they're building and ask them permission and then get mad at them when they don't give me permission, especially if I have a mind that I don't even need permission.
But we're not builders. See, this is what we got to see.
But we okay. So I understand what you say when you say that in this world we haven't always been builders. In this time,
Have we built our nation yet?
no, not yet.
Wait, have we built industries yet? Okay, there's the banking industry, there is the fashion industry, there is so many industries.
But these are one ways to build, because our people have always, we built spiritual systems, we built time systems, we built mathematical systems.
Then go back to that, because whatever that made a black man needs to come back. I'm saying that we have to claim.
I agree.
Yes, and I agree with you. Like, we have to claim our heritage back. Okay, now why do I insist on
But and also you got to remember that which they built is off of what we built. Without a mathematical system, nobody's building a building.
Of course.
Right? Without Imhotep, right? Without the master builders, in which were, systems sometimes which were immaterial, which was the understanding of the universe. So like you said, it's the lost connection of what we built, which is why we're not building today.
God is a mathematician, okay? Now, anyone that understands numbers and letters can figure out the fraction of times and moments and can read into the future. Sometimes they call them scientists. Back then, we used to call them native doctors from where we came from. Now, the point I'm trying to make here, 19, is that we are the last race on this planet Earth that everybody is waiting for us to claim our heritage value back. And if we don't start working towards that and doing that in our time of living, then our children become losers, and our children become losers, because they're going to think that for over 500 years, for over 1,000 years, they couldn't revive themselves. They couldn't rebuild themselves. These guys are just going to be like the story of Israelites, as they're going to remain slaves. And you think God is going to open the sea into two now for us to walk through? No, we have to find a different solution, from freeing ourselves from this slavery mentality. And you see, the mental power is working. Right now, slaves are not, people that are brutalized. Slaves, it's a mental thing.
Mm-hmm. A mental victimization.
Exactly.
When anybody controls your mind and your will, they have become your master.
Absolutely.
And when you want to master your own universe, control your mind and your will. And if you do good will, you're working for God, right? If you do your own will, you're working for self, which it can be working for your lower nature, which one can see is working for the devil, right? And I simplified that in a very easy way, because most people don't know when they're doing good or they're working for God, right? I like to work for God. He gives me orders and I go. He says, be a general, then I will lead. He says, be a soldier, then I will fight, right? And it becomes simple. And the youth of Africa, when the average age is 19, that to me is timing, right? Because that is a pivotal time in most people's lives, when most people are ready.
This is why I'm here.
To revolutionize.
I caught up on this opportunity, and I heard you say something very important when you were speaking, and you used the name of God, being a controlled substance, I live by God, by his command, by his movement. His voice has been my instincts since I was born. But you know what? I know 90% of the people who want to find God and they don't know where he is, but they go to church almost every other day of the week. Okay?
Can I ask you about this, man? Not to cut your wisdom. There's some parts I see a beautiful picture of this African Jesus. And in some places I see this blonde hair man, Caesar Borgia. How is it that the African can still have a picture of a white Jesus?
Yep. So first of all, religion, education, these two things were supposed to be anti this establishmentarianism. And anything to do with anti and this is a double no. Okay, so it was not supposed to be established as a religion. Education is, and Christianity is, other religions are. It's supposed to be a natural flow, a free flow. So if you were born in the north And then as you were growing, you started seeing people going like this, bowing down. You automatically do the same thing. So that's the meaning of religion, being real within your region. It's just the region that you belong to, okay? And African's region of religion has become a dominated establishment that has been embedded by colonial masters. It's still the same belief, the same God, but now they've changed the pictures. It's just like the statues of Egypt. They chopped the nose off and painted it to look like something else. That Pharaoh was a white man, okay? So that is the truth, the naked truth of what religion is becoming in Africa. And if you're looking at someone and praying to that person, but your heart and your soul is not doing what that person would have wished for you to be doing for others, then you're not doing it right. So that's why a lot of people are lacking faith, even though they're religious, because they don't understand the spiritual connection of what God is to humanity. You know, God wants great thinkers. God wants great doers that calculate the numbers, that respect their time, and want to make a change within the society and the nature that he has created. Then he puts the crown on your head. So God is not a miraculous man that you keep praying and looking at the picture, and he's going to come and put money down for you or create wealth for you. You know, God is in you.
And that's where the system of bondage exists. And not just here, but since I'm here, we're speaking on the continent. But that's where a system of bondage begins, and your faith and your beliefs, because it can make you limitless or it can restrict you. So a person that has fear, right, does not have a perfect belief in God, right? Because if I say I'm going to do God's will, he tells me to do something, right? There's this saying that, you know, even a dog barks when his master is being attacked. And if God's way of being attacked is when a person spreads falsehood, and the way that you stand up for God is by speaking truth. And people don't want to speak truth anymore, right? Because they don't want to lose position and access in a world that is built on falsehood. So therefore the fear, right? Whoever they fear becomes their God. And it's something that I like to remind people, because many people say that they believe in God or that they believe in Jesus or Yahweh, whatever it may be, but you would never act in the way that he acted that made him the revolutionary that he was, right? And when you can live in accordance to truth, you live at the highest level of life, right? Because now you're not living restricted. One of the most valuable things to you, I imagine, is someone tells you the truth. Because how many people tell a man with wealth and power the truth, right? So it's an asset, right? And everybody is not willing to give you that asset because they don't know they should. But those who do, they have given you something, right, that is more powerful than gold, that is more powerful than a deal, right? They have given you something spiritual that you can utilize to build yourself up and make you greater. And oftentimes people are afraid of making great men greater. They think you have enough, and why should you become more? But great men are not satisfied with where they are because they know where they will be, right? And so we know that what same thing that you see that I built out of myself, it was not to bring me to a point. This is a life that I will live, right? You may think that, oh, he's enough. He's built this already. No, that's not enough. It's not enough because of what I can do and what God is going to use me for.
I see you as the beginning. Look, I see you as the beginning. You know, for me, the end is the last minute. The future, I'm already in it. The past, I've already lived it. There ain't going to be any difference that will make me change my mind about what time is and what life is and what it means. Fear, you can give it to God. You shouldn't have fear as a human being if you're not giving it to an omnipotent power. And there's only one thing in this world that is stronger than fear, and that's hope. Hope can erase your fear. And we're trying so hard to look at how we can become like other people, but we're not activating the hopefulness in us. It's very important as a Black society. What is our hope? What are we hoping to achieve? Because if we were 1,000 or 10,000 that hoped for one thing, there would be such a big impact. But we don't hope for that. We live for that. And I've seen so many stars in America who have become successful. And I'll pick two women. I will not mention their names, but you know, they had like 100 million followers each, and they became successful. You know, one was probably worth maybe 50, 60 million. The other one was worth 20 million. And guess what? The fact that the other one made 20 million and she's coming and she has many followers, the other one also didn't like it. And the one that has got a 20 million can also feel it. Like, oh no, then I got to fight you. And then they're fighting each other when God has already given you the gift. Will you just sit back and think about those who are stuck and drowned in fear? And then you start to use your 200 million followers and your 20 million coming together to create something, a product, a book, a story that would resonate with your minds and replace their fear with hope. That's impactful. That's something that we need. We fight each other for no reason. It makes us look stupid. That's the point I'm making. That when are we going to claim our heritage back? It puts tears in my heart. Because a man like me, tears don't fall from my eyes unless it's blood. And that's because I've gone past feeling any pain. I can see truly. I don't know if I've been here before or if I'm a time traveler. But what I've seen before and what I'm seeing now, it's not getting any better. I need to do something. You know, we need to do something. Now, people are full of fear. My book, you know, Freedom Jacob Caesar, The Rise of the African Prince, it's my story is to become the hope that will replace the fear in Africans. Because what's the point of a young kid going to university and their mother has sweat all their life and their father or their fathers and have paid for their fees, thinking that when you educate your child and they get a degree, they'll become successful so they take care of you. Only in the end to find out that they didn't even have a vacancy for the degree they acquired. You know, this story is sad. It's like the sheep spending their whole life running away from the wolf, only to be killed in the end by the shepherd. This is not fair on us as a society. This is one of the things I want to do before I leave this earth. You know, creating that will of freedom to find ourselves again. Because when I look at the Arabs, I really respect what they've done. They've claimed back their culture and they've built their United Nations of Emirates, of Arabs, the Saudi. Now they're part of the global speakers and they command. When I look at the Europeans, they've built all their roads. They have claimed their reserves. They have built their factories. They are feeding their nations. They're educating them. When I look at America, North, South, and East, there's a whole industrialization, preservation, reservations, and a whole Hollywood and Wall Street and this and that and Brazil and many things is going on in a great circulation. So they built their world. They're surviving. When I look at Asia, the Hong Kongs, the Singapores, the China, they're feeding the world. They're doing things. Then when I look at Africa, I see death. I see sickness. I see fear. I see pain. I see a disappointed leader. I see just negativity. But when I look, I see myself standing on a gold field and everyone around me is looking for what I'm standing on and they are standing on the same gold field. And so this is what I mean, that when people want to have understanding, they need to start to see what is beneath where they're standing, so they can have respect for knowledge, wisdom. That is the equation of understanding. To know what God has given you, the power of your wisdom, the power in your knowledge, to be able to understand that value, the power in your color, the power in your resources. You need to understand it. You know, we need to have hope. And I don't want to be a multi-billionaire to be so rich, because I don't want to be remembered by riches. I don't want to be remembered by money. I want to be remembered by the legacy that impacted societies, that built generations, that created the new redemptive revolution that became a reformative resource, which changed my world. So what will you build? Well, it will start from me developing See, you got to develop before you build. You have to invest before you
explain before. Let's get to this. Explain the difference for people. The difference between developing and building.
Okay, so developing, it starts from humanity before structures. Okay, now before you can develop anything, you need to be an investor. You know, so God developed us before he created us, before he built us. He already had the plan that the human eyes will be here and will be for viewing, that the nose will be for breathing, and the mouth will be for speaking, and the body will be for this. He had already developed us and constructed us in a blueprint inside his own mind. And so he used 6 days to create everything. But he probably used 1,000,000 years, which might look like a day for him, to see how these things would have to be put together as a puzzle that will come together to create a nature for people, for humanity. So human beings should respect the code that you need to develop before you can build. If you don't develop your nations, you cannot build your country. It's impossible.
So not to cut your wisdom, but development to me sounds like, when I talk about creating a new culture, is remoralizing a culture, right? It's saying that, okay, what are the values that we will build our culture off of? Because if I say a culture is family, it's respect, right? Then we know that anything that we do that is in connection to building on respect and rebuilding on family, building on power, building on knowledge of self, that is in correlation, right? Because this is the womb. So development will be the womb. And then once you have something born out of that developmental stage, because in the womb is where you go through the stages of development. And then when you come out, now you're building that human up, right? Teaching them how to be erect and then protecting that which you have built, right? And so in our culture, we have to go back and say, okay, what are the values that make us who we are? Because if we go study every culture, they have value in connection that they hold as rites and rituals that they can build on top of. So the developmental stages, yes, I like that analogy because I believe it's something that we have to understand is we're always trying to build, but what are we building on?
We're building on other people's cultures. We're building our whole life on other people's cultures.
Right.
You cannot wear a turban and make yourself become an Arab.
This is
so if you do it, you're going to come home. Or fasting sake.
Yeah.
You know, you're not building yourself.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying? Now, we have lost our culture. So, culture cannot be built. It can be redeveloped again. And you can do the redevelopment from the younger ages. You know, the belly of the womb of the day. You can actually change the mindset of the younger people of today. And then they start to practice how valuable that traditional culture that you are embedding in them is for them. And you have to hold it with value. It's important. We haven't done that development. And then what is the investment? The investment is the actual time that we put in the play. It's important that when you look at the Arab system, they sent their children to Europe and America. They said to them, go and study how they do the architecture. Go and study how they do the engineering. And when you come back, we're going to use it here, the same thing. And when you're coming, bring the people that you learn from. Yeah. So what did they do? They extracted what they had already developed and added it to what they have to develop their world. So that's when the buildings came in.
Mm-hmm.
That's when all of these things came in. See, the fundamental position that they had was the developmental mindset. And how did they do that? You can see from the process. He's sending people out to learn. And when they come back, they bring people. And they hired other people, cheap labor, to build the tall buildings. Mm-hmm. And then they were like some Talibans or some people wearing
white uniform with white thing and some black thing in their head, walking around. They didn't hold one block. And they were not the contractors. They were not the laborers. You know, they were the developers. You know, they're the developers. And the only thing that they built out of the development was they built wealth.
How will you build your wealth? How will you control your time? How will you develop your skill sets?
Did you ever think you would make it?
A bunch of different things. He was asked about NIH, $710 million being given to different doctors. He was asked, do you represent science? No, I don't. That's not what I meant. That what I meant is this. Just a bunch of gibberish that will go back and forth. One clip talking about the fact that all the people that are believers, the moment you mandated, you force them, all that shit goes out the window. Flat out saying that, and he's being asked about it. It was a rough week for him. Alex Jones, an emotional moment he had on Twitter and X.
I
which
cried.
we have to talk about, and we'll talk about that as well. Just brace for impact. We'll do that as well. Elon Musk. Do you know they still don't want to pay him the $56 billion they owe him? They still don't want to pay him. I'm going to give you some details on the breakdown. What many people are not talking about. We'll go into the whole thing on how he negotiated up front, what the number was, and who is preventing him from getting the paycheck. It's some interesting stories behind it. And then Elon Musk and Jamie Dimon are getting closer to being friends again. This has been a decade-year feud that they may be getting closer to each other. Pro-Palestine protesters clash with Pride Parade. How wild of a clash is that? That definitely is a phenomenal one. Official U.S. Navy Special Forces page draws backlash for ringing in Pride Month. And Navy SEALs have gone woke. And then they're coming back saying, no, we didn't. It's not that. We meant this. We meant that. Anyways, we'll respond to it. If there's anybody we can't afford to go work is the Navy SEAL. Like, they got to keep it together, especially with those 11 NFL teams that Tom's going to give you an update on here in a minute. Vinny, this weekend, went to a gay pride event at Disney. He was at Disney. He was at, well, I mean, that's the right way of saying it, right? He was so you got to give us commentary.
I'll give you 100% commentary.
Because, by the way, Vinny's an angry patriot. And if you're also an angry patriot, I got a surprise for you in about 90 seconds. Stay tuned. It's a big surprise. To all the angry patriots, if you are, I got a surprise for you that you're going to want to be sporting on 4th of July. So stay tuned. We'll give that to you. All right, check this out. Up to half of UCLA med students are failing basic medical competency tests.
Unbelievable.
Can you imagine that? Their basic competency test, they're missing. WNBA Caitlin Clark had another hard foul, and, you know, there was a fine and all this other stuff. And, you know, this other player, Angel Reese, I think that's her name, saying, I'm also the reason why the WNBA is doing really good. It's me. It's not really just her. It's also me. In 20 years, they're going to say me too. And Diddy had another bunch of things coming up with him. I mean, he's just, I mean, when you get Biggie's mom coming out saying, I want to slap the daylights out of Sean Combs, there's something really going on there. Jerry Seinfeld, okay, check this out. He wants to see return of dominant masculinity to the culture. Manchin leaves the Democratic Party. Mexico will talk about inflation. Someone said it will take years to fall to the 2% target, according to Cleveland Fed model. We got some economy stuff that we'll talk about. We got a bunch of clips to show you guys. Having said that, let me start off before we get into all these stories. Number one, everybody, when Vinny would go on a rant, Vinny was just on Pierce the other day. When Vinny goes on a rant, and, you know, all of a sudden veins pop out, and, you know, there's women that are into Vinny and men like that. Vinny's got a big female. There's even a fan page created with Vinny because of how sexy he is. I tried. You know, I call him the Pacino, the De Niro, the Syrian version, the better looking version. That's the non-woke version that's not vaccinated. But here's the thing. So if you're an angry patriot yourself, Vinny officially has the Angry Patriot Valuetainment Edition. Damn right. Where the O is the Valuetainment logo, with the back says Future Looks Bright. Oh, yes. With the sides got the American flag. So if you are an angry patriot, Vinny, what colors do we have these in?
We have that color, and then we also have green, right, Rob?
Rob,
we have
can
the
you
green
show
one,
it
which
on
is
the
sick.
back?
Sick. Military green. And Pat, just really fast, to let everybody know, a lot of people always go, Vinny, why are you so upset? And I always ask them, why aren't you? With everything that's happening, And being a veteran and having parents that are legal immigrants, Assyrians, Pat, as you know this, we don't have a country, which makes America that much more important. And that's why I get furious when people aren't speaking and aren't talking crap. So that's why I'm an angry patriot. Tom called me live on the podcast, and we're going with it. And I am, and I'm proud to be an angry patriot.
There you go.
There's
it's official. It's branded. By the way, go ahead and place the order before these things sell out. Last time we announced the allegedly shirt, we sold a few thousand shirts of the allegedly shirt. And all of a sudden, how come I'm not getting my supply? Because sizes go. So you can go ahead and place the order. Angry Patriot on VTmerch.com if you're listening to this on Spotify and Apple. And Rob, let's make sure to put the link below as well so people can go get it and represent as an Angry Patriot. All right. So let's get into it. First story. What story should we go to as the first story? I prefer us going to a business story first because, I know Vinny likes that kind of stuff. Let's do a business story first. So, Tom, I'm going to come to you as well. Elon Musk is mad at one of Tesla's biggest investors for saying it's voting against his pay package. So now you guys got to keep this in mind. He negotiated this in February of 2018 is when he negotiated this, and they're still not willing to pay him the $56 billion that's owed to him. Let me read it to you. The California Public Employee Retirement System, CalPERS, CEO Marcy Frost stated that the funds plan to vote against Musk's $55 billion pay package, arguing we do not believe that the compensation is to commensurate with the performance of the company. Musk responded, criticizing CalPERS on social media, saying CalPERS is breaking their word. Musk's pay package struck down by a Delaware judge in January involving a 10-year grant of 12 tranches of stock options tied to Tesla hitting specific targets. Although Tesla claims it met all the targets in 2023, proxy advisor Glass Lewis labeled it excessive with uncertain benefits and additional risk ahead of June 13 annual meeting. Tesla's promoting the pay plan by offering investors a tour of the Texas Gigafactory, with Musk emphasizing the plan's importance to Tesla's future success. Tom, thoughts on the story?
Okay. The board here is running for cover and they are turning turtle. Here's what I mean by that. The reason this plan exists, how did this plan? This wasn't an idea he came up with. This was voted on by the board, and they all agreed this would be the pay plan. And by the way, for all those people saying must receive $55 billion, I saw that one on CNN. He's not receiving $55 billion. This is a 10-year grant of stock, some stock every year. Ricky, remember PHP?
Of course.
You kill it, and there'd be a program out there. You could get some equity. Next year, different program. What they did here, they made a 10-year program. 10-year program from here, and CalPERS voted in favor of it. But along the way, the economy burps a little bit. Now people are saying, well, maybe $55 billion is excessive. Why was it $55 billion? Because the stock went up from 106 at the beginning of 03, I believe, to, Rob, check me on this, 261, 106, 261. So the stock went way up. Go back like 3 years. Go back 3 years real quick.
Oh, that's not even the case, Tom. You got to go more than that. It's not 106 to 261. You know what the number is? Do you know what this guy negotiated, Tom?
No, go back. Look at the beginning of 2003. Right there. See the dip? 223. Go to the beginning of 223.
Rob, 2023, Rob. You're at 2021.
Look at that.
There you go.
123, 113. Yeah. There it is. So it starts there, and then it goes all the way to 260. So there's the value. The other thing, CalPERS is where? California. And over the course of those 24 months, who moved a headquarters to Austin, Texas?
Tesla.
Right. There is undercurrent here, but the board voted on a compensation plan. The metrics were met, and now everybody is running from the back saying, well, I don't want to be seen as voting for it. These are board members now not want to be seen voting for something that they put on paper and put in front of them. This wasn't invented at the end of the year.
Check this out.
This was the plan at the beginning.
So watch this. So this is what makes it so weird on how this was negotiated. When he negotiated this, it was February of 2018. When he negotiated in February 2018, guess what they did? The Tesla stock shareholders sent a letter out saying, we just negotiated Musk's compensation for the next 6 years, okay? And when they negotiated compensation for the next 6 years, they said, we have gotten Elon Musk to agree to take zero salary for the next 6 years, zero pay for the next 6 years, then the board had to come back and say, California forced us that we have to pay minimum wage. You know, Elon Musk has been getting paid minimum wage the last 6 years. $37,000 is what he's been getting paid, and he's never taken the money. Now, check this out. At the time when he agreed, this is what the terms were. Tesla was worth around $55 billion. In order for him to get his full compensation package, he had to take Tesla from $55 billion to, in 6 years, to $650 billion valuation. Let me say it one more time. His package, folks, would you take this offer? Hey, zero salary for the next 6 years. Help us take the valuation of a company of $1 billion in the next, 6 years to $11 billion for us to pay you anything. And if you don't take us to $11 billion, you get paid nothing. That's what he negotiated for. All or none, apparently, $37,000 as a salary at the time when he negotiated this contract. You know what was the craziest thing when he negotiated it? At the time, guess what was the shortest stock? The stock being shorted the most in all of NASDAQ 100. Tesla. You know what percentage of the stock was shorted? 22.6% at a time when the average shorted stock on NASDAQ 100 was 3.5%. So think about this. 3.5%, 22.6. Nobody believes on what's going to happen here. Everybody's saying this is a shit show. This guy's a P.D. Barnum type of guy, makes a bunch of fancy predictions that none of them are going to become a reality, and then it becomes a reality. Then they go to shareholders. They ask him, hey, guys, we have to pay this man $56 billion. What do you guys think, shareholders? Guess what percentage shareholders said we should pay him? What percentage of Tesla shareholders do you think agreed that they should pay Elon Musk? Take a wild guess. I want you to take a wild guess.
I would say 10%.
10%. What do you think?
Yeah.
What do you think, Tom?
85.
What do you think?
85. That's crazy. I don't even know.
What do you think the number is?
I don't know.
Take a wild guess.
25%.
73% said this guy deserves the money.
Wow.
73% said this guy deserves the money, but...
In the beginning, when it was made.
Yeah, but... No. 73% when it happened. What do you mean not when it's made?
To
now,
ratify it.
No. Now they're saying, yes, he's got it. Pay it out. 73% agreed to this. Guess what percentage agreed at the beginning that we should pay this? Because this guy's never going to hit 11 times valuation.
100%.
Yeah. Now it's 73%. 27% is like, oh, shit, he actually hit it. Now we got to pay this guy, right? There's no way we're going to be able to do this. And watch this. Do you know the person, Rob, can you pull up the judge in Delaware preventing Musk from getting his $55 billion? Because it's incorporated in Delaware. Pull up the judge. Her name is Kathleen something. Just type in Kathleen Elon Musk and her name should come up. Okay, now go right there. That's her name. So take Kathleen, go to see who appointed her. She's appointed by the governor, John Carney, who's a Democratic governor. John Carney in Delaware is friends with guess who? A guy named Joe Biden. And for many people, like myself, like Tom, we have incorporated businesses in Delaware. When you would go and say, hey, well, we should, incorporate our business. Delaware's the place to go. That is out the flipping window after what you just did to this guy, because he negotiated the most ridiculous compensation plan that if shit were to hit the fan, he would have made this much money. 6 years, this much money. And now you say no because she's the boss? This Kathleen McCormick is the boss? So officially in Delaware, Kathleen McCormick is the boss of all corporations, because if you get paid too much money, she can say, no, it's too much money for you to get paid. And while Elon Musk at the time, they're talking, they're saying, why would you even negotiate a contract like this? Why would you put your pay like this? He says, because I believe Tesla's $1 trillion company. Then they ask him, they say, are you doing this because you want all this money? He says, I'm not doing this because of any dynasty type of money, because I want to go out there and do this. He says, I'm sincerely doing this because I have some big plans with the money I want to do, such as having multi-planetary, you've heard him talking about this stuff. And by the way, do you believe him? Do you believe the fact that he's got real vision of what he wants to do?
Every week there's another rocket being launched.
So then the question becomes the following. Everybody that's watching now is sitting there saying, why would they pay him $56 billion? The number one shareholder for Tesla is a guy named Elon Musk. The number two shareholder, individual, not institutional, number two shareholder for Tesla, guess who it is? It's his brother, Kimball Musk, roughly 1.6 million shares of Tesla he owns. Number three is just a regular guy that is the majority shareholder of Tesla. You know the top three institutional shareholders?
BlackRock, State Street, Vanguard.
Those three combined have less shares than Elon has in Tesla.
Good. Should be like
Those three combined have less shares, according to the article I read yesterday. So Elon Musk is in an interesting place. If you guys are for capitalism, whatever you do, everybody has to be for this guy getting paid for the amount of risk that he took for not getting anything for 6 years. So that's really why they're holding back this guy's money. They don't want a guy like that to have too much money, because if he does, God knows what he's going to go buy next. Do you think they want him to have access to $56 billion? No. What do you think he goes and buys next? If he buys Twitter, holy shit, what if he buys this? What if he buys that? We can't get that money in his pocket. There's a lot of fears they have with Musk here.
And
Adam,
PBD, that's
thoughts?
cash?
That's cash.
What are the chances he gets that cash?
Well, Tom, it's a stock option that he can turn into cash if he wants to.
Got it.
Yeah, and one of the ways that he's been buying a lot of stuff, he borrows against the stocks. He borrows against the stocks, and that's kind of how he's been paying
Well,
himself.
it's one of the things I'm
Apparently.
obsessed with is Forbes' richest time billionaires, and people just lose billions every single day by checking the stock. Rob, I think you have that link. So Elon Musk has been going number 1, number 2, number 3 between Bernard Arnault, Jeff Bezos, and Musk, 1, 2, and 3. I think he's now number 1 on the Forbes all-time.
Elon is?
Yeah, if you scroll down.
Right there.
Right there,
Elon,
number one. So he's at, I want to say 200 billion. You just left it, Rob. I want to say somewhere around 200 billion. Rob's really having some trouble. I got you.
200.
Punch in a little bit.
209?
So, and then there's Bernard Arnault, and then Jeff Bezos. I think those are the only 3 guys that are right at 200 billion. If he gets another 50 billion, Elon's pretty competitive,
Holy
dude.
shit, Mark
He's gonna
Zuckerberg is
literally
number 4.
Boom,
Facebook came back up.
Wild.
Facebook came back up.
And remember, Facebook was almost down when it
That's right.
converted to Meta in 2022.
By the way,
to be a billionaire.
Don't let this fool you. Elon's going to be a trillionaire in no time. Don't let this.
You think so?
Oh, let me tell you why. He's a driver. He's not stopping. Listen, you have to realize, never underestimate the power of an active operator. Never underestimate the power of an active operator. An active operator that's already built businesses and succeeded and made money, and he's still active. He's going to be making a lot of money. Don't ever underestimate that. He's the most active operator in the history of America, especially the last 100 years. No one's more active as an operator
What's the
than him.
over-under on when he becomes the world's first trillionaire?
10 years?
No way. No, I give 2 to 5 years.
Wow.
I'm telling you, it's 5 years. I think.
You think he's
going
going to 5x that 200 billion?
I think he's got a very high chance of being a trillion in the next 2 to 5 years.
And there's one recognized trillionaire on Earth, but it's actually a group.
Yeah,
and
it's family.
It's the family of the Saudi. It's the Saudi royal family.
$1.4 trillion.
Bin Salem. Bin Salem and all the cousins and nephews and the entire family.
Saudi Aramco was a
right.
$2 trillion.
I was just reading up on this. $1.4 trillion.
Thank you very much.
Yes, there you go. We're on a roll today.
If we go to eat, they're picking up the tab.
And by the way, while this is going on,
that's true.
Elon Musk and Jamie Dimon are getting close. What? Elon Musk. It looks like Elon Musk and Jamie Dimon are one step closer to making peace amid their nearly 10-year feud. Elon Musk and Jamie Dimon of JP Morgan Chase have been working to mend their 10-year feud, with their relationship improving since March, when they spoke for an hour on stage at a JP Morgan Technology Summit, and Musk visited Dimon's suite. The feud began in 2016 when JP Morgan stopped underwriting Tesla car leases, leading to a heated exchange where Musk cursed and threatened to pull business, and Dimon responded that his bank wouldn't be bullied. Musk subsequently favored Goldman Sachs and Morgan Stanley for his ventures. Despite their legal battles, including JP Morgan's 2021 lawsuit against Tesla over $162 million contract breach, Dimon now considers re-engagement with Musk's businesses, seeing mutual benefits in accessing funds and advisory services from the biggest U.S. bank. Tom.
Well, people don't realize how big JP Morgan is. There is really no second place in banking. There is a huge drop from JP Morgan to Morgan Stanley, Goldman, and the European banks. And so what Dimon is saying is, why aren't we playing in this guy's yard? Why aren't we doing this? And they're burying the hatchet. $162 million contract breach, please. That's nothing. You know, they made that in late fees on credit cards last Tuesday. So basically what you have now is Jamie Dimon is on the verge of legacy. He is in the window of an up to 5-year transitional leadership plan. Probably 2 years, but up to 5. And I think Jamie Dimon is looking at the reality of not where Tesla was in 2016, but where Tesla and everything is today. And Dimon says, you know what? we need to play in all this. If there's one thing that Jamie Dimon is not, it's dumb. And I think he is seeing to it that he puts J.P. Morgan in a place to do business.
You know what else I think,
with
Tom?
the wealthiest guy in the world.
You know what else I think?
And his 5 businesses.
I think there's also an element of when you're politically on the same page, which they were for many years. Okay, Jamie's a left. Okay, not a fully left. Jamie's a center left.
Yeah.
And Musk is a center left for many years, and then he's been gradually coming this way. And then Jamie's at the World Economic Forum speaking complimentary about Trump at World Economic Forum while in Davos, while wearing his Ukraine pin, if you remember that one thing.
Jeez.
And then you're seeing what's going on in America. They're putting the president in, 34 counts and felonies, convicted felon, all this stuff. It's like, what are we doing to America right now? Now they officially have something in common. Hey, you planning on doing business in America? Yeah, me too. We got to kind of figure this out because it's a shit show here. So there's an element there as well of them being on the same page that I think has that going. And then the other side is, hey, maybe Jamie's going to be able to help this person in Delaware that doesn't want Musk to get the $56 billion and could be like, hey, can you bring that $56 billion of your bank account, do something here with Chase? There's so many different things that could be taking place when that's going on. What are your thoughts?
I fully agree that the billionaires are basically starting to back Trump. A lot of these people were not advocating for Trump whatsoever in 2016 and certainly in 2020. We've seen how the tide has shifted so much in just 4 years of Joe Biden being the president. Not only is it Jamie Dimon, you see that there's talks of Elon Musk potentially being a part of Trump's cabinet. There's a Wall Street Journal article about that. But here's some billionaires that have openly backed Trump that did not back Trump for the most part in previous elections. Steven Schwartzman, CEO of Blackstone, right? So
$40 billion guy.
Basically a little brother of BlackRock. Steve Wynn, he owns the hotels. Woody Johnson, that's a Johnson & Johnson heir. Joe Ricketts, TD Ameritrade. Joe Bigelow, Budget Suites. Linda McMahon, that's a WWE. We understand that with Trump. Phil Ruffin, the casinos. John Paulson, he just posted a $50 million raise. It's starting to come clearer and clearer that the capitalists are just like, no. I used to always say this one thing. The millionaires back the Republicans, but the billionaires back the Democrats. The big tech Silicon Valley.
Of course.
But all that is already starting to shift. I put together a quick list. I didn't even know they had beef.
Well, I don't think they're doing it. I don't think they're doing it because all of them are sincere about their support. I think they're doing it because they realize if they can do that to him, they can do that to us. Mm-hmm. It's more of a self-protection more than it is that we support him. They realize
the enemy of my enemy is my friend.
Exactly. I don't think they're out there. If they're advocating, I highly. Nobody just out of nowhere starts switching their political views. It's gradual. It takes years. It takes years.
Yeah.
But when you see this happen in a span of 4 years, because they realize if they come after the president, they come after me. Mm-hmm. That's all it is. They're trying to protect themselves more than anything. That's what I feel.
And I think a lot of these, even Chamath out here, a lot of these people basically, Pat, kudos to Pat, the case example thing. Joe Biden ran on being a uniter, being a bridge, being a moderate. He's catered to the far left progressives, and people are just like, I just can't do this.
He's actually, yesterday, Christina Bobb, that was on the podcast, said something very interesting. She said he's actually becoming a unifier in a way he didn't wish it would happen.
Yeah, that's true.
He's actually unifying everybody against him, which is kind of weird.
It's
gradually. And by the way, out of all the people that are worth $100 billion plus, what percentage of them are left versus right? What percentage of them will vote left and right? 70% of them are going to vote left than right.
Mark Zuckerberg.
Yep.
Jeff Bezos, Washington Post. Elon formerly.
Warren Buffett.
Warren Buffett.
Yep.
Larry Ellison.
He'll be center-ish. He'll be center-right-ish. Yep.
And why is that?
Bernard Arnault is not allowed to vote.
Why
I understand.
They're easy. And by the way, he said something. He says the little guy to what did you say? Blackstone is the little guy to BlackRock.
Little brother.
You ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So what is Larry Fink's net worth?
Probably not as much as Steven Schwartzman.
Larry Fink, BlackRock, is worth $1.2 billion.
Yeah.
Steven Schwartzman, Blackstone, is worth $39 billion.
Touche. But if you go by companies,
I know, I understand.
And
but I understand.
BlackRock is $10 trillion.
Because Larry Fink's major, I think, was poli-sci. Can you go type in what Larry Fink majored in college? Type in what Larry Fink majored in. I don't even know why I know this. I shouldn't know this. Political science, UCLA, 1974. So Larry Fink was a guy that really was driven by wanting to get involved in politics and then he gets his MBA business, etc. So, but the first passion was what? Political science.
Of course.
You know what I'm saying? Political science. Yeah. So it's interesting. Let's go to the next story. Ricky, I'm coming to you with this one here.
Yes.
Mexico peso drop. This is deeply concerning. More than 3% on jitters over Morena super majority. Let me read this thing and I'll just hand it over to you. All right, let's see what we got going on here with Mexico. We have representation here from Michoacan, just so everybody knows. Mexico peso drops as much as 4.1% against the dollar, and the local stock market fell over 2% following the rule of Morena Party's strong election performance, raising fears of potential constitutional changes that could undermine checks and balances. The peso later trimmed its losses to 3.2% drop. Claudine Sheinbaum, landslide presidential victory, and Morena's gains surprised markets, with Chris Turner from ING noting concerns about Morena potentially pursuing market non-friendly policies of constitutional reform. Sheinbaum secured between 58.3 to 60.7 and 60.7 of the vote, and the highest Mexico majority history. Despite market jitters, Sheinbaum acceptance speech aimed to reassure markets by emphasizing a commitment to an autonomous central bank, maintaining the division between economic and political powers, and persevering a disciplined fiscal stance, as noted by JP Morgan. Ricky, what's going on with Mexico right now?
Oh, man. You know, when I'm talking to people, you know, as you guys know, 80% of my family's in Mexico. My dad lives in Mexico. You know, when I'm a dual citizen, I'm a Mexican citizen, American citizen. And when you see things like this, basically what they're going through is they've had so many years of corruption with it used to be more of a two-party system, which was el PRI y el PAN, which is two-party system. Then they kind of started doing Morena, you know, all this other stuff they started coming up with to break up the two-party system. And then what ended up happening was that AMLO, which is a current president, he's our version of a Bernie Sanders, ran for president two presidencies ago, lost. He says he got cheated out of his presidency. And by the way, 100%. When Enrique Peña Nieto and him were running, which was the last president, they took it from him and they say they stole the election, which I believe in. Mexico, it's very, very much real. A lot of intimidation. They'll do care packages. You know, here it's illegal to do that in Mexico. At the voting booth, they'll do a care package, rice, soap, food, beans, and say,
You're serious?
Oh yeah, of course. You can look it up. I'm dead. You can look it up. They'll give you, and then I'll tell you, who gave you this? Morena. Who gave you this? Morena. Who gave you Morena? So they'll literally be at the voting booth. You give them a care package, and they're switching their vote.
Wow.
Yeah, this is not
My
like
rice is better.
Yeah, exactly. Matter of fact, when the cartels want somebody voted in, they'll do the same thing. This is on behalf of so and so. This is obviously it's funded through them. But anyway, going back to this, it's a lot of people. I was getting 80%, 90% of the people saying, "Man, we're Mexico screwed." But then you have the victims, the crybabies. Oh, they do a lot for the people. I know. You guys want to condemn the rich and give it to the poor like you guys are some goddamn Robin Hoods. And so my issue with her more than anything is you got to remember Mexico is a Catholic country. She doesn't have the beliefs. So first of all, her family got here in the 1920s, which that's fine. That doesn't give you, I'm here in America. I'm a first generation. My devotion is to America. But they got here in the 1920s. They're Jewish, and her parents were communists, open communists that actually fought hard in the rebellion, and they were involved in the scandal with the papers in Panama. So it's not like they're lightweights, just, let's just voice our opinion. No, they're hardcore, and they raised her with these hardcore communist values. And so on top of that, she's a feminist. But just by the way, and I might probably get some heat for this. I really don't give a shit. I don't think any woman should be running any president. The temperament is not there. They're irrational. They don't think with the level head, but that's beside the point. So I understand people wanting to change from the PRI and the PAN and wanting to get away from it. I get it. It's like getting away from the Democrats and the Republicans go libertarian. I get it. But they went full commie with this one. So we got 6 years of a Bernie Sanders, and now we're getting 6 years of an AOC. So that's pretty much what it comes down to.
So Ricky, but so would you say that she was elected or selected because there was 37 candidates were assassinated just this year to get to this, right?
So you got to remember, AMLO was voted in. His campaign is Abrazos no balazos,
which stands for
hugs, not bullets.
Oh, got you.
And so, matter of fact, when Chapo's son was captured in Culiacan, what was it, 4 or 5 years ago. They let him go.
They let him go.
They let him go.
Because they're going to kill everybody.
Right. They were going to, yeah, but the reality is, come on, bro. The Mexican guy, he's like, oh, I don't want to, you know, he doesn't have any balls, what it comes down to. And so anyway, this is the group, this is the party that the cartels want because they're light on crime. And so it makes most, so they, ironically, the cartels support not so much communism more than somebody's going to leave me the fuck alone.
Yeah.
And so they're leaving them alone.
Wow.
That's what it comes down to. That's where we're at with them. But the worrisome is, again, she's just an older version of an AOC. It's as bad as getting Joe Biden. It's like getting Bernie Sanders and you get an AOC. And the thing with them is their terms are 6 years and you can't get reelected.
Oh God.
It's what they call them sesenios. So it's not 4 years, it's 6 years. So they just the country just got 12 years of just straight shit.
Damn it.
Is what happened to them.
No good.
What does that happen? You have family there.
Yeah, of course.
What do they see in the economy? What do they see happening?
No, they don't like it because of the same. It goes back to it's like if Bernie Sanders was running the country here, you can't build a bit. Even you talk to a taxi driver, they want to tax. You want to sell a taco, they'll tax it. They want you. They overregulate. They want to control everything. They think people are. The thing about communists is that they think people are stupid and that they can't fend for themselves, so they have to fend for you. So all the crybaby, self-proclaimed victims love them because the government's going to help us. No, you think you're a goddamn idiot. And so that's what's happening with the economy. As a matter of fact, I sent messages yesterday to my people in Mexico because I have employees over there. How are you feeling? They're like, we hate it. You know, this is ridiculous. We can't work. We can't do this. We can't do that. And so, and a lot of people don't understand, like, oh, is it that bad? Well, you got to remember, at one point in time, Venezuela was a thriving economy. And look what happened when you got Maduro and Chavez. To think that it can't happen to Mexico is the most naive thing that you can think. It's stupid. Every country that has let in socialism eventually opened the door for communism.
Venezuela is an oil country, a member of OPEC, and had a lot of money for the people in the country just coming out of the ground until it was corrupted back to the Stone Age.
Right. Well, because what happens is that, again, when you convince people you have their back, there's got to be a trade-off. If I'm giving you the power to help me, I'm giving you the power over everything. That's the trade-off with capitalism is like, I'm not going to help you, but I'm not going to get in your way. The trade-off with socialism and communism is I'll help you, but then I own everything you do come across. That's the problem. And so when you have, and one thing about, and I was telling this to a buddy of mine yesterday, the Mexican people, Hispanic people in general, not just Mexicans, are very gullible. Anybody that's on TV that has some type of status automatically becomes believable. They're so gullible. There's no research. There's no nothing.
Such as who? Like Jorge Ramos?
Jorge Ramos, the priest. The priest can say, by the way, not to talk bad about it because, you know, but the Pope just made some 14-year-old kid, 15-year-old kid a saint. Who the fuck does that? You can't just make somebody a saint.
Internet or something, right?
No, he made him a saint because supposedly the kid died, whatever. They have him in a church that he made a miracle and saved 2 people. You can't make somebody a saint. But Hispanic people are so gullible that they'll eat all this shit up as something that's very going to benefit them when in reality they're shooting themselves in the foot.
Rob, pull up the story I just gave you from.
Oh, there it is. You just saw it right there, Rob. Did you see this, Pat?
What's that? They
made him a saint. They made this kid a saint.
What does that mean? They made him a saint?
That because he doesn't. So in the Catholic religion, if you do miracles, all of it, you're a saint now.
Yeah.
They made this kid a saint. He's a saint.
So click on that one story that says 10 things you should know about Blessed Carlos. Yeah, zoom in a little bit, Rob. Go lower. Let's see what they say. Okay, so 1, he was born May 3rd, 1990. No, this is not the same guy then, because that guy would be 33 years old.
Well, when he died
when he was 14, he became a saint.
Something like that.
Okay, Carlos was diagnosed with leukemia as a teenager. Before his death in 2000, he was offered his sufferings to Pope Benedict and for his church, saying, I offer all my sufferings to the Lord, and Pope Church, not to go purgatory, but to go straight to heaven. From young age, Carlos had a special love for God, even when his parents weren't especially devout. Next, go to number 4. Okay, so 4 is what? Carlos, witness of a child is a... Anyway, so this guy is apparently now a saint. We're talking. By the way, go to the article I sent you about Wall Street Journal, Rob. Go to that article. So this is what's interesting with what he's saying. And Ricky, I want you to unpack this. Tell me what this means on what this person is saying. So go to the Wall Street Journal article, Rob.
I'm blocked, so I have to find a different...
Really? You're blocked from Wall Street Journal?
Yes.
Man, they do not like you. Let me read it to you, okay? The results, this is from Wall Street Journal. Title says, Claudia Sheinbaum elected as Mexico's first female president. So now, what does this mean? This guy named Antonio Ocaranza, a Mexican political analyst, said Mexico's new Congress will be sworn in a month before Lopez Obrador leaves power on October 1st, giving him leeway to pass the changes before Sheinbaum takes office. If I'm an investor, I'm thinking, by the way, my audio is going up and down. Are you guys hearing this or no?
My audio and my headphones went in and out.
I'm an investor. I'm thinking these guys just got a blank check. What's going to happen? Lopez Obrador wants to complete his agenda and take the political cost of these decisions while leaving Sheinbaum a blank slate to begin.
That's correct.
What does that mean?
It's almost the same thing. You remember when what was his name? Bukele from El Salvador. Bukele.
Yes, Bukele.
He got the votes to change the constitution so he could get reelected.
Yeah.
It's the same shit. So because they have the majority right now. So Morena has the majority. So if you give this guy, if you have the majority and you can start doing amendments or changing the Congress and changing the Constitution, then you're letting this lady Claudia